If she dies, the empire will have nowhere to stay. Old lady, I'll go. Old lady Lu looks at Zhao Jingmian. Zhao Jingmian's hand, which was holding Bai Jie's neck, didn't loosen but moved forward a few steps. She respects and appreciates Lu lady. He couldn't do what he wanted, nor bear what he should, and Aunt Lu did it all for him. Ning Kaiwei spoke only twice at the beginning. She said nothing else afterward. Zhao Jingmian held Bai Jie's neck, standing between the two groups. Meanwhile, the hamster grabbed Ning Kaiwei's shoulder, with a gun pressed against her temple, and slowly moved to the center. For the first time, two people who had fought for many years stood together. Zhao Jingmian pressed Bai Jie's hand, applying slight force, causing her to cry out in pain. Push each other back. The hamster looked carefully at Zhao Jingmian. Given the current situation, he couldn't afford to use any tricks.
Okay.
Zhao Jingmian dared not look at Ning Kaiwei, his fierce eyes fixed intently on the hamster. Almost simultaneously, both of them pushed the person in their hands away. And as if they had agreed, both the hamster and Zhao Jingmian raised their guns and fired at the same time when everyone was on alert and unprepared.
Bang! Bang!
The gunfire overlapped, sounding like only one shot. Ning Kaiwei felt her head grow heavy and suddenly realized she was being tightly held in an embrace. The sudden gunfire. Zhao Jingmian, don't. Ning Kaiwei's strength was weak. She hadn't eaten all day, and after enduring pain and fear, she had little energy left. Slow to react, she realized something was wrong when Zhao Jingmian held her. Zhao Jingmian, let me go, let me go.
No.
He responded with a muffled groan. He dodged the deadly shot, but he didn't dare to dodge the bullet entirely, fearing Ning Kaiwei would get hurt. He chuckled softly. Kaiwei, are you worried about me? Zhao Jingmian suddenly spoke as if he was unharmed, just like before. Zhao Jingmian, are you hurt?
Zhao Jingmian.
Before Ning Kaiwei finished speaking, she was exhausted and frightened, her strength drained, and her eyes rolled back as she fainted. Zhao Jingmian frowned, with continuous gunfire ringing behind him. When the hamster fired, Zhao Jingmian also shot. Both fired at the same time. However, the hamster's target was Ning Kaiwei, while Zhao Jingmian aimed at the hamster. For China, the threat from the hamster was far greater than Bai Jie. Zhao Jingmian held Ning Kaiwei close, avoiding a fatal shot. His shoulder was bleeding heavily. His clothes, made of rough fabric, were stained dark with blood. Meanwhile, the hamster pulled Bai Jie in front of himself, trying to shield her from the bullet aimed at her heart. But I didn't want to. The bullet flew straight toward him and pierced through his forehead. Report. All the hamsters have been captured, except for Bai Jie. 3 people are still alive. Commander, how should we arrange this? Lu Jiangwo's face was covered in splashes of blood, and he looked anxiously at the commander. Since his wife was taken away by the old man, the commander seemed to have gone crazy, attacking without regard for his shoulder wound. Take them back for questioning. As for Bai Jie, don't let her die, but also, don't let her live too well. For the first time, he had the urge to see someone desperate for survival and unable to die.
Yes.
Commander, you should go to the hospital. His back was already soaked in blood. If he delayed any longer, the commander might lose too much blood. Director Wang, I'll leave the crowd calming work to you. Zhao Jingmian approached Wang Shucheng respectfully and spoke. The military had given orders. The county would do its best to cooperate. Also, who were those people just now? His wife had been taken away. He had to find out what was going on. Wang Shucheng looked at Zhao Jingmian and smiled gently. Have you heard of the Magic Alley? Magic Alley. It was them. A civilian team, as the chairman said. All members are armed. They hadn't appeared for a long time, but surprisingly, they were still around. Yes. Magic Alley. If not for the young lady coming out, I might have forgotten about them. Wang Shucheng sighed, his eyes filled with memories. All right, Captain Zhao, the rest of the work will be handled by the county. He smiled and quickly left to arrange personnel. The gunfire this time was like firecrackers on New Year's Eve, startling many people. The county needed to calm the people and also clean up. Most importantly, they had to check if there were still any members of the hamsters among the civilians. Commander, go to the hospital. Lu Jiangwo frowned as he watched the busy commander, who was arranging to the surviving people back to the unit and setting up road defenses.
But
for the first time, he saw the commander avoid something. Commander, your wife is at the hospital. Don't you want to go see her? Zhao Jingmian, who was arranging the defenses, suddenly paused and handed the defense map to Zhang Chao. Be careful on the road. Our people will support you halfway.
Got it.
Zhang Chao responded. He was part of the secret team, responsible for investigating all the information and conducting later interrogations. He needed to return to the unit to organize and submit the mission report. This time, he led the team to those people back. Boss, sister-in-law is doing well. You should quickly take her to the military unit. That egg pancake you made, I think I won't be able to taste it anymore in the future, and it makes me feel itchy inside. Zhang Chao usually doesn't speak much, but at this moment, he rarely spoke. By the way, on the day I got off the train, sister-in-law probably noticed something. After a few attempts at small talk and observation, I confirmed that I am harmless. Sister-in-law's alertness and intelligence are not common. He is the man who, after getting off the train, dressed in a suit with calluses on his hand, was suspected by Ning Kaixian. Later, through small talk and observing his straight back that wouldn't bend, he confirmed his approximate identity. Zhang Chao received orders from the battalion commander to secretly protect sister-in-law. He then realized that this clever person was actually the battalion commander's wife. His own battalion commander doesn't know how many generations of good fortune it took to marry such a wonderful wife. Zhao Jingmian doesn't know that, somewhere unknown to him, his wife has experienced so many things. Ning Kaixian also doesn't know that the military is secretly protecting them. It was just that one day, Zhang Chao was delayed by other matters, which led to this unexpected incident. Carrying out the mission, Zhao Jingmian frowned, feeling a sharp pain in his shoulder that made his nerves extra sensitive. Normally, he couldn't get anything right with a stick, but today, he kept talking non-stop, giving him a headache. Zhang Chao looked at the stubborn person, battalion commander. With your emotional intelligence, how did sister-in-law fall for you in the first place?
And
the military district hospital sent someone over. If you don't go to the hospital, quickly treat your wound. Are you planning to pretend to be weak? I can see that you've used your tactics on sister-in-law. Lu Jiangwo looked at Zhang Chao, then at his own battalion commander. How come he felt that both of them had changed? He is known for being talkative, but right now he dared not speak. What's wrong with Zhang Chao? Has he taken over now? Is this talkative trait a good tradition? One after another? Don't say it. Really don't say it. Deep in Zhang Chao's eyes, there is hidden worry. As soldiers, if sister-in-law gets hurt because of the battalion commander, and if the battalion commander can't handle it, he might really run far away. Sister-in-law's injury would scare the battalion commander. Others may not know, but their comrades do, how deep the battalion commander's feelings run. Get lost. Zhao Jingmian raised his head and looked at Zhang Chao. Stop your little schemes. With your few tricks, I taught you everything. Hurry back to the army, be careful on the way. If someone is lost, just accept the blame and apologize. Zhang Chao's words, Lu Jiangwo's words. I understand them all. Backing down. He has it in him. He is a soldier, proud of his identity, but because of him, Saixia was put in danger. Saixia was only injured this time. If something worse had happened, he could never forgive himself. Yes. Bring my sister-in-law back to the army. That's also part of the mission. I haven't met my nephew or niece yet. The red envelope is ready. Zhang Chao said a few more words and hurried away before Zhao Jingmian got angry. The cars outside were already waiting. The report to the army was finished. He couldn't stay. One car after another drove away. This mission was coming to an end.
Captain.
Lu Jiangwo looked at Zhao Jingmian, his voice full of questions. Go to the hospital. Zhao Jingmian's lips had turned pale from blood loss. After handling the situation and arranging for secret defenses, he was exhausted. On the surface, it was just a small team, but in secret, there were several teams guarding. He had to organize all of this. Captain Zhao. Seeing someone walking quickly toward him, Lu Dajiao, supported by Feng Xiyun, stood up from her chair and called out to Zhao Jingmian. Grandma. Zhao Jingmian felt gratitude, thanks, and respect for Lu Dajiao. He straightened up. No matter how he looked at his face or his past, he couldn't imagine that there was a wound and a bullet on his shoulder. Young man, you're doing well. The old lady called you here just to tell you. My child is also loved by someone. If you let her down, I will naturally take her away. Lu Dajiao had seen many ungrateful people, those who relied on their wives and then abandoned their original spouses. She was quite familiar with that. She was very pleased with Zhao Jingmian's performance today. Calm, strategic, measured, more importantly, protecting Saixia. At least, that's what a man should do, and he did it. Zhao Jingmian looked at the old lady in front of him. Her hair was already white, not just gray, but silver strands, neatly coiled at the back of her head, like silver threads. Grandma, as long as I am here, as long as I am alive, I will never let her down. At this moment, Zhao Jingmian's face showed no impatience. His voice was firm and serious, full of sincerity. He looked straight into Lu Dajiao's eyes, with a mix of determination and a hint of affection. Aunt Lu nodded and said, "It's okay. I don't mind what you said. Even if you're sorry to her, the people in the alley will take revenge. Their alley never trusts outsiders. If they have a grudge, they will settle it themselves and never expect enemies to be kind. If they are grateful, they will also return the favor. This is their alley's rule. Go and treat the wound first. Your military district's doctor probably hasn't arrived yet. If you trust me, let the people in the alley help you first." Aunt Lu looked at his straight back and admired Zhao Jingmian a little more. Some men can say sweet words, but when big trouble comes, they run away alone, abandoning their families. Compared to love and romance, she prefers to believe in a person's character. "Thank you, ma'am." Zhao Jingmian made a quick decision without hesitation and then continued speaking. "How is Kaiwei? Is she seriously hurt?" When he mentioned Kaiwei, his fist clenched slightly. "Just handle your own injuries first.
Kaiwei is fine.
Don't wait for her to wake up. She still has to take care of you. The old lady's mouth is strict with everyone. She can still be stubborn and act like a little kid in front of Kaiwei. But in front of others, she truly means business. Xiyun, let 12 check him. Don't wait here. It's distracting. Ask the director for an operating room." Although Aunt Lu complained, she had already made arrangements.
Yes.
Feng Xiyun smiled softly and looked at Zhao Jingmian. "Captain Zhao, please come with me." 12. Ghost Hand Yen 12. She has traveled across China for many years, appearing whenever disasters happen. But no one can find her when they need her for treatment. Lu Jiangwo was worried because the military district's doctor was almost here. "Are the doctors here reliable?" "Hello, we've been waiting for you." This person had a gentle smile and played with a surgical knife, looking at Zhao Jingmian. "Are you the one who seduced our young master? You're quite bold." Feng Xiyun looked at her and softly called out, 12. "Got it, Sister Xiyun. Our young master is seriously hurt. I can't complain now." Feng Xiyun looked at her helplessly. She was the youngest in the alley, pampered by the young lady, and had a lively personality since she was little. Only in medical skills could she calm down. Over the years, the young lady had trained her to be patient and not return to Banyan County. Before the operation, the young lady had someone contact 12. 12 brought her team back immediately. "Young lady's orders, you're in charge." His shoulder was injured while protecting the young master. "Don't cause trouble." Feng Xiyun thought for a moment and reminded her. 12 frowned, clearly over 40 years old, but her expression didn't seem out of place.
"Got it."
"Am I really that unreliable? Does the young lady think so badly of me?" Yen 12 snorted coldly, then acted professionally. "You can't remove the clothes. You cut it for him." She looked at her assistant, who immediately moved into action. Feng Xiyun left the room. As for Lu Jiangwo, he had already been kicked out. Is this really reliable? The doctors from the military hospital are almost here. Should we wait a bit longer? Lu Jiangwo felt more nervous when he saw the doctor coming than before. Before the doctor arrived, he wasn't so anxious, but now he felt even more uneasy after seeing 12. Aren't doctors usually very experienced? Especially military doctors, they are usually quiet and act quickly. He had never seen a doctor like this before. Feng Xuyan looked at Lu Jiangwo kindly and reminded him, "Don't judge her by her personality. She's spoiled by the young lady, but her medical skills are good. You should have heard of Yen 12's reputation in the military."
Wait.
When Lu Jiangwo heard Yen 12, he froze for a moment. Yen 12? Is she the same Yen 12 he had in mind? Ghost hand Yen 12? He asked in disbelief, then saw Feng Xuyan smile calmly.
All right.
No need to say more. He took back what he said before. Was it still too late? He shouldn't have doubted anything related to his sister-in-law, people, or things. How could his sister-in-law have ordinary people around her? Ning Saixia felt as if her whole body had been crushed, hurting all over, especially her shoulders. The intense pain ing her nerves.
Ugh.
She wanted to turn over, but turning over was so simple, yet she couldn't do it at all. At that moment, someone pressed down on her quilt. She could feel it, but she was too sleepy to open her eyes. She sank back into sleep. Laonyan looked at Ning Saixia opening her eyes, her tense face visibly relaxing a bit. Her voice was gentle as she looked into her confused eyes and asked softly, "You're awake?" "Madam." Ning Kaiwei saw the person in front of her clearly, her voice carrying a gentle smile. She wanted to get up but found herself tied to the hospital bed. No wonder she couldn't move in her sleep. She couldn't even turn over. "Your shoulder is slightly fractured, you have a minor concussion, and other injuries are superficial."
Ning Kaiwei.
The old lady looked at the dazed Ning Kaiwei. Her soft voice and kind expression seemed like a dream. But then came a sarcastic voice. "Isn't your mind pretty sharp? Every day, you have Hui watch me take my medicine, but when it comes to yourself, you don't seem to notice? You can't see through the strange things in the alley? You forget about disaster relief, and you can't even remember how you got hurt."
Ning Kaiwei.
Is your brain made of tofu? Old Lady Lu didn't know how to scold her. Her mouth was about to speak, but seeing Ning Tsaiwei's eyes, which seemed to hold a galaxy, and her face full of attachment, with a slightly injured smile, she gently smiled back. Looking at her expression, what else could she say?
You.
Old Lady Lu started to speak twice, but swallowed her words.
Grandma.
You're so kind. Ning Kaiwei looked at Old Lady Lu. Listening to her mumbling, she remembered how she was the first to arrive when Ning Kaiwei had an accident. She had never felt so important before. Your mouth is good at fooling me like a gourd, but it works when you try to coax me. Old Lady Lu rolled her eyes at her, but watched her grin playfully. Grandma, tell me about the alley. Ning Kaiwei looked at Old Lady Lu. Though she was smiling, her whole body ached, her head was foggy, and her shoulders were fixed in place. They had even tied her to the bed to prevent her from turning over while sleeping. Old Lady Lu gently patted her hair with her thin, dry hand, soothing her softly. Bye. There's plenty of time ahead. You'll learn about the alley naturally in the future. There are 2 rules in our alley, and they must be followed. First, when the country is in trouble, we must do our part. Second, we must not do anything against morality or conscience. Her previous expression had disappeared, replaced by genuine concern and warmth. Perhaps it was the gentle tone of Old Lady Lu's voice, or the warmth of her palm, but Ning Kaiwei, who had been asleep for a long time, slowly closed her eyes. Old Lady Lu hummed a tune softly. Watching Ning Kaiwei fall asleep with her eyes closed, a smile flickered in her eyes. Her alleyway, even if Kaiwei doesn't want it, will eventually be taken over by someone else. She doesn't want to force Kaiwei. She knows Kaiwei's personality. She dislikes trouble, so everything she has gained was earned step by step with her own hands. She hopes their bond is simple and straightforward, without involving interests. She has always understood this. This silly girl always cares for others with honest feelings, but is afraid to accept kindness from others.
Fool.
Even in her sleep, Aunt Lu still whispered this, but her voice was full of gentle affection. Ning Kai-wei doesn't know how long she has slept. When she opens her eyes again, her sister-in-law and Zhao Jingmian are beside her. Zhao Mingrui sees her waking and immediately exclaims, "Second, Aunt is awake." Then, he quickly covers his mouth, afraid of disturbing her. "Kai-wei, does your head hurt? Your sister-in-law made you chicken soup noodles. Do you want to eat it? Or would you like something else? She will cook for you." Lu Tsuehua's eyes are red, and since returning from the hospital yesterday, she has been worried. She heard Kai-wei was hurt, so she cooked food at home and brought it to the hospital. When it cooled, she made new food, repeating this process. Yesterday, Zhao Jingyun took Lu Tsuehua from the hospital to home 13 times. He was almost too tired to ride his bike. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry to have worried you." Ning Kai-wei reaches out her hand, grabbing her sister-in-law's hand with her uninjured arm, especially when she looks into her eyes, feeling even more distressed. "It's okay, you're back now." Lu Tsuehua doesn't mention how anxious she was yesterday, nor does she mention that she was only wearing a thin shirt, running back and forth between the textile factory and the hospital. She doesn't ask for much, just that Kai-wei comes back. "We haven't told Mom and Dad. Ning-yi might be suspicious. After all, you call the village every week, but you didn't call yesterday. That kid is smart and will think more. Kai-wei, take good care of yourself." At the end, Lu Tsuehua softly says this. Zhao Jingmian doesn't speak. Even the hand that wasn't injured in Kai-wei is held tightly by her sister-in-law. He's here in the hospital room, but it also feels like he's not really here. "Does your head hurt? The doctor said I should be careful. I'll call the doctor to come and check." Zhao Jingmian quickly asks during the pause when her sister-in-law stops speaking.
Come on, speak up.
"Brain, why don't you interrupt? It doesn't hurt anymore." Ning Kai-wei sees Zhao Jingmian and smiles softly. Although her shoulder is fixed, she tilts her head slightly. "How is your wound? How are you feeling? Can I take a look?" She kept worried about his injury. She was only slapped by Jia and pinched on the shoulder by a hamster, and she already felt so uncomfortable. As for his gunshot wound, she couldn't even imagine how painful it must be.
I'm fine.
"I've had surgery, and it doesn't hurt at all now," Zhao Jingmian said softly, looking calm and composed, showing no sign of emotion. Pain and no pain, it's hard to tell the difference. "It doesn't hurt." At this moment, a stranger woman entered. Ning Saixio was already unconscious and didn't know what the person treating her looked like. It's probably just as painful as being hit in the foot by a stone, or as painful as being stabbed in the stomach with a knife. It really doesn't hurt much. Yen Shire had seen many people pretend to be pitiful, always crying about pain. But she had never seen someone so stubborn. Yesterday, when they removed the bullet during surgery, her veins were bulging, but now she was still saying it didn't hurt. Such a tough mouth. Zhao Jingmian didn't show any embarrassment from being exposed. His eyes kept fixed on Ning Saixio. "It really doesn't hurt." To make Ning Saixio believe him, he showed sincere eyes and repeated, "Really?" Yen Shire raised an eyebrow. "Well, it's just their couple's way of showing affection." She decided not to say anything too honest. "Little boss, you're awake." Yen Shire walked in front of Ning Saixio, curious to look at her face. No need to say. With such good looks, she belonged to their alley. Ning Saixio wanted to speak, but suddenly Lu Daijian's voice came from the door, "Shire." The lively Yen Shire immediately bowed respectfully. Mississippi Lu Daijian reached out and tapped her forehead warningly. She didn't want Saixio to feel burdened and had never talked to her about the alley. "You're awake? Does your head still hurt?" Lu Daijian approached Ning Saixio and asked softly, full of concern. She was old now and couldn't stay with her for many more years. If it had been a year ago, she would have already been indifferent to life and death. The longer she lived, the stronger her longing for loved ones. In this world, besides the people in the alley, her family had all left. But fate seemed to be joking with her, refusing to let her die. Looking at Ning Saixio in front of her, Daejeon selfishly wished she could live a few more years, stay with this unfortunate girl a little longer, just a little longer. No pain anymore. Ning Saishio's pain was truly gone now. Yen 12's mouth twitched, and she couldn't help but remind him, little boss is getting 4 fluids and painkillers, so he shouldn't be in pain. The pain that should be there. But she didn't mention the pain. Many people around are concerned about what shouldn't hurt. However, since he's our little boss, it's different. Aunt Lu looked at Ning Kaiwei with a puzzled expression. This is our Ali's 12. I've introduced you to the 3rd, 6th, and 8th before. Although she's over 40, she has a lively personality. Aunt Lu simply made the introduction. Yen 12 immediately took out a pen and wrote down a phone number. Little boss, this is my number. No matter who does the surgery, just call me, and I will come back immediately. When Yen 12 said this, her tone was no longer lively, but serious. She knew very well that over the years, the young lady's personality had become indifferent to everything.
Now,
finally, she cares about someone. She hopes to care for her as the young lady once cared for her. She worked hard to learn medicine to give the alley some strength. Once they put down their guns, no one in the alley dared to bully them.
Okay.
Ning Kaiwei took the phone number and smiled. She had seen many people in the alley before. In the past, she didn't want to get too involved, just wanted to stay with Aunt Lu until old age.
But now,
she seems more interested in the alley, not resisting, but genuinely interested. Checked, mild concussion, needs rest. Don't do intense activities, rest as much as possible. Just avoid touching your shoulder, it's already immobilized. Yen 12 confirmed the check records and was sure there was no problem. All the necessary tests were done when she fainted yesterday, and the reports arrived today. Can I leave the hospital now? Ning Kaiwei looked at Yen 12 with wide eyes. Stay for 2 more days to observe the situation. We also need to confirm your dizziness, as concussion is serious. Even if it's mild, it must be taken seriously. When discussing medical matters, Yen 12 was especially serious.
You.
Come with me, I'll check your wound. Yen 12 looked at Zhao Jingmian, took his medical record from the assistant, and examined it carefully. Post-surgery check. Your wound needs 3 months of rest. Our military doctors are here too. After this check, I will have him take over. Yen 12 was writing something in her notes while talking and was leading Zhao Jingmian outside. Eat some noodles. Big sister-in-law brought over the chicken soup noodles. When someone was speaking earlier, Lu Tsuehua broke the noodles into pieces to make it easier to feed with a small spoon. I'll get up. Ning Saishio was about to stand up, but was held down by Lu Tsuehua. Your shoulder needs rest. Your head also needs rest. The doctor said your body is overworked. Resting for a long time is important. You need to be careful in the future. Eat while lying down. Sister-in-law can feed you. Lu Tsuehua was unusually firm, her face set in a serious expression. Seeing she couldn't argue with her, Ning Saishio could only open her mouth helplessly and eat the noodles her sister-in-law was feeding her with a spoon. Grandma Lu watched Lu Tsuehua and Ning Saishio interact and smiled softly. Hui told her about what Lu Tsuehua did yesterday and how worried she was about Saishio. The 2 sisters-in-law had a good relationship. Seeing you're okay makes me feel at ease. That rat-like person, I don't know if he's been dealt with thoroughly. We still need to be careful. 8 is guarding with people, so you don't need to worry. Grandma Lu's eyes carried a cold look. She hated those rats invading China, causing many people to get hurt. Those rats living in the gutter should be punished. Okay.
I'm fine.
You don't have to keep rushing to the hospital.
Ninkaitsu smilet.
Grandma Lu wasn't in good health, but kept running around all day. How could her body handle it? Grandma Lu glared at her. If you don't want me to run around or worry, then don't get hurt and get better soon. At such a young age, you worry every day. Saishio, sister-in-law, I'll leave it to you here. Grandma Lu gently told Lu Tsuehua a few words, then took Feng Suyun and left. Grandma is very kind. Thanks to her, we found you. Lu Tsuehua sighed, wiped Ning Saishio's mouth, and Ning Saishio suddenly felt like she was a child who hadn't grown up. She didn't need such careful care anymore. Saishio. Lu Tsuehua wanted to say something, but tears fell first. The fear from yesterday still haunted her, worried that Saishio might suddenly disappear again. Sister-in-law, I'm fine. The bad guys have been caught. Really? She smiled softly, comforting her sister-in-law. In the past, her sister-in-law was just an ordinary rural woman, working hard in the fields. It was she who brought her sister-in-law into the city, helping her meet more people and learn more things. But she was also worried and scared. Saishio, sister-in-law, is not afraid. But you must stay safe and sound. Lu Tsuehua held her hand tightly, unwilling to let go. She was afraid that if she loosened her grip, she might disappear. Sister-in-law, there's a saying. After surviving a great hardship, good fortune will follow. Our happiness is still ahead of us. I still want to take you traveling, to see all of China, our beautiful landscapes and grandeur. I also want to watch the 4 children grow up slowly and see them achieve their dreams. Ning Kaiwei couldn't move her hand. Her arm was connected to her shoulder. If her hand moved, her shoulder moved too. She could only move one hand, but at this moment, her sister-in-law was holding it tightly.
Oh.
You're injured, yet you're still comforting me. Lu Tsuehua wiped her tears. When we went upstairs, your older brother told me not to cry or say these things, worried it would disturb your rest. As soon as she saw Kaiwei, she forgot everything else. They had almost finished talking. Then she suddenly remembered her own husband. Zhao Jingyan was looking at Zhao Jingmian, and the brothers were simple and straightforward. Is it serious? Not serious. Does it hurt? No, it doesn't. When will it heal? The doctor said about 3 months. And then, there was no more to say. The 2 hospital rooms showed a stark contrast. Yu's sister-in-law cooked chicken soup noodles for Kaiwei. You should eat some too.
Cooked for Kaiwei.
She just added more noodles while cooking. That's how Zhao Jingmian got his chicken soup noodles. Zhao Jingmian showed no other expression. He took the chopsticks, lowered his head, and finished all the noodles in the lunchbox. Don't let your parents know about our injuries. Zhao Jingmian's voice was steady and calm. He was used to not telling anyone about pain, bleeding, or injuries. He was afraid the elders at home would worry, so he preferred they not know. Protect Kaiwei well. Zhao Jingyan agreed, and then added one more sentence. As military family members, they were worried and scared. This was the first time they realized that military families could face danger and retaliation from malicious forces. I will. Zhao Jingmian responded. Then there was a long silence between the brothers. Lu Tsuehua cleaned Kaiwei's face, and then dried her hands and feet. She was a clean person. Now, with limited conditions, she could only wipe her with a towel. You don't need to worry about the shop. I'll go sell breakfast at the stall. Regular customers will still come. Lu Hua is watching the shop. She works quickly and is clever. She can handle all the tasks now. The construction team has my sister-in-law too. Your only task now is to rest well and not think about anything. Lu Tsuehua gently cleaned her and carefully reminded her. Ning Kaiwei listened to her sister-in-law's gentle chattering, feeling very warm inside. When you're sick, someone cares. When you're hurt, someone looks after you. Things she once thought impossible are now happening. Why are you smiling foolishly? I'm hurt. My arm can't move, and I'm still smiling like an idiot. Lu Tsuehua saw her expression, tilted her head in disgust, and gave her a look. But her cleaning movements became even gentler. That night, Zhao Jingyun and Lu Tsuehua, urged by Ning Kaiwei, told them to go home and rest. Seeing her sister-in-law's red eyes over the past 2 days, she knew everyone hadn't rested well. She advised Lu Tsuehua to rest tomorrow and not to worry about the breakfast stall. Her sister-in-law finally said confidently, "You're hurt. You don't need to worry about anything. Just rest well. I have my own plans." Basically, the main female lead, isn't she coming out now? Little boss, what are you thinking? Yen Shire always played with a surgical knife in her hand. The knife was very obedient and agile in her grip, reflecting flashes of light with each movement. Ning Kaiwei saw her and gently smiled. I'm not thinking about anything. I just suddenly have some free time and feel a bit out of sorts. It's not very late, but it's already 10 o'clock at night. She suddenly realized she hadn't taken a day off like this in over half a year. Now that she was resting, she felt a strange sense of melancholy. Just relaxing, little boss, do you want to hear my story? Yen Shire's surgical knife stopped. The silver-white knife was casually placed on the cabinet. She pulled over a stool and sat beside Ning Kaiwei. She had met many people, but besides the young lady, only when she was with the little boss did she feel comfortable. This feeling of comfort was mysterious, just a sensation. Her surgical knife was never out of her hand. The moment she put it down just now, she suddenly realized that her ever-present knife was now out of her hand. Ning Kaiwei wanted to turn sideways, but her shoulder was injured, so she was careful. Don't move, I'll go over there. Yen Shire saw Ning Kaiwei lying straight and suddenly realized something. She quickly pulled her stool and moved to another side. Supporting Ning Kaiwei's body, she helped her lie on her side. That feels good. Finally, she was no longer lying flat. She had been lying on her back all day, and her body was almost stiff. Yen Shire. In the alley, are there 12 people in total? She voiced her doubts with curiosity, her eyes and brows elegant and poetic, yet also grand and powerful like a painting. Only 12 people are officially registered. I am the youngest. Yen 12 confidently answered, holding her face with both hands, leaning close to Ning Saishio to examine her carefully, then stepping back and smiling softly. What about our alley? It's a warm place like a big family, but we are not related by blood. Yen 12's voice was gentle. Noticing Ning Saishio's interest and that she was not resisting, she continued slowly. Our alley is part of Lu's family business. All the houses and shops there belong to Lu's family. During the Republican era, when civil and foreign wars broke out, Lu's family, who had been merchants for generations, got caught up in it. Life was hard. Old Lu donated half of his wealth to the military. When the enemies found out about Lu's donations, they pressured and set traps for him. Old Lu and his wife, deeply in love, were brutally killed by the enemies. Ning Saishio furrowed her brows, her previously warm gaze turning cold. The enemies. Old Lu and his wife. She thought of her mother, a warm but stubborn woman. The young lady is the only daughter of Old Lu. During that time, when everyone was laughing at Lu's family, she alone took on the burden. While running her business, she also took up arms. In those days of war, invasion, and cheap lives, what kind of shock must a pampered young lady have endured to shoulder a family? Yen 12 sighed. The children in the alley are all pitiful. Homeless orphans. It was the young lady who took us in. She closed her eyes briefly, her voice cold and firm. Back then, when Lu's family was in danger, even if they had savings, the business still refused to fund them and made things difficult everywhere. The young lady led us to fight against the enemies, moving from place to place in guerrilla warfare.
She was still young then.
When she was 6, the young lady found her. Her mother hid her inside a large jar, while her parents and villagers were all killed by the enemy's guns. The young lady, along with the people from the mysterious alley, rushed into the village and saved her. Seeing blood and violence at such a young age, even now, in the middle of the night, she wakes up scared from nightmares. Our team grew stronger, reaching 200 people. We help patriotic people, assist patriotic students, and send intelligence to the military through our channels. All of this feels like it happened just yesterday. Ning Kaiwei looked into Yen Shire's eyes filled with pain. She reached out and held Yen Shire's hand. That steady hand that once held a surgical knife now trembled slightly. Just like her voice. Little boss. Do you know? In this world, I trust no one except the young lady. She doesn't believe in human kindness or everlasting promises. During our repeated help, one person betrayed us. The young lady saved his life, but he sold her life for 3 gold bars. The young lady's side had 30 people, but they all perished. Mr. and his team, at the last moment, saved the young lady. Yen Shire paused here, trying to calm her emotions and prevent herself from getting too upset. It was about the alley incident. Lu Dama asked if she wanted to listen. Feng Xian asked if she wanted to listen. Even Lu Xiaowei asked her the same. She refused each time. The hope in their eyes, mixed with hidden pain, was too much for her to bear. The young lady and Mr. are married and have a child. Mr. led his troops but couldn't stay long in Banyan County. The pregnant young lady still led us. Wherever there was trouble, there was our presence. But Yen Shire closed her eyes. 3 years later, Mr. brought someone back and told us to protect him at all costs. The young lady tried hard to hide everything, not knowing where the trouble was, only knowing that person was in Banyan County. On the city tower, 100 souls lost. Among them was the young lady's child, her only child. But to protect that person, no one dared to act. She sighed deeply, stood up, turned her back, and wiped her eyes. It had been over 30 years. She had never spoken of these things. She didn't dare to. They say misfortune never comes alone. 3 months after the child's death, Mr. returned to the alley, covered in blood and wounds. He brought a piece of intelligence for the hidden ones. Then Mr. died in the young lady's arms. Over the years, she lost her beloved parents, her dear child, and her true love. I have never seen the young lady shed tears. When Yen 12 turned around, her eyes were red, but there was no moisture or tears. The young lady wants to send everyone away. We know she's determined to die. No one leaves the alley. In times of life and death, it was the young lady who led the rescue. She sighed, "Little boss, the young lady has had a hard life. Her family ties are weak, even after peace has come. She still doesn't get close to anyone, not even the descendants of the alley." Ning Saixio's appearance was an unexpected surprise for Aunt Lu. And the reliance Ning Saixio had on her, whenever Ning leaned on her shoulder, made her unable to push her away. "Little boss, everyone in the alley is a hero. Each one has the blood of the little daily people on their hands, their lives. If you don't want it, we won't force you." Yen 12's eyes were serious, with a slight smile. "But we know that right now, the only thing tying the young lady to us is you." She said these words, not to force the little boss. In Sister Siyun's words, she understood what the young lady meant and knew about the little boss's refusal. Their magical alley had already disappeared into the crowd at the moment of peace. "Little boss, take care of yourself." She didn't want the alley, but the people in the alley would fight to protect her. Because she is the young lady's only connection. Ning Saixio listened to Yen 12's story. For her, each story was truly a tale. She knew the alley was extraordinary, but she never thought it would be so extraordinary. Everyone's hands were stained with the blood of the little daily people. Everyone's hands held the lives of the little daily people. Every seemingly ordinary person was a hero. Yen 12. "Why did you learn medicine?" They were silent for a long time. Finally, Ning Saixio found her voice again, shaken but determined. Yen 12's eyes did not look at Ning Saixio, but focused on the silver scalpel on the table across from her. After putting down the gun, someone has to protect the magical alley. No one dares to move. No one dares to bully. If the gun is down, I'll use my scalpel. Yen 12 will keep the alley safe as long as she lives. She smiled. Anyway, I'm the youngest. She was the youngest, and as long as she lived, the magical alley would exist. Seeing her cheerful face, lively and free, she knew what she wanted. Whether it was a gun or a scalpel, all she wanted was for the magical alley to stay. It will be. I will always be there. Heroes' blood does not run cold, and their spirits never die. At this moment, Ning Kaiwei suddenly made a decision in her heart. During times of war, brutality, blood, tears, lives, they endured and moved forward step by step. In peaceful times, business, finance, funds, research, people grow old, but their spirits remain forever young. Little boss. Yen Shire heard Ning Saiwei's words and saw the shining light in her eyes. Under the dim light, her eyes were exceptionally bright. Please tell Aunt Lu for me. I'll take care of it. This was a step she once avoided, but now she felt proud of it. Yen Shire's lips curved into a slight smile. He didn't say much, just softly replied, okay. In Magic Alley, time seemed to stand still. The shop closed and had been shut for years. Someone needed to take over. That night, Ning Kaiwei fell asleep, but it felt like she didn't really sleep. The scenes Yen Shire described appeared in her dreams, one after another. Aunt Lu's blood-red eyes, her determined face. She really wanted to hug her. When she woke up and opened her eyes, her face was cold and expressionless. Tears had started to flow from her eyes, wetting her hair without her noticing. Does it hurt? Zhao Jingmian entered the room and saw tears sliding down her cheeks, feeling a pang of pain in his heart. Ning Kaiwei smiled softly. There's pain relief medicine. Why would it hurt? Zhao Jingmian sat on a stool, his rough hand gently wiping her tears. Just the two of us. We can't even make a good pair of hands. Ning Kaiwei suddenly realized that both their hands were still holding each other. Although Zhao Jingmian was trying to save her, it was a bit funny. What was going on? Just now, Zhao Jingmian's sadness seemed to fade away slowly with her gentle laugh. It's okay. If you need anything, just tell me. I can do it. Zhao Jingmian looked at her smiling face, no longer filled with sorrow. His clenched heart slowly relaxed. That might be not very convenient. She wanted to take a shower. She wanted to change clothes. Could she say it? No, she couldn't. At this moment, she felt even more that her sister-in-law was truly in love, and Zhao Jingmian was an accident. I can feed you, she said softly. I can tidy up the room. Before Zhao Jingmian could finish speaking, Ning Kaiwei quietly said, I want to take a shower.
She could do it just now.
But then she stopped abruptly. Ning Kaiwei tilted her head, watching her ears slowly turn red. TSK, TSK, TSK. It was quite magical. Is it okay? She mischievously looked up and asked softly again. As soon as these words left her mouth, Zhao Jingmian's ears and lips turned completely red. In an instant, from a light pink to a blood-red color, can you believe it? It suddenly doubled in intensity. Amazing. Really amazing. TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhao Jingmian felt a bit panicked, but pretended to be calm. His face was as steady as an old monk, showing a disinterested expression, which created a big contrast.
Zhao Jingmian.
Ning Saixio didn't hear a response and suddenly looked up, calling his name. I'm here. This time, Zhao Jingmian answered quickly. Zhao Jingmian? I'm here. Zhao Jingmian? I'm here. She kept calling, and he kept responding once again. One was teasing, wanting to see when he would get embarrassed. The other was serious and attentive. His serious attitude made Ning Saixio suddenly realize that teasing him might make her seem at a disadvantage. So, where's the answer you promised me? If I remember correctly, tomorrow will be the 1-month deadline.
Divorce.
As soon as Ning Saixio said the word divorce, her mouth was suddenly covered, and only muffled sounds could be heard. His quick reaction was instinctive. When he covered Ning Saixio's mouth and felt the softness under his palm, like an electric shock, he immediately pulled his hand back. I'll give you an answer. Think carefully after I finish. Actually, you don't need to decide so quickly. Ning Saixio blinked, looking at Zhao Jingmian, who was clearly panicked. His blinking was even a bit rapid. So, innocent? She was even more curious about how the 2 children came about. Could she ask about it in the future? She said she had amnesia. Would that work? While Ning Saixio was daydreaming, Zhao Jingmian, worried she might change her mind, quickly spoke. Due to multiple leaks of military information, an emergency investigation meeting was held. Later, during the investigation, it was found that all the leaks involved a common person, Bai Zhengua. The military secretly investigated Bai Zhengua. There were no changes at his home, no threats, and no significant large transactions in or out of his assets.
But
Zhao Jingmian looked at Ning Saixio as if he wanted to mention Bai Jia, but he was afraid she might misunderstand. 5 years ago, Bai Zhengua's mother passed away, and Bai Jia was brought from the countryside into the military. And the leaks started within the last 3 years. There are several suspicious points in the investigation of Bai Jia's actions. Later, during several fake missions, it was tested and found that Bai Jia had issues. He did not leak military secrets. He reported this to the commander, and only after approval from higher-ups could he tell Sui Wei. The commander was also very worried. This thing is just a piece of wood. He plays with wood every day. No wonder people say similar people attract each other. Performing tasks at his own door, yet unaware of protecting military family members. He had to contact someone far away to arrange protection. Even his wife couldn't be fooled. Although not everything could be explained clearly, he could at least reveal a little to prevent his wife from misunderstanding. When Liu Jiangwo reported, he almost made the commander furious. He looks decent, but that face can fool people. Yet, he always keeps a serious expression. What girl would be interested in holding ice cubes?
Continue.
No need to force it. Say what you can, but don't involve military secrets. Ning Kaiwei turned her face aside, already guessing about this mission. Her acceptance was quite high. I reported it and the leaders approved the confession. Zhao Jingmian sat up straight, looking very official. This made Ning Kaiwei both amused and a bit annoyed. Just a wooden stick, suspecting he's up to something, or maybe worried he'll be so angry he'll die. Honestly, at some point, Ning Kaiwei and the commander's thinking seemed to be in sync.
Oh, speak.
Ning Kaiwei looked at Zhao Jingmian, suddenly finding it funny. Zhao Jingmian looked serious and continued answering. It was like he was taking an important exam. Later, Bai Jie's mother submitted an application for Bai Jie to join the military hospital. At that time, the leaders already suspected something, so they went along with it and approved the application. Later, when they found out about Bai Jie's connection with the hamster, I was responsible for the hamster's missions for these years, and Bai Jie started to get close to me. When he finished, he secretly glanced at Ning Saiwei's expression. After that, a plan was arranged for my medical discharge. Maybe it was just a coincidence that Bai Jie became suspicious, especially since the hamster escaped to Ban City, and the operation there was indeed my plan. Bai Jie then applied to become a military doctor. To avoid alerting the enemy, our team kept cooperating. Bai Jie moved into the house to better observe and supervise, giving time for internal investigations and preparing for the final attack. Very good. It was the first time he said so much. It's like giving a task report, those determined eyes, the look of someone ready to join the party. She didn't speak, just looked at Zhao Jingmian. Zhao Jingmian also didn't speak, just looked at Ning Saishua, waiting for her response. Reply. The two big eyes widened, and suddenly there was a moment of silence. Ning Saishua was about to speak when the door was knocked. Saishua, are you hungry? Hearing Ning Saishua's response, Zhao Jingmian pushed the door open and came in. When he saw Zhao Jingmian, he just raised his eyes. Oh, you're here too? Big brother, do you want to hear what you just said? What do you mean he's here too? He's in his wife's hospital room, isn't that normal? Unfortunately, Zhao Dage just took a quick look and then turned to Ning Saishua. Your sister-in-law asked for egg-filled pancakes, crispy ones. I rode my bike here so they won't get soft from the heat. Eat them while they're still crispy, or your sister-in-law will complain about me. He also brought a small wooden table and placed it in front of Ning Saishua, then handed her the pancake. This small table? Big brother, you're so thoughtful. Ning Saishua's main focus was to boost her mood. But unfortunately, Zhao Jingyun's face turned red. It's not what you think. This small table was bought yesterday by Ming Rui when he went back home. I don't know where he bought it. This morning, Ming Rui asked me to bring it to you. He has to help at the shop and collect money, so he couldn't come. Ning Saishua's tone shifted, and she chuckled. Big brother, you have a good son. Big brother sets an example, and my wife teaches him carefully. Ming Rui is so young, but he's so sensible. Zhao Jingyan smiled and looked at Ning Saishua. It seems he's doing much better. Your sister-in-law told me everything about your situation, word for word. I'll go back and report to her. Why are you still here? Just after Zhao Jingyan finished smiling and tidied up his lunchbox, he looked up and saw Zhao Jingyan again. Ning Saishua held back her laughter, her shoulders trembling slightly. She swore Big Brother was definitely doing it on purpose. That performance was a bit too stiff. Zhao Jingmian's face was expressionless. He already understood his family status very clearly. Your sister-in-law gave you this. Just make do with it. I'm leaving now. Your sister-in-law is still setting up her early morning stall. It's her first day. She's busy and flustered. I don't feel at ease. After Zhao Jingyan finished speaking, he was about to leave but suddenly remembered. By the way, your sister-in-law also said that your arm can't move. Just leave it there after eating and let the second brother take it down for you. No need to wash it now. I'll wash it when I deliver the meal at noon. Listen to your sister-in-law. Before leaving, Zhao Jingyan specifically reminded him. Could he not remind him? What if Kai Wei washes it? Later, his wife might be upset and scold her, so he'd better remind him. Zhao Jingyan opened his own lunchbox. It was also egg pancake, but clearly very clean, without any steam or water. And the other? Better not mention it. Kai Wei, who was about to answer, was distracted by Zhao Jingyan and completely forgot what she wanted to say. She was eating her egg pancake eagerly. Indeed, homemade food is the best. Zhao Jingyan watched her, slowly curling his lips. There's plenty of time ahead, as long as she gives him a chance. He didn't care who she was before, but because of her, he didn't want to let go anymore. Are you done eating? Do you have a headache? Your shoulder can't move. Lu Daji entered from outside, an older woman holding a cloth bag. Don't look, I didn't bring any food. Seeing Ning Saiwei's expression, the old woman turned her head proudly.
Ning Saiwei.
What did I say? Baby formula, drink it every day. You're not even 30, but your body isn't as good as this old lady's. Canned food, eat when hungry. If the medicine is too bitter, also take some. Of course. The last sentence was spoken softly into Ning Saiwei's ear. Recently, she's been watching her closely. Your sister-in-law is busy with her business. Ask Siyun to help buy these clothes. She has a good eye. Zhao Jingyan sat nearby, genuinely grateful to Lu Dajia. In this unfamiliar place, she must feel very helpless. But with Lu Dajia's care, she wouldn't feel completely alone. Dajia, please sit down. Zhao Jingyan stood up, moved a stool, and helped Lu Dajia sit. She smiled and nodded at him. Zhao Jingyan looked at Ning Kaiwei. I didn't take my medicine this morning. I'll go back to the ward to check. Kaiwei had a lot to say, but couldn't tell him. She could only talk to Dajia. Dajia watched Zhao Jingyan's back as he left and saw him carefully close the door.
Good eye.
He's a nice kid. Lu Dajia's gaze was a bit critical, especially towards Ning Kaiwei. She treated Kaiwei like her own child and naturally viewed everything around her with a scrutinizing eye. As for Zhao Jingyan, she couldn't find any fault with him. Soldiers are like this. Wherever the orders go, they must go there. Family and country, family and country. To soldiers, it's the nation, the nation. First comes the country, then the family. Auntie looked at Ning Kai-shian with caring eyes that she could never hide. She loved her child. She was a proud girl by nature. I understand. Ning Kai-shian nodded. She had told Zhao Jingyan that even if she chose to divorce, it was not because of his soldier status. It was just that their personalities didn't match. For her, being a soldier was a plus. Your personality is strong, and you won't cling to a man just for the sake of it. He's a suitable person for you. His personality won't limit your growth. Instead of finding an obedient, soft-spoken man, it's better to choose someone like him. But Auntie paused for a moment. Just as Ning Kai-shian was about to ask, Auntie slowly spoke again. If you really don't like him, we can just not have him. No need for a man. Auntie can support you and the child. Lu Auntie was experienced. Their relationship felt distant, not like a typical couple. Moreover, Ning Kai-shian had never mentioned Zhao Jingyan. Lu Auntie thought their marriage was not good, which is why she said what she did. He's a good person, Ning Kai-shian smiled. Her view of Zhao Jingyan changed because of his actions. Lu Auntie looked at her smiling face and also smiled, tapping Ning Saishuan's forehead lightly. You. All her affection was in those two words. Without words, Ning Kai-shian knew that behind her, there was no longer emptiness. Looking back, she saw only loneliness on the ground. At this moment, many people stood behind her.
Suddenly,
Ning Saishuan's face became serious. She took Auntie's hand. Auntie, I want the alley. Lu Auntie's previously smiling face suddenly froze, looking at Ning Kaishian in disbelief, her eyes wide. What did you say? I said, I hope the shop at the train station and the tree in the yard bloom every year. That tree was planted by her husband. It was one of Lu Auntie's few emotional ties. Lu Auntie sighed. 12 told you. Hui, that girl had always been obedient. She wouldn't tell if she was told not to. Only 12 was too concerned about her. Auntie, when I saw the people in the alley holding guns and walking in a mighty procession, I already had my answer. It has nothing to do with Yatwelv. In the old days of war, you paved the way for us. Now, in times of peace, the war continues. Leave the command to me. Her uninjured hand held Aunt Lu's, her eyes soft and smiling. Do you know how heavy this burden is? Heavy enough that she couldn't bear to force Kaiwei. I understand. I am willing to bear it too. Both the blood of the elders and the path of the juniors, I am willing to take on. Her voice was gentle and calm, without any hint of aggression. She was completely at ease. That's just the kind of person she is. She has said what needs to be said. From now on, it all depends on what she does. Her attacks on the small life will never stop. Remember when you opened your business, I gave you this jade? Aunt Lu smiled, holding Ning Tsaiwei's hand softly. When you avoid the alley, take out this jade. The alley will help you unconditionally. If you choose the alley, then this jade represents the voice of the alley. When you started your business, I gave you the voice. Whether she accepts it or not, she also gave Kaiwei the freedom. Aunt Lu looked at Ning Kaiwei. She wasn't her own child, but her companionship was like that of a child to her. Grandma. Ning Kaiwei wanted to open her arms and hug this stubborn yet soft-hearted old lady. But her shoulder was injured, and she hadn't exerted much force yet, so she felt a sharp pain. She could only lean her head forward. My arm is hurt. I can't hug you, Grandma. Please hug me instead. Aunt Lu chuckled happily. You're grown up now, a mother of 2 children. Why are you still acting spoiled? Comrade Ning Kaiwei, I haven't even seen your 2 little ones yet. You promised to bring them to show me. Don't forget. Since the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Ning Kaiwei visited Aunt Lu. That night, Aunt Lu prepared a red envelope and kept waiting and hoping. But the children didn't come. Ning Kaiwei was busy with many things, disaster relief, and suspecting Zhao Jingmian had a mission. She was worried about the children coming to the county town, fearing danger. After all, the village kept outsiders out. Everyone was kin. The children staying in the village were safer. No, that can't be. The children should see their grandma. Grandma. Aunt Lu's eyes suddenly filled with tears. Mom. For Ning Kaiwei, the word mom was so sacred for the first time. Unlike her mother, who favored boys, Aunt Lu and she had no blood relation, but her care and protection had long surpassed kinship. Aunt Lu paused for a moment, then gently responded, yes. She was cautious and tentative. She didn't expect that, even after being buried almost in the ground, someone could still call her mom. Many people wanted to call her that, but only the person in front of her could truly accept it. Mom. Yes. Mom. Yes. Their voices echoed back and forth, one calling, the other responding. The 2, who shared little kinship, relied on each other. Zhao Jingmian stood outside the door, leaning against the wall. He had just arrived and listened quietly to the old and young responding to each other. He didn't say a word. Where is your military doctor? Yan Shire came to check on Xiao Dongjia and happened to see Zhao Jingmian outside. She asked casually. Zhao Jingmian only nodded but didn't reply. Miss Xiao Dongjia. She asked just out of curiosity. Whether she answered or not didn't matter much to her. She pushed open the door and saw an old woman and a young girl sitting holding hands. Are you worried about my medical skills or about Xiao Dongjia's health? Going to the hospital every day, are you that anxious? Yan Shire looked at the old lady and couldn't help teasing her. In the past, when she was unwell, it was difficult to get her to do a checkup. Now, she was quite active. Not at ease. The old lady was not at all tolerant. She shot Yen Shire a look. Are you satisfied now? Yen Shire. She couldn't afford to offend her. The older the old lady got, the more her temper seemed to grow. Are you feeling dizzy? Ning Kavui gently swayed and replied, not dizzy. Yen Shire recorded it in the medical record. Your shoulder needs long-term care. Make sure to rest enough. Your concussion seems to be fine now, but if dizziness or nausea occurs later, call me immediately. You can leave the hospital tomorrow. Just observe for one more day today. After giving her instructions, Yen Shire looked at the old lady. I will check your pulse and do a physical exam.
You.
Aunt Lu was about to speak when she saw Yen Shire raise an eyebrow and look toward Kai Wei. That troublemaker. She knew how to manipulate her now. Just check the pulse. Aunt Lu followed Yen Shire out, looking annoyed. Yen Shire tilted her head. Don't worry, Xiao Dongjia. I will keep you updated on the old lady's health and the progress of her check. Thinking about Aunt Lu trying to run away halfway, she immediately stopped her plan. From now on, don't come back unless necessary. Every time you do, you just cause trouble for me. Lu Dajiao snorted coldly and walked away proudly. Zhao Jingmian called out to Lu Dajiao, Mom. The first person is Lu Dajiao. The second is Ning Saixia. The third is Yen Shire. 3 people, 3 ellipses, suddenly giving a sense of fear. What's going on? The first to react was still Ning Saixia. Shire, take my mom for a checkup first.
Zhao Jingmian, come in.
Only after Ning Saixia spoke did Lu Dajia realize what was happening. This mom was based on Saixia's words. It almost scared the old lady half to death. Yen Shire raised an eyebrow, accepting it quite well. Little boss, young lady, just a different way of calling. Zhao Jingmian, do you know that scaring people can be deadly? Ning Saixia couldn't hold back and asked. That mom almost made the 3 of them have a heart attack. Zhao Jingmian stared with wide eyes, just looking at Ning Saixia, without speaking.
But
Ning Saixia saw a hint of grievance in his eyes. What kind of incredible dog is this? Ning, a dog lover, said she couldn't resist, completely unable to resist. If you call me Mom, does that mean I also call you Mom? If I call you Mother, do you also call me Mother? Zhao Jingmian suddenly spoke. It seemed he was very particular about the way he addressed people. Ning Saixia curled her lips, tired and grateful for the offer. I, you,
we.
She pointed her finger, trying to say each word, but couldn't express herself clearly. Zhao Jingmian took a few steps forward, not sitting down but just standing there, looking at Ning Saixia's face. Looking down from above? Does he know how tall he is? Does he realize how much pressure he exerts? I don't want a divorce. This had been his long-standing thought. When Saixia first proposed divorce in the village, he said he would wait a month. By then, the mission should be almost over, and he could explain everything clearly.
And
it was you who told me to say it. If you have any thoughts, just say them. I don't want a divorce. Ning Saixia, recently, just now, when I returned injured and saw you for the first time, I think I have changed. His voice seemed to carry a hint of grievance. Why does it sound like he's cheating? Here, right here. Zhao Jingmian suddenly grabbed Ning Saixia's hand, not giving her a chance to pull away, and pressed it directly against his chest. If you're unhappy, it will hurt. If you're happy, it will jump with joy. You look hurt, you curl up into a ball. Kai Wei, I don't want a divorce. Suddenly acting like a hero? Where is that silent man of hers? With such a tired-looking face, he says such tricky words. Zhao Jingmian, have you been possessed? If you keep acting like this, how many young girls will you harm? Kai Wei, I don't understand love or the feeling of being moved. But now I understand. He looks down with his eyes, locking eyes with Ning Kai Wei.
Ning Kai Wei.
Sit there, your neck will hurt if you keep looking up. Zhao Jingmian immediately sits down obediently, without hesitation. Sure enough, looking straight ahead is the most comfortable. Is it my turn to speak?
No.
Not yet. Seeing her calm expression, Zhao Jingmian feels a bit nervous and speaks again. I thought about whether to let you go when I involved you in the mission. At that moment, I hesitated and regretted it.
But,
Kai Wei, I don't want to let you go anymore. It's too late. He can no longer rationally let her leave. Just thinking about it makes him feel pain, more than a knife or a gunshot. Wait a moment. Ning Kai Wei glared at him irritably. Does this person have a problem? When he's silent, he's like a gourd. No words at all. Not a single sentence can be made. When he speaks, he's like a machine gun, bang, 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 endless. Is it over? Does she still get to speak? After several interruptions, she has her temper too.
oh,
Seeing Zhao Jingmian's obedient look, her heart softens a little. Honestly, this tired-looking face is almost unfair. I don't have big flaws, just many small ones. I'm strong-willed. What's mine is mine. I will never share with others. Don't try to guilt-trip me, it won't work. I'm possessive about my food. One by one, Zhao Jingmian watches her count on her fingers. Take your time, no rush. Your shoulder can't move, so don't move that hand. Watching her eager expression as she lists her personality traits, Zhao Jingmian quickly opens his mouth to stop her, worried she might forget about his injury in her enthusiasm.
then,
That's all for now. Ning Kai Wei lifts her head, acting fearless. That little look unexpectedly softens Zhao Jingmian's heart. I really want to gently touch her head, like a heartfelt wish. From now on, my salary, task bonuses, and allowances leave 5 yuan each month for myself, and give the rest to you. Saixia, even if you're not by my side, no one else will be.
but,
Once the mission is over, I have to return to the army. I can't stay with you and the children. Zhao Jingmian suddenly realized that his proud soldier identity was still his greatest pride. But when it comes to family, he's a bit lacking. No, he's really not good enough. The children, the elders, all are entrusted to Saixia. Okay. Just when Zhao Jingmian felt he was not good enough, Ning Saixia softly called out, then looked proud of herself. You said that if I don't get my salary in the future, I will. I will.
stop needing you.
She also has a temper. She doesn't care about how much her salary is. But her husband's salary must be given to her. That's a matter of principle. No way. Such a thing will never happen. A normally reserved person, today used all his courage just to not miss her. Zhao Jingmian smiled gently, the corners of his mouth lifting. Although his emotions were very intense, his expression remained calm. Only his flushed ears and lips showed his feelings. Second aunt. Mother. Behind Zhao Mingrui, a worried face appeared. Zhao Mingyi. Ning Saixia widened her eyes and looked at Mingyi's son. Why are you here? She was thinking about calling the village first thing tomorrow after being discharged. Her parents might worry if she forgot. Since Mingyi is still young, he has no concept of days of the week. Only her son might worry. Mother, how did you get hurt? Is it serious? Does it hurt? Looking at her mother's still slightly swollen face and the shoulder bandage, the little boy frowned tightly. A surge of anger suddenly rose inside her. Mom doesn't hurt. She reached out her hand, recalling that when she read this novel, it was Mingyi who was tormented by the original character, eventually turning dark and violent. When she crossed over, she tried hard to resolve, to warm him, to teach him. But just now, Mom doesn't hurt, Mom is fine. Son, are you worried? She didn't blame him, even if that anger still existed. So what? Her son was caring about her, worried about her. She was happy just thinking about it. Long-standing anger cannot be erased in half a year. It takes 5 years, 10 years, or even a lifetime. Her son is so good.
Mom.
The small boy's cold hand is now held by his mother. Her hand is warm, just like before. Sit by my bed. Mom will secretly tell you. No one has sat here except me. Ask your dad if you don't believe it. Her current look is charming and smiling. She also points to Zhao Jingmian nearby. Yes, no one else. Zhao Jingmian returns to his usual reserved self, speaking sparingly. He just sensed the anger, either on the soldier king or on the criminal leader. But how old is Mingyi? Ming Rui pats his chest, scared to death. When the little third son came to the shop asking about his second aunt, the look in his eyes frightened him. Why did you come to the county town? Who brought you here? Ning Saishio's gentle voice makes her son sit on the bed. She holds his hand and doesn't let go. Zhao Mingyi calms his worries. His furrowed brows slowly relax. Every Friday night, Mom calls the village to ask if we want to come to the county town. But yesterday, Mom didn't call, and I don't know what happened. I kept thinking about Mom all day. He never zones out in class or neglects his homework, but yesterday, he just couldn't help it. Since he didn't get a call last night, he knew something was wrong with his mom. He went to find Uncle Xiaoshanzi, asking when he would come to the county to deliver eggs and if he could bring him along. Only after Uncle Xiaoshanzi confirmed did he tell his grandparents. The sensitive boy didn't say he was worried. He just told his grandparents that he missed his mom. My Mingyi understands how to worry about Mom. Listening to the boy's story, Ning Saishio gently held Mingyi's hand. She instinctively wanted to pat his back with her other hand to comfort him. But just as she moved her hand, Zhao Jingmian quickly came over and grabbed it. Don't move. Your shoulder is injured. You can't move that hand. After talking, it seemed like all previous misunderstandings had been resolved. Their relationship was no longer cold and indifferent, but carried a special familiarity. Mingyi also reached out and held her hand. Mom, I'm grown up now. I can take good care of myself. Don't make me worry, okay? In the future, don't get hurt. My sister and I will worry about you. His voice was soft, and the dependence in his eyes was clear. Ninkaive smilet. She wished her hands were more agile, so she could gently pinch his serious little face. Okay, I won't get hurt. Mingrue watched the happy family and then took out the lunch basket. Second aunt, my mother asked me to bring lunch. It's braised pork rice and chicken soup. Mingyi didn't eat anything at the shop, so I brought an extra portion. When Mingyi arrived at the shop, his face was expressionless and a bit scary. During the meal, he only took a few bites before setting down his chopsticks. No matter what was said, second aunt only said he was hurt but was fine. Mom and Dad also said so, but Mingyi didn't believe it. There was no choice. The shop's accounts weren't settled yet, so he could only bring his brother here. Eat first. Mingrue, you should eat some too. Ning Kaiwei reached out to take the lunchbox, but Mingyi said nothing. He took it with both hands, opened it, and placed it on the small table. Then he took the spoon and handed it to Ning Kaiwei. Mom, you eat first. Ning Kaiwei suddenly wondered if Mingyi not only inherited Zhao Jingmian's looks, but also his quiet nature. He was like a silent, reserved person. Your eldest and always brings a lot. We eat together. Mingyi looked at his older brother and then at his kind father. Only then did he take the aluminum lunchbox lid off and took out some food. We eat together. Mom said we eat together, so we do. Mom is sick, and he needs to come for her. Zhao Jingmian raised an eyebrow. He felt the hostility from before. But when Kaiwei said a few words, Mingyi's hostility disappeared. He kept this in mind but didn't bring it up alone. Are Grandpa and Grandma in good health? Ning Kaiwei looked at her son. She never got tired of looking at him. Now that Zhao Jingmian had finished his task, she planned to slowly bring the children to the county town. It had been so long since they last saw her. She missed them so much. Grandpa's leg hurts a bit. Grandma is in good health. Before Ning Kaiwei could ask further, Mingyi, with a serious little face, continued speaking. Xianyan isn't sick. He's gained a little weight recently. Aunt Tingyan made a new coat for my sister. The little fat boy often comes to ask me questions. My homework is always 100 points, spelling is perfect, and I get full marks on exams. Ning Kaiwei smiled gently and listened carefully, without interrupting. Every time Mingyi looked at his mother, she could see her gentle and kind expression. Everything at home is fine. Mother, Grandpa and Grandma asked me to tell you not to worry about the family. They also told you and big sister to eat well and take care of your health and not to overwork yourself. Thinking of Grandpa and Grandma's advice, I quickly repeated it. I forgot to say this earlier at the shop. Back then, I was full of worry about Mother being hurt, only thinking about her, whether her injury was serious or painful.
Okay.
Mother has taken note. Now I want to work, but I can't. Ning Kaiwei pointed to her injured shoulder. looking helpless. Seeing her like this, the three men in the house couldn't help but smile slightly. Second auntie, Mingyi is taking care of things here. I'll go back to the shop first. I've already kept track of the accounts for these days. Besides the small change left, I've given all the rest of the money to my mother. When second auntie is discharged, my mother will give her the money. Ming Rue explained the shop's accounts, thinking about the money from today's morning pancake sale, and quickly went back to the shop. In the afternoon, Wen Yuan and Wang Huihui arrived. Wen Yuan brought baby formula, and Wang Huihui brought apples and oranges. It's very hard to buy fruit in this weather now. Kaiwai's sister, are you okay? The two girls looked worried. Yesterday, they both took leave to go find someone. After searching all day, Lu Hua told them the person was found, and then they went home. This morning, when buying pancakes, they learned that Kaiwai's sister was hurt. During lunch break, they hurriedly rode their bikes over. How come you two are here? You two even brought things. Wang Huihui smiled softly. The girl has always been quiet. Wen Yuan and Wang Huihui are quite different. Kaiwai's sister, you really scared us. How did you get such serious injuries? Ning Kaiwai sat slightly upright. The small table had already been cleared away. I'm fine, just minor injuries. Resting will make it better. Thanks for helping yesterday. Big sister-in-law told me you looked for me for a long time. Big sister-in-law told her everything, and she was touched deep inside. Whether it was Wen Yuan, Wang Huihui, or Lu Xiaowei, they all felt like family. Sister, in my heart, you are like my real sister. What's wrong with me looking for my own sister? Do I need to take credit? Wen Yuan's two sentences sounded natural. All of Ning Kaiwai's gratitude was stuck in her throat.
But
Kaiwai's sister, don't you want to introduce these two to us? One big, one small, they look like they share the same face. Their expressions are exactly the same right now. Just one looks innocent, the other mature.
don't say it.
Really, don't say it. How did I not notice before? This is my son, Zhao Mingyi. When she looked at her son with a proud expression, both Zhao Jingmian and Zhao Mingyi, the two young men, softened their faces a little. That person. Ning Kaiwei thought for a moment. My husband, Zhao Jingmian. My husband. As soon as she said these words, some people's ears turned bright red instantly, without any pause, just a quick flush.
Brother-in-law.
Little nephew.
I'm Wen Yuan.
Call me Aunt Wen Yuan. Wen Yuan looked at Mingyi with anticipation, her eager eyes blinking like a golden retriever staring at a tasty bone. Mingyi's lips twitched slightly, barely noticeable, as he looked at his mother.
And
his mother was in a good mood, watching the scene unfold. Aunt Wen Yuan. Yes. Hee. Little nephew called me. I also have a nephew now. Wen Yuan's excited expression and Mingyi's calm face made it hard to tell who was older or younger. My name is Wang Huihui. Wang Huihui was not as lively. After Wen Yuan finished her excitement, she smiled gently and spoke. Mingyi responded as usual, Aunt Huihui. The two seemed like strangers. Have you eaten? Yes, I have. There was no special emotion in their tone. Only Wen Yuan was happily excited about her own achievement. Sister Kaiwei, we need to go back to work this afternoon, so we'll leave now. Take good care of yourself. If you need anything, just come to the textile factory and ask. Don't hesitate. Wang Huihui pulled the excited Wen Yuan and quickly said goodbye. It wasn't that they disliked their friends. After all, in front of Sister Kaiwei, it wasn't embarrassing. Family is family. Mainly, they had already asked for leave twice recently and couldn't ask again. Sister Kaiwei, have you finished the milk powder?
tell me.
And the milk candies and malted milk, I can buy them all? Before leaving, Wen Yuan finally came to her senses and quickly said, Sister Tsaiwei's bones were hurt. Her mother said that drinking milk powder would help calcium absorption and speed up recovery.
Got it.
Ning Kaiwei held back her laughter and saw the two off. She was supposed to be discharged tomorrow, but she felt fine and saw her older brother and sister-in-law running around delivering meals. So she decided to ask Yen Shire to get the discharge papers early. Make sure to take your medicine on time. Protect your arm well. Don't hurt it again. Eat nutritious food these days. Avoid heavy work. Yen 12 was handing out discharge papers while giving instructions. Mingyi stood beside Ning Saixio and suddenly looked up, asking, "Doctor, how do I take these medicines? Could you please tell me?" He took out a small notebook and a pencil from his pocket, looking very serious as he watched Yen 12.
Huh?
The young lady's son. He likes him. The two of them moved aside, and Yen 12 explained the medicines, packet by packet. Ming-yi carefully recorded the instructions and dosage, noting to take them before or after meals. "All right, thank you, doctor." Ming-yi acted very grown-up. Actually, Zhao Jingmian had already asked about this, but no one had told him. If a child has this kind of heart, he deserves encouragement. "Thanks for what?" "You should call me 12 Annie. I am Yen 12. What's your name?" Zhao Mingyi looked at his mother, and seeing that she had no defensive or resistant look, he then looked at Yen 12. "My name is Zhao Mingyi. My mother chose it. A man should be like a mountain, standing tall and firm." His voice was full of pride. "How can my son be so adorable?" Ning Saixio couldn't help but reach out and gently ruffle Mingyi's hair. Mingyi, who didn't like being touched, obediently stayed still. His mother's shoulder was injured. He couldn't let her be in danger. "Ming-yi, that's a good name." Yen 12 praised. 12 Andy will leave tomorrow, or I'd stay with you for a few more days. "I really like you, little guy." Zhao Mingyi's serious face and awkward expression flashed for a moment. Then he returned to his usual serious look, with no other expressions visible. His mother had said that he wasn't embarrassed. Only others would be. Ning Saixio looked at her son's little expression and then glanced at Zhao Jingmian, noting how alike they looked. Truly a perfect copy. "I'm discharged." Ning Saixio looked at Yen 12 with a gentle smile. "Thank you for the story, and thank you for coming back." Yen 12 was involved in a rare disease clinical trial. This time, she returned solely because of the alley. Only the people of the magical alley could make her set aside such an important experiment. "Miss, here's my phone number. You can call me anytime."
Anytime. Anywhere.
Yen 12 put away her smile, her expression now serious. A hero's blood is never cold, and a hero's spirit never dies. She would remember this forever. No matter where she went or what she did, she knew she was part of the magical alley. "Okay, stay safe." Ning Kaiwei stepped forward, though her shoulder was injured and one arm couldn't move. But she still had her other hand, which she used to hold Mingyi's hand. The spirit of the alley needs to be carried on. If no one else does it, then she will. She stayed in the hospital for 2 full days. Outside the hospital, Ning Kaiwei, using her uninjured arm, held Mingyi's hand and said, "Son, I'm sorry to worry you. Although he was just a child, he should be loved by adults. But instead, he was forced to grow up early. Mom, you said we are a family. You're here. That's enough." Zhao Mingyi's voice was calm. He was usually quiet with everyone, but he always expressed himself openly with his mother and sister. Ning Kaiwei smiled. Zhao Jingmian draped a coat over her shoulders. "It's cold, wear more." Zhao Mingyi noticed that his parents seemed a bit off. The atmosphere felt strange.
But
if his father was kind to his mother, he wouldn't mind having a father. "Why did you come back? Can you really come back? Don't worry about money. Are you feeling dizzy? Did the doctor say you could come back?" Before Ning Kaiwei could speak, her sister-in-law's words came one after another, leaving her no chance to reply. The 3 of them had just returned from a walk. Although it was cold, it was unusually quiet. As they reached the alley, they saw the eldest brother riding a bike with his wife, who was holding a cloth bag. Before they even got home, the sister-in-law started talking. "Second sister-in-law, it's really cold. My hands are frozen. Shall we go home first?" Though it was a bit embarrassing to act cute, she looked at her sister-in-law with a pitiful expression, begging her not to scold. During these 2 days in the hospital, she felt uncomfortable everywhere. Even though she just lay in bed, with someone helping her to the toilet and taking her there, the smell of disinfectant in the hospital made her uncomfortable. There was no place as cozy as her own bed at home.
Go, go, go.
"But I'll be honest first, if the doctor doesn't agree, I'll have your older brother take you back." Lu Tsuewa's face looked very serious. She was willing to do anything for Kaiwei, especially regarding business matters. She didn't understand what Kaiwei was saying. She just did whatever she was told. But when it came to serious health issues, she wouldn't let Kaiwei act recklessly.
I swear. No, that's not right.
Ming Yi and Zhao Jingmian can both testify for me. Yen 12 has already agreed I can leave the hospital. I don't feel dizzy at all. The shoulder injury is a bone injury, so I need to rest properly. There's no other way. Lu Tsuewa's suspicious gaze flickered past Ning Saixia, then lingered on Zhao Jingmian's face for a second, showing her respect for him. Finally, her eyes settled on the most reliable Ming Yi. Little third, did you tell big sister that mom can really be discharged? Ning Saixia's mouth twitched, while Zhao Jingmian's face remained expressionless, showing no emotion. Ming Yi stepped in front of big sister and answered seriously, Big sister. The doctor agreed. He also told me what medicine mom is taking and how to take it. I've remembered everything. Don't worry, big sister. Hearing Ming Yi's words, Lu Tsuehua, who had been doubtful, finally relaxed. Those two are unreliable, but her little third is dependable. It's the mom and child series. Ning Saixia touched her nose and thought, there's no need for such obvious, disdainful looks. You don't have a heated bed in your yard. Come inside my room to eat first, and let your eldest brother go build a heated bed. The five of them headed straight to the big yard in the middle of the alley, without stopping at the small courtyard at the alley entrance. It was cold now, just 6 o'clock, and it was already dark. Go inside to keep warm first. I'll build the bed. Zhao Jingyan parked his bicycle, said a word, then hurried to the small courtyard. What did the doctor say? As soon as Lu Tsuehua entered the house, she opened the lunchbox, which contained rice, and beside it, half a box of potatoes and chicken pieces. Seeing the three of them start eating, she quickly asked, Everything's fine. I don't feel dizzy anymore. Just pay attention to my arm. Sister-in-law. How can you not believe me? She truly loves her sister-in-law, but her sister-in-law treats her as an accident? How can she bear that? It was a bit of a... Lu Tsuehua looked at her mischievous face. Could she really trust her? Don't be naughty. As soon as those words left her mouth, Ning Saixia's playful expression immediately returned to normal.
All right. This time, she scared her sister-in-law. She was just teasing to make her feel more at ease. Otherwise, she was worried her sister-in-law wouldn't feel real. During these 3 months, you're not allowed to do anything. I'll sell breakfast and Lu Hua is at the shop. My sister-in-law is at the construction site. What Lu Tsuehua didn't say was that today, when Xia Shanzi brought eggs and Ming Yi over, she told Xia Shanzi that this year, Zhao's land was farmed by Xia Shanzi. They didn't want the harvest this year. Saixia's shoulder was injured and needed proper care. Bones are important. If she didn't take good care now, future problems could last a lifetime. They wouldn't farm this year, but they could plant next year. But if the shoulders are not properly cared for, it will be difficult to take care of them in the future. Since there is no land to farm, Zhao Jingyan doesn't need to go back to the village. This way, the shop won't be overwhelmed, and Kaiwei won't be so anxious and worried. However, Ning Kaiwei doesn't know, and besides Zhao Jingyan and Lu Tsuehua, no one in the Zhao family knows. They discussed it for only 3 minutes, and decided on this plan. Ning Kaiwei held a small spoon, the soup and rice mixed together. The rich aroma of potatoes and chicken made her feel full and satisfied. I'm so full. 3 months. Sister-in-law, if you keep feeding me like this every day, I'll turn into a pig. After finishing the last grain of rice, Ning Kaiwei couldn't help but praise. Lu Tsuehua saw her expression, and her previous worries gradually faded away. After selling breakfast, she returned to rest, but she kept having nightmares. Each dream said Kaiwei was gone and could never be found again. She searched desperately, crying all her tears, but still couldn't find her. Suddenly waking up, she remembered that Kaiwei was in the hospital, safe and sound. Raise a pig, keep in the house, and there won't be any danger. As Lu Tsuehua spoke, tears started to fall. In the past 2 days, whenever she wasn't working,
Just thinking about Kaiwei suffering so much made her cry uncontrollably. In the hospital, she had been holding back, worried that Kaiwei would feel worse, and also worried about her. Now seeing her sitting safely, she felt like she had survived a disaster. Sister-in-law. Nin Kaiwei understood. She deliberately teased her sister-in-law to make her feel real. Her own accident had frightened her sister-in-law. It won't happen again. This was an accident. We will all be safe and sound. Ning Kaiwei reached out to wipe her sister-in-law's tears. The hot tears seemed to burn her heart.
Okay.
Safe and sound. Lu Tsuehua brushed her messy bangs, looking at her daughter-in-law, who was safe and well. It's too hot inside. I boiled 2 pots of hot water to wash my feet. Being in the hospital is just too inconvenient. Zhao Jingyan returned to the room, seeing his wife crying again, and quickly interrupted her. Today and... Before his wife could finish speaking, Zhao Jingyan quickly pulled her aside. There's not much work in the courtyard. I've already tidied everything up. Jingyi, your older brother's room has been cleaned out. Your father cleaned it a few days ago. Go take a look later. Lu Tsuehua frowned but didn't say anything. After the family left, Lu Tsuehua looked at Zhao Jingyan and asked, Old Zhao, what's going on? Kaiwei hurt her arm. She can't wash herself or her feet. Why are you pulling me into this? This wooden man, he never said anything before. Now he's speaking quite quickly. In front of everyone, she had to give her husband face. Otherwise, she would have asked him directly. Zhao Jingyan looked at his wife. Usually she was quite smart. Why did she lose her temper when Kaiwei got hurt? Wife, listen to me. Zhao Jingyan remained calm, listening to Lu Tsuehua without getting angry. Instead, he smiled and explained slowly, I think the relationship between the second son and Kaiwei is improving. Let his own wife take care of him. If he wants to take care of her, even if he has only one arm hurt or even if he has a leg injured, he can still manage. Zhao Jingyan, you really are a good big brother. Lu Tsuehua was stunned. She had felt some improvement before. At least Kaiwei no longer looked cold when she saw the second son. When the second son faced Kaiwei, his face was gentle. But when Kaiwei was hurt, she forgot everything. Is that possible? 2 people can't work together well, and we can't let Kaiwei get hurt again. No, I still don't feel at ease. The more Lu Tsuehua thought about it, the more she felt it wouldn't work. Seeing her anxious look, Zhao Jingyan thought, this isn't like a sister-in-law at all. He felt as if his second brother had married a rival instead. Or maybe, he felt that his wife wasn't raising a sister-in-law but a daughter. She paid more attention to her than to him. But what could he do? His wife, he would spoil her. Let's do this. We'll go secretly, listen in quietly. If the second son can take care of Kaiwei, then we'll sneak back as if we never left. When Zhao Jingyan said this, he looked a bit hopeless. Second brother, you really need to step up. Are Zhao Jingyan and his family worried? Yes, they are. But they also feel some resentment. Kaiwei, who is doing well, got caught up in his mission. They didn't know the details, only that Zhao Jingyun's shoulder was injured. They weren't sure if it was a gunshot, but they made sure she was well cared for. Zhao Mingyi wanted to say he wanted to sleep with his mother. Suddenly, Zhao Jingyan spoke up. Your mother and I have arranged a room for you. Do you want to go see it? Although he spoke like that, his body stood straight with a confident expression. Zhao Mingyi, though mature in mind, was still young. He felt something was wrong but couldn't quite figure out what it was yet. Mom, I'll go check first. After telling his mother, he saw her smiling face and then followed Zhao Jingyan to the nearby room. The room was small but well decorated. There was a wooden desk, and beside it, a bookshelf with a few books on it. These books were all chosen by your mother. She always said she would bring them back when she returned to the village. Those were her exact words. Not a single word was changed. The room was nicely arranged. To prevent the walls from falling apart, besides pasting newspaper, Ning Kaixian also bought sky blue cloth to cover the walls. The room was tidy and felt fresh and clean. Mingyi. Zhao Jingyan looked at Zhao Mingyi with a serious expression. He saw the worry in Mingyi's eyes today. He knew how good Kaixian was to the 2 children.
That anger. He kept it in his heart, but didn't mention it. I have a mission to do. Your mother and sister are in your hands now. This was a conversation between men. What they said afterward was unknown. Zhao Mingyi stayed in the small room, while Zhao Jingmian prepared foot wash water, then returned to his room. Wash your feet. Ning Kaixian looked at him and smiled softly. He slowly took off her socks, tested the temperature with his hand, and splashed water on her foot. Is it hot? Should I add some cold water? Although only one hand was used, it didn't affect his ability to wash his wife's feet. Not to mention people from this era, even 20 or 30 years later, how many could do this? I'll wash myself. Ning Kaixian dodged and looked at the man squatting on the ground. He was a soldier. How could he do this in front of her? What's wrong? Just as Ning Kaixian frowned and tried to avoid her feet, Zhao Jingmian looked up and stared directly into her eyes. You are a soldier. Your hands are for holding guns. You protect the country. Ning Kaixian didn't argue but answered straightforwardly. Zhao Jingmian smiled gently. He truly inherited all the good qualities of his parents. With thick eyebrows and big eyes, a sharp-featured face, usually serious and silent, but now smiling like a blooming flower. The sharp edges of her face softened, and her serious eyes filled with warmth. But I am your man, he said. Comrade nin kaituan. His voice carried a gentle smile. It's okay for a man to wash his wife's feet, isn't it? My soldier status might be a badge for others, he said, but only for you. He felt guilty. Listening to his words, Ning Kaixian suddenly chuckled softly. Suddenly, I feel like we're just living together. Zhao Jingmian paused with his hand in the water, his gaze lowered. Ning Kaixian didn't see the slightly aggressive look in his eyes. Who would want to live with you? His passionate heart didn't dare let Kaixian know, afraid it might scare her away. Finished washing? Do you want to soak your feet again? If you want to soak your feet, I'll add some hot water. Keeping his thoughts to himself, Zhao Jingmian looked up, still with a blank, tired face. No more soaking. He just finished washing, and his feet were still warm. Okay, dry them first. Wait a moment. Zhao Jingmian used one hand to dry his feet, then set the towel aside, steady even with just one hand holding the basin. He brought in another basin for washing his face. To tell them apart, Ning Kaixian had bought different basins earlier. Watching him tightly grip the towel with one hand and wring it out directly, though not as dry as twisting with both hands, it was no longer dripping. Don't move. I'll do it. Zhao Jingmian knelt on the Kong bed, with one long leg, leaning forward. Let me wipe your face first. He had seen his sister-in-law take care of Kaixian before. Kaixian was so clean, washing every morning and evening. Now, with her shoulder injured and unable to move easily, she couldn't wash her face directly, but she could wipe it. I'll do it myself. Ning Kaixian reached out her hand, but Zhao Jingmian, holding the towel, dodged her hand directly, circling around it. What's wrong? I won't hurt you. I'll be gentle. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, just tell me. He slightly lifted his head, looking at her face. Is she afraid of pain? Oh my goodness, what kind of test is this? She's shy, wanting to throw herself at him, but her shoulder is injured, and she's powerless. Ugh. If she's fine, why is she suddenly washing her face? Zhao Jingmian didn't hear her answer. His deep voice was a little husky, with a slightly teasing tone at the end, strangely alluring. A little devil. Ning Saishuan's heart coldly snorted inwardly. Resh. Ning Kaiwei reached out her hand directly this time, her tone firm and confident. Zhao Jingmian's laughter created a kind of chest resonance, softly spilling out, Okay, what exactly? Since she had nothing to do, Zhao Jingmian definitely had bad intentions. Although she had never been with a man, she had watched TV dramas. It was just the plot, the atmosphere, and this arm, it should be kept modestly. Love is precious, but Zhao Lao Air's value is even higher, if it's about arms. No, I don't want any of it. Don't smile so flirtatiously. Ning Kaiwei looked at his smiling eyes and brows, then pulled her clean hand back. She turned her head and looked inside. Zhao Jingmian's lips pressed together, holding back his smile. Her serious look, her proud attitude at this moment, and her support for the small mountain village all made the word wife seem to become more vivid because of her. Oh, right. Where's my son? Ning Kaiwei suddenly turned around and looked at Zhao Jingmian, who was pouring water. I haven't hugged my son to sleep in a long time. Today, I want to hug my son to sleep. She usually wore pajamas, and because of her, Ming Yi and Xiao Xianyan also wore pajamas. In the village, she liked to sleep hugging her two children, one on each side, warm and cozy. He really likes his room. If he wants to sleep in his own room today, he won't come over. Zhao Jingmian didn't turn around, answering in a muffled voice. Ning Kaiwei sniffed and didn't think much. All right, it's been a long day. Yesterday, I was worried, so today let him sleep well. Little did she know. Zhao Jingmian and Ming Yi had a man-to-man talk, which included the fact that boys grow up and want to sleep alone. Zhao Jingmian finished pouring water, washed his feet outside, and wiped his face. When he entered the room, he saw Ning Kaiwei sleeping against something. Her face had much less swelling, but one side was still red and swollen. The wound at her mouth had healed, with a scab. Her lively eyes were gently closed, her lips slightly parted, breathing long and steady. Ning Kaiwei, when can I know your past? His voice was very soft, with a hint of sighing. His rough yet gentle big hand gently covered her cheek. Her delicate skin was like porcelain. He was afraid it might break with a single touch. Even with his gentle touch, she slept deeply and didn't wake up. Kaiwei, sleep now. He made the bed and then softly called her. She was sleeping deeply, her eyes closed, and she instinctively responded with a sound. But she remained still, eyes shut, not moving at all. Zhao Jingmian looked at her and couldn't help but quietly smile. Meeting her seemed to add a new emotion to him. Leading soldiers requires seriousness. He was young, promoted quickly, and he always remained stern with his subordinates. Also, he generally didn't like to smile. But now, just looking at her made him want to lift the corners of his mouth.
Go to sleep, he softly said.
Although no one was around, anyone who knew Zhao Jingmian would suspect he had a different personality. His voice didn't sound like the cold, strict officer everyone expected. It was almost gentle, like water dripping softly. Ning Kaiwei was still dazed, instinctively wanting to take off her clothes. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and looked at the person in front of her. Turn over. Even if she wasn't fully awake, Zhao Jingmian would turn away. He turned over directly, took off his coat, and lay on his back, facing away from Ning Kaiwei. She watched him turn, then took off her clothes and got into bed. Ah, so comfortable. Even though they were sleeping, hospital beds just didn't feel restful. At home, in a familiar environment with familiar scents, she couldn't help but relax. I'm turning off the lights. Zhao Jingmian heard the movement behind him, confirmed she had covered herself well, and spoke with a slightly red face. That night, one person slept deeply. Another tossed and turned, loving deeply. Lu Tsuehua, who was eavesdropping, was hurriedly pulled back by Zhao Jingmian. When the second brother was pouring water just now, he looked over twice with that gaze. He must have been noticed. Sweetheart, we're leaving. I still need to check the shop. Second brother has come out to wash his feet. He'll definitely take good care of Kaiwei. We're leaving now. Zhao Jingmian felt bitter inside, but couldn't say anything. He could only coax her and pull her away. That night, Ning Kaiwei slept soundly. But she rarely dreamed of her past life. She was at her wit's end, on a rooftop. Just one small step forward, and she could jump off, ending her troubled life.
Why?
Can't you just love me a little? Just a little. Her voice was very soft, but Zhao Jingmian was very alert. Even in sleep, any slight sound would wake him instantly. He slowly moved closer. In the dark room, her voice was faint but clear. Why don't you love me? Why did you give birth to me?
Why?
Are those cries of complaint from her parents before? Zhao Jingmian frowned lightly, reached out, and gently wiped her tears. Then, through the quilt, he softly held her in his arms.
There was no other disturbance, only tenderness and a slight ache in his heart. Such a good girl. Always smiling every day. What has she been through? To make her wake up in the middle of the night, still crying tears. Sister-in-law, I'm here to pick Mingy up to go back to the village. Originally, Shanzi delivered eggs yesterday, so he wouldn't need to come today. Now, he delivers eggs for 3 days at a time, ensuring freshness and saving him a detour. But yesterday, he brought Mingy over, and since the child still has school, he made an extra trip to pick him up. You can see how busy sister-in-law is when he delivers goods. Sorry to make you run another trip. Ning Saishio smiled gently, her eyes kind. Although her older sister-in-law wouldn't let her do much, only Wang's sister-in-law and Lu Hua kept an eye on her. She was just wiping the table with a cloth, and Lu Hua was afraid she might hurt her hand, so she immediately came over to take the cloth away. It made her feel like she was made of fragile porcelain, very delicate. Sister-in-law, that's your place. Don't move, just watch from there. Big sister-in-law said you absolutely must not do any work. To avoid us getting scolded, Saishio, just stay and rest for a while? Ning Saishio looked at Lu Hua's sincere face and finally understood a saying. Sincerity is always a powerful skill. What could she do? Her employee just followed her older sister-in-law's orders, and now she's even being managed.
Haha.
Okay. But she didn't dare to argue. Is there a boss as timid as her? Shanzi not only came, but also brought 2 pieces of clothing. Sister-in-law, Tingyun asked me to bring these. They're specially made for you. Since it's cold now and her health isn't good, she can't leave the house, so she's doing some sewing. Tingyun told you to keep them. If you feel shy, next time you meet, just bring her a piece of cloth, and she'll keep sewing. Shanzi smiled happily. When he mentioned his wife, his whole face softened a bit. Ning Saishio looked at Shanzi, touching the fine stitches with one hand. There were a few grass patterns embroidered on the cuffs and collar. Shanzi looked at the grass, scratched the back of his head, and said, I don't even know what this is. Tingyun said it's a type of grass from the south, like vines and creepers. Even in the toughest times, they still grow. Tingyun said it's just like sister-in-law. He is not very good at speaking, but he remembers everything his wife says. Although he doesn't recognize her, he can repeat her words word for word. Ning Kaiwei looked at the green vine plant, noting its clear veins and roots, and nodded. Someone who understands me is Tingyun. Tell her I like it very much. Although I can't leave the house, I shouldn't always do needlework. Over time, my eyes won't be able to take it. By the way, wait a moment. Ning Kaiwei suddenly remembered something. She held her clothes with one hand and quickly ran to the backyard to find some books from the room. She wrapped these books in a piece of blue cloth. These are books I bought a few days ago. There aren't many books now, and the types are limited. But I think Tingyun will like them. When she bought books for Mingy, she saw these and thought they would suit Tingyun well. She is weak, and in winter, it's too cold outside, so she rarely leaves the house. These books can help her pass the time. When there are more types of books later, she will buy more for Tingyun.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Shanzi showed a big smile. The books weren't expensive, but he could feel her kindness. No wonder his wife said that sister-in-law is very wise. No wonder his wife didn't go anywhere during the new year and insisted on visiting Kaiwei. Every time she chats with Kaiwei, she feels very happy and can stay cheerful for a long time after returning home. Look at what you're saying. Tingyun is not feeling well, and she's making clothes for Xi and Yen and for me. Did I ever thank her? Ning Kaiwei looked at Shanzi with a bit of blame. How we got to know each other is our own business. Although she's your wife, there's no need for you to thank her. Hearing this, Shanzi immediately spoke up. Sister-in-law is right. It's true. I did say too much about your relationship. Anyone who is not very smart wouldn't dare buy land to start a farm right after policies are announced. He was among the first to start a business. No one knew how much money he made, but his chicken farm employed more than 10 young men. His mind might not be the best, but he definitely listens to his wife. And Tingyun has received higher education, and from her words and manners, she is very well educated. Perhaps.
Ning Kaiwei looked at Xia Shanzi, but didn't say what she was thinking. Eat here at noon, and then go back after eating. Zhao Jingmian is here too. You two can have a chat. Ning Kaiwei smiled softly. Eating was not a trouble. The construction site would send meals, and her family always kept leftovers. Cold dishes, hot dishes, and meat, so there was no shortage. It was just a matter of adding a bowl and chopsticks.
All right.
At my sister-in-law's house, there's no need to be polite. Xiao Shanzi didn't refuse. Usually, when he came, he would deliver goods, record the order, and then rush off to other places. Today, mainly, he was here to pick up Ming Yi. The deliveries were all scheduled for the day after tomorrow.
Good to know.
Ning Kaiwei smiled and asked him to send the book to the car first, then took him to the small yard. Brother. Seeing Zhao Jingmian, the carpenter working in the yard, Xiao Shanzi hurried over to help. Zhao Jingmian put down his woodworking tools. I heard from your sister-in-law that the chicken farm business is doing well. To Zhao Jingmian, Xiao Shanzi was like his own younger brother. He spoke without much consideration. Yes, business is good. Oh, brother, here's the money. Xiao Shanzi took a wrapped-up paper bundle from his pocket and handed it directly to Zhao Jingmian. 2 years ago, there were rumors, but the policy hadn't come down yet. After discussing with his wife, he decided to go ahead. But he didn't have much money. His savings were limited, and he had lost contact with his wife's family long ago. He had no choice but to write a letter to his second brother. Unexpectedly, instead of a reply, he received a remittance slip, a full 1,000 yuan. They had always remembered this kindness. What's this money for? Zhao Jingmian looked at Kaiwei with a guilty expression. Ning Kaiwei chuckled but also felt a bit helpless. This piece of wood. Xiao Shanzi was also a bit slow. Wouldn't you brothers talk about this stuff in secret? Why do you have to say it in front of her? But she didn't know that behind Xiao Shanzi, there was Wang Tingyun. Xiao Shanzi, this money must be given in front of your sister-in-law. If you dare to secretly give it, I will tell her too. Choose what's more important, your conscience or her feelings. If he tried to sneak it over, he wouldn't succeed. Xiao Shanzi felt bitter inside, but couldn't say anything. Your sister-in-law's situation before, you already know without me telling you. But now she's different. She works hard for the family, leaving early and returning late. If you two sneak around, it's really disappointing. As a woman, she thought more about these things. She could put herself in their shoes and think from their perspective. And during the new year, she clearly felt that their relationship wasn't good, so this money needed to be known to her sister-in-law.
Gathering weight.
You. Zhao Jingmian hadn't finished speaking. Ning Kaiwei saw his expression and just smiled. All right, Shaoshan, drive. No drinking while driving. Your family has a chicken farm. I guess you don't care much for chicken soup. How about I cook some spicy hot pot bone broth in the front yard for you two brothers? Her voice was soft, with a hint of smile, not cold, and she interrupted Zhao Jingmian's words afterward. Shaoshan looked at his sister-in-law and didn't seem angry. The tense feeling earlier slowly eased. Ning Kaiwei stepped out of the yard, preparing bone broth in the front yard, and also brought 2 large bowls of spicy hot pot, making it a meal. Brother, sister-in-law isn't angry, right? Shaoshan looked at Zhao Jingmian. He knew he hadn't handled this well, but secretly doing it felt wrong to his sister-in-law.
Anyway,
it seemed like everyone was at fault. Zhao Jingmian looked at him. Was it your wife's idea? Shaoshan lowered his head, afraid to meet Zhao Jingmian's gaze. He grew up following Zhao Jingmian, who always protected him. But when it came to his wife, he stayed silent, neither confirming nor denying. Your wife is good. When summer comes and the weather warms up, when you deliver goods, bring your wife to stay in the county for a few days. I have to return to the army and can't stay at home. Your wife and Kaiwei get along well. Please ask her to spend more time with Kaiwei. Zhao Jingmian looked at Xiaoshan's bowed head, not blaming him. He saw the little thoughts in his mind. But he never intended to hide anything. Even if Xiaoshan repaid the money, he would still want to be honest with Kaiwei. It's a matter of facing her directly. One is honest face-to-face, the other is confessing behind the scenes. But through this, he confirmed one thing.
Xiaoshan's wife genuinely supports Kaiwei. That's a good thing.
Huh?
Brother, aren't you angry? Xiaoshan, feeling guilty, suddenly looked up. Zhao Jingyan looked at him, frowned. You simple-minded guy, you only married a good wife. Be good to your wife from now on.
Yes.
And let your wife be good to my wife.
Look at that.
Brother, listen to what you just said. Is that human language? What do you mean, I should be good to my wife, and then ask my wife to be good to your wife? Is that even possible?
Huh?
Speak clearly. Let's get to the point.
How's your chicken farm?
Zhao Jingmian looked at him with a disgusted face and kicked him. Is this brother still worth keeping? Xiao Shanzi finally relaxed his worries. Talking about the chicken farm, he started to discuss it confidently. The new chicken farm is already built. Originally, Tingyun and I planned to rent land, but my sister-in-law said it's better to buy it directly. Now the land is cheap. If we have enough money, we should buy it. That way, there's no risk of having to move the chicken farm later. He smiled happily. The two brothers sat in the yard, drinking hearty bone soup brought over by Zhao Jingyan from the stall. Zhao Jingyan asked doubtfully, if we buy the land and then decide to stop, isn't that too risky? Xiao Shanzi and Zhao Jingyan think differently. Although he had been in the city with Ning Kaiwei for some time, Xiao Shanzi still tends to be cautious. He believes in taking one step at a time and eating each meal carefully. But in this era, only the brave survive, and the timid get left behind. Xiao Shanzi thought for a moment, and then shook his head. It shouldn't be a problem. Even if I stop later, and the land isn't great, I can still farm it. With such a big area, I won't go hungry farming. Zhao Jingyan nodded. Yes, you're right. There's so much land. He can't farm it all himself. He'd need workers, but even then, farming is profitable. At that moment, he remembered Saiwei's words. Some deep-seated ideas had started to change. The shelter is already built, and everything is ready. Just waiting for the chicks to move into the new farm. A boss from the province promised to buy chickens from me every month. Xiao Shanzi smiled happily. He wouldn't say these things to anyone else in the village or anywhere else. His wife once told him, "Don't show off your wealth." But in front of these two brothers, he was very open. Good news. Zhao Jingyan sincerely felt happy for Xiao Shanzi after hearing this. Thinking back to over 10 years ago, he was an orphan who almost starved. It was Xiao Shanzi who took him home for a meal. Now that Xiao Shanzi's life has improved, Zhao Jingyan genuinely feels glad for his brother. I don't understand business, but I believe our life will only get better and better. Zhao Jingyan raised his bone soup. Kaiwei didn't allow drinking alcohol, but the three brothers started to drink the soup greedily, not getting drunk even after many cups. At this moment, some things became clearer.
Burp.
Big brother, what's wrong? Why are you always distracted? Is it because you're still thinking about the soup and hiding it? Honestly, the soup from his sister-in-law is really delicious. If he took a bowl back for his wife, would that be a little shameless? Little Mountain was talking about Zhao Jingyan while deep in thought about this question. Let me tell you something. Zhao Jingyan thought for a moment. Since there were no outsiders here, he spoke directly. Both of their eyes turned to Zhao Jingyan. Big brother is honest and sincere, the kind of person who usually listens to others and only speaks up when he thinks something is too risky, not someone who forces others to change their decisions based on his own opinions. He just gives advice to prevent trouble. But this time, he is the one bringing up the matter? Big brother, you say. Zhao Jingyan looked at his older brother. The yard gate was closed tightly so no one could see inside. Kaiwei gave them space to go to the shop and watch. His older sister-in-law also went to help at the shop. Only the early morning cart was left alone in the yard. Zhao Jingyan thought for a moment and finally spoke. In our alley, there is a house for sale. Didn't we buy 2 houses already? That one directly asked me if I wanted to buy it. Yesterday they asked about it. But buying a house would cost all our money, and I don't feel at ease about that. So I want to ask you all. If it were usual, he wouldn't think twice and would just refuse. But just now, Little Mountain's words reminded him. Even if they don't live there themselves, they could rent it out. Now is a good time to rent. And even if they rent it out, the house will always belong to them. Moreover, The children are growing up, and they can't always trouble Kaiwei to take care of them. They have their own yard, and Manhwa can go to school in the county with Mingy. Parents always think about their children's future. Kaiwei said that the price of houses will definitely go up in the future. Little Mountain also said that if it doesn't work out, they can still farm the land. I was just thinking of asking you all. You're all smart and experienced. Give me some advice. Zhao Jingyan smiled honestly and shared his thoughts about the house all at once. He didn't want to think about it alone. As soon as he finished speaking, Little Mountain immediately said, "Did Sister Kaiwei say that?" "Yes, she mentioned it when we bought the house last time." Zhao Jingyan nodded. His mind isn't great, but he remembers things well. Then buy it. Little Mountain spoke immediately, with certainty in his voice. My wife said that Sister Kaiwei has a big vision and long-term plans. Following her is definitely the right choice. Zhao Jingyan thought for a moment, looked at Little Mountain's infatuated expression, and smiled softly, without saying anything to remind him. However, thinking about his wife, well, his wife surely wouldn't be wrong. 3 people sat together, all fans of his wife. Then let's buy it. Zhao Jingyan looked at the 2 people and said these 3 words with a clenched jaw. This yard would require all their savings. But the thought of owning a house in the county made him feel strangely excited. Big brother, if there's still a house for sale in your alley, even if it's a little farther away, give me a call. My wife gets along well with my 2 sisters-in-law. The chicken farm in summer is too smelly. I'll send my wife to the city then. Xiao Shanzi spoke directly, his voice serious. He hadn't thought about it before, but his older brother reminded him about buying the yard. Summer cleaning doesn't remove the smell, and his wife's health isn't good. What if she keeps smelling it? It's better to send her to live in the city. He can get up early to work in the village, and after delivering goods at night, he can stay in the city. Okay. My brother will watch over it for you. Hearing this, Zhao Jingyun agreed immediately. The 3 of them ate soup, each feeling full and leaning on their stomachs.
Mom.
Mingyi looked at his mother, finally seeing her. Now, just for one day, he had to go back to the village. Ning Kaiwei rubbed his hair. She had taken her son for a haircut yesterday, and now with short hair, he looked even more like Zhao Jingyun, very handsome. In a few days, I'll go back to the village too. Don't tell Grandpa and Grandma about our injuries. Her voice was soft. Just as she was about to take out the things she had prepared from the shop, Zhao Jingyun, following Tsaiwei's instructions, carried 2 large cloth bags out of the house. Xiao Shanzi, take this cloth bag to Tingyun. Inside are her favorite hot pot ingredients and the spicy hot soup I made to her taste. There's also bone broth and chicken soup, all packed up. Please take this cloth bag to my parents. Don't mention our injuries to them. They can't come over, and we need to worry. Xiao Shanzi took the 2 bags.
All right. Thank you, sister-in-law.
He smiled happily. Just now, he was worried about whether it was shameless to ask his wife for a bowl of soup.
But
his sister-in-law had already thought of everything. Stop joking. Drive slowly, Ning Kaiwei said with a smile, shaking her head, and reminded him again. Xiao Shanzi waved his hand. Got it, sister-in-law, don't worry. He drove off in the delivery tricycle. That money. Zhao Jingyan suddenly spoke. Just now, he had been giving advice in front of his brothers, but in front of his wife, he felt strangely guilty. Let's talk at home. Ning Kaiwei interrupted him again. They were on the street. When they got home, Zhao Jingyan took the money and handed it to Ning Kaiwei. He hadn't even opened the newspaper wrapping it. The money was directly handed to her. 2 years ago, Xiao Shanzi wrote me a letter wanting to build a chicken farm. Because policies changed and our country wants to develop the economy, he has this idea and I am very happy about it. This money isn't my salary, it's a bonus for my task. Zhao Jingmian looked at his wife's expression, speaking carefully, afraid she would get angry. Ning Kaiwei just raised an eyebrow at his words. It seems her husband also has a bit of a romantic side? How did I not notice before? Sit down and speak properly. Ning Kaiwei held back her smile and looked at the man in front of her, softly saying something that was hard to read. Zhao Jingmian sat on a stool and continued.
Xiao Shanzi has no parents since he was young, just like my younger brother. He's not someone who speaks easily. When he was starving, I had to drag him to eat at my house. He must have been really desperate for money, otherwise, he wouldn't have written me. I gave him all my task bonuses and also pooled some money with my comrades, totaling 1,000 yuan. Zhao Jingmian was nervous, but then heard Ning Kaiwei suddenly ask, "How much?" 1,000 yuan. He honestly answered. Ning Kaiwei stood up, tapped Zhao Jingmian's forehead, and said, "Zhao Jingmian, what am I supposed to say about you? Don't you know what kind of person your brother is? Can you tell what kind of person Tingyun is after just one meeting? You should be able to see a little."
You.
Zhao Jingmian was suddenly confused. What's wrong? What kind of person is Xiao Shanzi? Just open and see for yourself. Ning Kaiwei touches the money every day. She didn't open the newspaper wrapping it, but she knew how much it was. Unexpectedly, he borrowed 1,000 yuan.
Huh?
Zhao Jingmian didn't count the money. He just transferred money back when he had some, and the task bonus was directly saved. The money he had in hand was less than 10 yuan. He opened the newspaper, counted and frowned. 3,000? Xiao Shanzi, you're quite capable, he said through gritted teeth. He hadn't been able to get up on the roof for 3 days.
How old was he?
He knew how to hide things from him. No wonder it was wrapped in newspaper. He just didn't think that way. Ning Kaiwei rolled her eyes and said, "This man is really clever when he's clever, but he's also truly foolish when he's foolish. If I'm not mistaken, wait and see. Next year, Xia Shanzi will give you money again under various names. He doesn't count it as a loan. Or rather, if he loses money, he counts it as a loan. If he makes money, he shares the profit with you. A person who trusts his brother and a person who is grateful, it's hard to say who is right or wrong. Anyway, should I send it back?" Zhao Jingmian asked softly. He borrowed money from Xia Shanzi, but he didn't expect to get much back. Even if Xia Shanzi loses money, he wouldn't ask for it. This situation is complicated. Will they want it? Ning Kaiwei looked at him irritably. Let's follow their plan.
But
If there's a problem, we should step in and help if needed. Ning Kaiwei frowned, clearly caught in a dilemma. If they return the money, they won't want it. If they don't return it, it's like accepting their way of doing things, and that couple really put them in a tough spot. Zhao Jingmian watched Ning Kaiwei think, then softly asked, "Aren't you angry?" Ning Kaiwei looked at his face. Honestly, the more she looked, the more she liked it. Angry? Why would I be angry? Not to mention, when the money was with the original owner, Zhao Jingmian kept it hidden. And since they came here, their relationship wasn't clear, and she never thought of taking advantage of him. Where's the anger?
But
I kept the task bonus. In fact, my salary is just part of it. I've been doing missions, and the bonus from missions is a bit higher than my salary. I've already deposited it in the bank, and I've written to my comrades to mail the passbook back. He didn't explain why he did this, afraid that Kaiwei would notice his little intentions, and he didn't mention the past. Ning Kaiwei nodded and smiled gently. Her attitude of admitting fault was good. That night in the new yard. "What did you say?" Zhao Jingyun say it again. Lu Tsuehua had been a bit tired these days. She didn't realize how exhausting it was until she started. How does Kaiwei keep going? Rain or shine, she's out selling at 4:30 every morning, with Xiao Jingyan helping. Kaiwei does it all alone, day after day, month after month, always working without complaints or fatigue. "I want to buy a yard," Zhao Jingyan said softly, pulling his wife closer. "Don't rush, listen to me first." Seeing her anxious, red eyes, he felt sad but could only gently comfort her. He repeated what Xiao Shan and Lao Er had told him. Lu Tsuehua still frowned. She knew the wages in the town were about 50 yuan a month, similar to factory workers.
But
the few hundred yuan they had was earned little by little each month, and suddenly spending it made her feel uneasy. "Think about it, wife," Zhao Jingyan said. "This yard belongs to Kaiwei." Ming Rui was placed in Ban City Middle School by Kaiwei. But what about Minghua? Ming Yi will definitely come to Ban City for school. Would you be willing to leave Minghua alone in the village? If Manhwa comes to the town, she could also live in Kaiwei's yard. He explained slowly. If it weren't for Kaiwei, they'd still be working in the fields. They couldn't have saved hundreds of yuan half a year ago, something they never imagined. They couldn't even dream of such good days now. But they couldn't always take advantage of Kaiwei. Kaiwei had suffered and worked hard, earning every penny. They needed to keep a balanced attitude. Kindness between people isn't something they should expect. Kaiwei can be kind to them, but they must have their own boundaries and awareness. They shouldn't take her kindness for granted. You're right, Lu Tsuehua thought for a moment, calming herself as she listened to her husband. Then what about later? All our savings are gone, and I still feel uneasy. She wasn't just hesitating. Having lived a poor life, with no food reserves at home, she felt uneasy. Kaiwei was also someone who spent money freely. Her little savings were always ready to fill gaps. Now that it's all gone, she felt empty inside. The yard is close by, just in the alley, Zhao Jingyan said. I'm anxious, because I'm worried the yard might be sold. Finding such a nearby yard isn't easy. He knew well that his wife and Kaiwei were close, and she probably wanted to live with Kaiwei. That yard made him so conflicted. If it were somewhere else, he wouldn't consider it. All right, I'll listen to you. Lu Tsuehua clenched her teeth. Tomorrow, I'll go withdraw the money and bring it with me. However, when it comes to buying a house, it's best to let Kaiwei know sooner or later. So, just tell Kaiwei directly, and she can help us check, so we don't get tricked. Mingrui always says Kaiwei is smart, and he has learned a lot from her. Neither of them knows much, so it's better to have Kaiwei look at it. Fine by me, Zhao Jingyan said, smiling gently at his wife. Others think his wife is strong-willed, but she is fair and thoughtful. Over the years, especially in recent years, even when she was upset with Kaiwei, she still often cooked meals for the children. Every meal, she would leave a little extra, just in case Mingy was hungry and there was no food when they arrived. His wife is kind-hearted, so how could he not treat her well? After they discussed, Mingrui was surprised to hear his mother's voice. His father never made his mother angry. When his brothers and he upset her, they usually faced their father's punishment first. Today, does it seem like the sun is rising in the west? But after a while, everything was quiet again. Aside from the initial cry of surprise, there was nothing else. Old Zhao, this isn't good. Has it been suppressed so quickly? He mumbled to himself, then refocused on reading. It's the second year of middle school now, and the textbooks are getting harder. The teacher's pace is much faster, so he needs more time to study and read. Now, besides doing the calculations, Ning Kaiwei doesn't let him do any work at the shop. Before Lu Tsuehua could speak, two unexpected people arrived at the shop.
Kaiwei.
Seeing the bright, clean shop and Ning Kaiwei herself, who looked very neat and pale, the two visitors became even more nervous. Ning Kaiwei frowned and looked at the two people in front of her. It was quite a surprise. Big sister, second sister. Yes, the two people who came to the shop were Ning Lian and Ning Li. They are Ning's oldest and second oldest sisters, and they have been exploited by the Ning family for many years. Right now, Ning Li's face still showed some bruises and purple marks. Kaiwei, we came to find you, because of something. Ning Lian looked at the people in the shop. She felt uncomfortable and wanted to run outside, but thinking about her second sister's situation, she stayed put. Ning Kaiwei looked at her two sisters. Her memory of them was a bit fuzzy. After they got married, they rarely came home. But Grandma Ning often visited her sisters' homes, and every time she came back, she would complain and scold. Her only impression was that they were soft and easy to bully. This is also the reason why the original owner made Old Lady Ning sign a document when asking Ning Tai Tai for money. Although the original owner listened to Old Lady Ning, she also had her own little tricks. Come with me to the backyard. Ning Kaiwei noticed the discomfort between the two people and used her eyes to comfort Lu Hua, gently shaking her head. Lu Hua, who was already about to stand up, then continued to return to the stove. In her opinion, there is no good person in the Ning family. Of course, except for Sister Kaiwei. Any good person would not ignore the Ning family if they were truly kind-hearted like Sister Kaiwei. Even though she had conflicts with Sister Kaiwei could forgive her, which shows that the Ning family is not full of good people. While Lu Hua was worried, Ning Kaiwei had already taken Ning Kai Lian and Ning Kai Li into the backyard. She didn't call the two into the house, but sat directly in the yard. She poured hot water for the two to warm up. She set the kettle aside and spoke directly. I have already cut ties with the Ning family. The formal separation letter has been signed, and it's also signed by the two village chiefs. If it's Ning family's business, don't bother me. She's not a saint. She cares deeply for those she cares about and is very sincere.
But
for those she doesn't care about, she is cold-blooded, even worse than strangers. Third sister, Ning Kai Lian hurriedly spoke, but Ning Kai Li tugged her sleeve. Third sister was always outstanding and looked down on them. Now that her life has improved, she looks down even more. She definitely wouldn't help her. Rather than letting the eldest sister speak and suffer insults, it's better not to speak at all. At most. Ning Kai Li's eyes flashed with a hint of determination. Since you've come all this way, just tell me, Ning Kaiwei said, not minding the fierce look. She's not a kind person either. Don't provoke her, and everything will be fine. If you provoke her, she has many ways to deal with it. Kaiwei, we're at the end of our rope, so we came to see you. Kylie was beaten by Dad. Spring planting is coming soon, and our parents told me and Kylie that we must go back home to farm. If we don't finish planting the land at home, we can't go back to our in-laws' house. Our eldest brother-in-law is gentle, and he's used to the Ning family. Although he's holding back a lot of anger, he still agreed. Ning Kai Lian sighed, thinking of her two sons at home. If there's even a little grain at home, old lady Ning will want to take it all. If she doesn't give it, she will cause trouble at the gate of the yard, curse her for being unfilial, and curse her to starve her parents. She has no choice. Your second brother-in-law didn't agree, so Dad directly beat your second sister. Now your second brother-in-law is planning to divorce. Your parents told her to come home and work, but she can't eat at home or stay there. Your second sister has no way out. Ning Tsai-Lian couldn't see her third sister's thoughts. Since she was young, her third sister was outstanding. She was close in age to the second sister and naturally cared more about her. The third sister was beautiful and proud. She always looked down on the two sisters. If there was any way, she wouldn't have brought Siley to find her third sister. Ning Tsai frowned and looked a bit colder. So, what do you want me to do? Give her to someone? Pay her? Don't even think about it. And I also need to see their attitude. What exactly do they want to do? The original owner's memories are blurry. I can't remember much, and in the novel, there is little mention of Ning's two older sisters. From what I remember, they were very pitiful, especially Ning Siley. Thinking about the time, the divorce probably wasn't just because of Ning's family. Later, the second sister lost hope of living and drowned herself that summer, leaving only a daughter. She was despised by both families, badly hurt, with a broken leg. While gathering mountain goods on the mountain, she fell and died. Ning Kale sighed, hoping the person in front of her would be more promising and could help her a little. She's not afraid to help Ning Siley, but she's wary of Donghua and the snake. Help her and she might get bitten. Cave, your second sister, wants to leave the Ning family. She just wants a place to stay, to work as much as she can. Just give her a place to live and a meal to eat. Honestly, when she brought her second sister here, she had no other choice, just trying it out. She didn't have much hope at first. Let's put it this way. I don't support idlers here, but once you're with me, no one can bully you. I'll pay wages. Whatever others get, I'll give you the same. Food and accommodation are the same as others. I won't treat you specially just because of that poor blood relation. You should also know I'm not easy to get along with. Her words were cold as ice. She would discipline when needed and warn when necessary. If someone was good, she would treat them very well. If someone was rotten to the core, she wouldn't hesitate to cut them off. When Ning Tsai-Lian heard Ning Kale's words, her eyes widened in disbelief. Ning Tsai was first stunned, then stood up and promised, okay. Kaiwei, don't worry. I will work hard. I can do everything, laundry, cooking. Just tell me what to do, and I will do it. She has no home to return to now. Her mother and family no longer want her. Unexpectedly, this delicate and weak girl, who always looked down on her sister, is willing to take her in and let her work. Ning Kaiwei sighed, finally softening her heart. Wait a moment. She returned to the house and came out again holding some white paper and a pen. This is our rule. Except for my eldest sister-in-law's family, everyone else who comes to work here must sign an agreement. She was honest. Lu Hua and Sister Wang had signed it. The wages, days off, and your requirements are all in the agreement. She placed the prepared agreement directly in front of Ning Kailian. Worried she might not know how to read, Ning Kaiwei read it aloud in advance. She knew Ning Kailian could read, so she deliberately pushed the paper toward her.
But
Ning Kailian didn't hesitate. Before her older sister could speak, she simply signed her name and pressed her red thumbprint. Won't you look at it? Ning Tsaiwei's mouth twitched, her voice sounding a bit strange. Aren't you afraid I might sell you? Ning Kailian handed over the agreement, tears still wet on her face. I'm not worth much, Kaiwei. I don't want wages, but... Her eyes flickered with hesitation. Kaiwei. I mean, can I make a request? I don't want any wages. Just let me eat and stay here. Ning Kailian looked at Ning Kaiwei, feeling a bit nervous. In the past, she avoided her third sister because she was afraid of being laughed at or disliked. But now, she felt a strange mix of fear and reassurance from her sister. Go ahead, Ning Kaiwei said calmly, looking at her. There was a hint of expectation in her eyes. What could her request be?
could.
Could you let Pingping come too? She quickly waved her hands, afraid Ning Kaiwei might misunderstand. I don't want wages. I work, but can Pingping come too? She can work as well. Just give us two a meal, and a simple shelter is enough. Pingping is at Chao's house. I don't trust that. They had been married for many years, and Pingping was the only daughter. That was also why the Chao family looked down on her. They constantly scolded her for not having children.
Pingping, Gao Pingping.
She was Ning Kailian's daughter. She's too young to sign a contract. You can bring her to live here, but I need to meet her first. Previously, the story was told from the main character's perspective, even describing Chao Pingping in the book. She is quiet and reserved, having been mistreated by her grandmother and beaten by her father since childhood. When the Ning family causes trouble, her mother and she are the ones who suffer. The Ning family doesn't care about their lives at all, and the Chao family also treats them as punching bags, just useless people.
Okay.
Pingping is very obedient and does many chores. Ning Tsaiwei nodded, tears in her eyes. She won't cause trouble. Very obedient. Does many chores. Ning Kaiwei feels sad when she hears her mother praise her child so highly. She never hopes her daughter to be overly sensible. She only wishes her to live the life she dreams of. To walk her own path. Not to be a puppet, obedient and sensible, doing whatever adults tell her. Without her own opinions, without a soul. All right, bring her here first. I want to see her. Ning Kaiwei rubbed her forehead, full of thoughts. Their ideas are deeply rooted, and she doesn't want to say much. If the child is sincere, she would be happy to do good. Okay. I'll go to the Chao family later and bring Pingping here, Ning Tsaiwei said happily. The gloom of these days finally seems to lift a little. At least she has a place to stay. Her demands have never been high. Kaiwei, thank you. Ning Tsaiwei felt guilty, helpless, and remorseful. The Ning family always comes to take advantage. Their own family has no savings. How can they support the second sister and the children? No need to thank me. She and I are in a working relationship, Ning Kaiwei said coldly. Watching the two sisters leave, she sat on a stool, rubbing her forehead. There are too many tragedies in this era. She hopes Ning Tsaiwei and Chao Pingping are doing well and that she can help them. What's going on? The Ning family is here? Are they bullying you? Lu Tsuehua stopped at the alley entrance, went into the shop, and immediately heard Lu Hua's words. She grabbed a kitchen knife and rushed back from the shop. She saw Ning Kaiwei sitting alone at the table, lost in thought. She thought she was being bullied. Her anger grew even more. Ning Kaiwei turned around with a helpless smile on her face. Sister-in-law, I'm fine. Tell your sister-in-law, don't hold back from them. The Ning family isn't a good family. Lu Tsuehua's eyes grew fiercer, and her words were full of anger. Ning Kaiwei quickly stepped forward, took the kitchen knife from her sister-in-law's hand, and then explained everything. Lu Tsuehua sighed. They bully you so much, but when you're being bullied, I didn't see your two sisters help you. I can't go on anymore. I came to find you. She is very angry. Over the years, Kaiwei has received so much money from the Ning family, but I haven't seen any of her two older sisters. Request failed. Many years later, when she remembered, she said she felt like her little aunt's smile enchanted her. That smile was the brightest light she had ever hoped for in her life. It was also her salvation. That hand pulled her out of darkness and gave her a new life. Just wear these two pieces. All are my little aunt's clothes. They're a bit big. After she finishes her work in the next couple of days, she will make proper clothes for you. Ning Kaiwei looked at Chao Pingping. She preferred children who hadn't been overly influenced by adult views. All her impatience with Ning Tsaili was not seen in Chao Pingping. Ning Tsaili followed behind and wanted to speak, but when she saw Kaiwei give her a look, her words got stuck in her throat. Pingping looked so pretty. Ning Kaiwei used warm water to wash Chao Pingping's hands and wipe her face. The child's features were very pretty. But there were big bruises on her head. Even her forehead was red and swollen. The frostbite and wounds on her hands were not mentioned, but during the clothes change, she found that Pingping was covered in injuries. The healthy skin was rare. Chao Pingping felt that her little aunt was very gentle. Her little aunt's clothes were so warm. It felt like she had gone to heaven. Even if she died now, she would be willing. Kai. Lu Tsuehua's voice came from outside. This time, Ning Tsaili and Ning Kaiwei were at the same distance, but Chao Pingping instinctively held Ning Tsaiwei's hand. In a dangerous moment, she made an instinctive choice. Ning Kaiwei smiled softly. Don't worry, everyone here is very kind. Pingping is not afraid. She had an injured hand, but only one hand was holding Chao Pingping's. Ning Kaiwei couldn't comfort her physically, so she gently spoke to soothe her. This is... After Lu Tsuehua entered, she looked coldly at the two Ning sisters. Now there was trouble, and she knew they came to find Kaiwei. Why didn't they come earlier? But after hearing Kaiwei's explanation, she was only slightly cold and didn't intentionally make things difficult. When she saw Chao Pingping, she asked, "Why are you wearing your clothes?" The child only wore a single shirt. I was worried she would catch a cold, so I let her wear mine first. Tomorrow, I will check her measurements and make her proper clothes. Ning Kaiwei saw Lu Tsuehua and wore a genuine smile on her face.
You.
Why didn't you ask me? Jingrui has clothes, even though he's a boy, but they fit him better than yours. Lu Tsuehua gently tapped Ning Kaiwei on the forehead. In her previous life, she must have owed her, and now she was repaying the debt. And she was doing so willingly. Big sister-in-law, why are you so kind? Ning Kaiwei chuckled softly, her words sweet enough to seem like honey. Don't try to fool me, just wait and see, she said with a bit of annoyance, then quickly left the room to find some clothes. Ning Kai Li and Ning Kai Lian looked at each other. They and their third sister seemed closer than ever before. Tell me what happened to Pingping's injuries. How did it happen? Ning Tsaiwei's expression darkened as she looked at Pingping, who kept her head up and stared at her face, showing some concern. Pingping is a girl. The Chao family hopes for a boy, but I can't have children. Every time someone else has a boy, Pingping's father and my mother-in-law look at me and her with disdain, either scolding or hitting us. Ning Kailian looked at her second sister with some sympathy.
But
Ning Kaiwei snorted coldly. You deserve it. It's just that the child is pitiful. As a mother, I have to be strict. Look at what kind of trouble you've caused. If anyone dares to hurt my child, I will take a knife and deal with their whole family. Look at you. What did Pingping do wrong? Why do you let your family mistreat her? Adults are not innocent, but children truly are. It's too hard for her to escape such a family. She had no mercy for Ning Kai-li. If she didn't wake her up now, and the Chow family came to cause trouble later, she would take her children and leave again. As for Pingping, thinking of Pingping's tragic death in her past life, she sighed. Forget it. She might as well do a good deed today. Think about it yourself. Your mind isn't for being manipulated. It's for thinking. It's okay to be slow or clumsy, but you can't just be led around by the nose, believing whatever others say. Ning Kai-lian, wanting to comfort her, was stunned in place. Whoa. Third sister was even more terrifying. Let the child wear the clothes for now, and we'll buy new ones tomorrow. But while Chow Pingping was changing clothes, Lu Tsuehua's loud scolding could be heard coming from inside the room. Zhao Jingyun and Zhao Jingmian are two people working on furniture in the new courtyard. Kaiwei likes the corridor, and Zhao Jingmian is rebuilding the shelves there, planning to mail back wisteria seeds in spring to see if they can grow. Kaiwei, tired, can sit under the wisteria corridor to read and drink tea. Oh no! Did your older sister-in-law and Kaiwei argue?
And
Zhao Jingyun wiped the sweat from his forehead. Why did his wife curse so harshly this time? Beep, beep, beep. All sounds are muted.
wait.
Zhao Jingyun was about to rush inside but was stopped by Zhao Jingmian, who specifically said, "You can't wait anymore. I've never seen your sister-in-law so angry before." Zhao Jingyan looked worried, but Zhao Jingmian's hand seemed glued, unable to be pulled away. Big brother, stay calm. Big sister-in-law just came back to get her clothes. There might be others inside. And they were speaking inside, not outside. Probably female guests. It's not appropriate for the brothers to go in. There were no other sounds, only the sister-in-law scolding, which probably wasn't a fight.
Huh?
Is that so? Zhao Jingyun was confused, glanced at the second brother, then relaxed. His second brother's wife and his own wife, it seems they don't need to go in. What's wrong? The tiger's cruelty doesn't eat its own cubs. How can someone treat their own child like that? Are they even human? They're worse than animals. What kind of thing? Let that beast eat itself to death, choke on water, or even and kill that troublemaker. Anyway, animals deserve to die. The sister-in-law was furious. Ning Kaiwei had already watched it once, and was now calmer. Don't be angry. It's not worth getting upset over an animal. Ning Kaiwei couldn't help but laugh and cry. If this were ancient times, her sister-in-law would definitely be a hero. She would speak out against injustice. Kaiwei, how can a father be so irresponsible? How can a grandmother be so careless? There were also beatings in the village. She would hit Mingrue and Manhwa, but only because those two kids were too naughty. Even when hitting children, she had a sense of proportion. When angry, she'd give a few swats on their buttocks to teach them a lesson.
But
There were bruises from sticks, shoe soles, and even marks from her own shoes. How can one not be angry? Humph! A mother can't stand up, so the children suffer. Her own child, not knowing how to protect herself. Ning Kaiwei is even more angry at Ning Saili. But seeing her timid and obedient on the side, that anger couldn't be expressed. If she doesn't change Ning Saili's outlook on life, she will eventually make her so angry she explodes. That's enough. Lu Tsuehua knew this in her heart, but she was afraid of hurting the sister's feelings, so she pulled Kaiwei aside. She hoped everyone would love Kaiwei. She was so kind and deserved everyone's love. According to your second sister's words, if they suddenly leave, the Chow family probably won't let it go easily. Lu Tsuehua lowered her voice, full of worry. Although she felt sorry for Chow Pingping and also sympathized with Ning Saili, if their mother and daughter hurt Kaiwei, she absolutely wouldn't agree. I understand. If the Chow family doesn't give up easily, it will depend on whether I am willing or not. Ning Kaiwei squinted her eyes. Before, she didn't care about Chow Pingping, and she helped Ning Saili out of kindness to strangers. She would hire anyone. But seeing Chow Pingping and remembering her ending in the original story, her thoughts changed. Big sister-in-law, this afternoon, take Ning Saili and Pingping to the hospital for a full body checkup, especially Pingping, with all her wounds. They must be examined. Find Lu Xiaowei, and it's best to let Dr. Zhao check. She didn't want to use Dr. Zhao, but this matter should cause some reaction. She also wanted to warn the county chief, through Dr. Zhao, about such in his jurisdiction. I understand. Lu Tsuehua agreed directly, but...
Huh?
Ning Kaiwei felt her sister-in-law's gaze and looked up. What's wrong? Shouldn't you also check your arm? Do you need to change the medicine? Should you check your head again? Lu Tsuehua looked at her with concern, thinking Kaiwei should also get checked. Ning Kaiwei smilet. I'm not finished with this medicine yet. No need to check. My head doesn't hurt. Everything's fine. It's really hard to persuade Ning Kaiwei. Lu Tsuehua responded, all right, you have your own ideas. I can't convince you. After few people left, Zhao Jingmian and Zhao Jingyun quickly stood up. Zhao Jingmian looked at Ning Kaiwei worriedly, making sure she wasn't hurt and hadn't cried. Then he felt relieved. As for Zhao Jingyun, he simply stood beside his wife. Don't be angry. Don't get so upset. What's the matter? Let's talk nicely. Getting angry hurts the liver, so let's not get too upset. Two men, each in their own way, protect their wives. Ning Tsilian looked at Zhao Jingmian. I heard that Sanmei wouldn't marry, though later I didn't know how she married. This second brother-in-law is also someone I've met twice. The first time was when they got married. Now it seems he cares a lot about Sanmei. What's wrong? Zhao Jingmian's voice was a little soft. Only after confirming that Kaiwei was fine did he ask. Nothing. Is the wooden frame ready? My arm is injured. Rest well for a couple of days. Don't rush around. Those on leave know about it, and those who don't might think you're working on an urgent task. Both of them are at home, but they rarely see each other. It's ready. I'm working on it for a few more days, so I won't have to rush later. His serious face suddenly showed a hint of a smile. What's this? He looked at Ning Tsilian and Ning Tsili. He remembered. He usually has a good memory. Now, asking Kaiwei, he also wanted to know how his wife wanted him to address her. Ning Kailian, Ning Kaili. This is Pingping. There's no big sister or second sister here. She's not really Ning Kaiwei. And it's also to let Ning Tsili know her attitude. Zhao Jingmian nodded to both of them. If his wife doesn't recognize them, he doesn't either. In the afternoon, Lu Tsuehua took Chao Pingping and Ning Tsili to the hospital, explaining the reason to Lu Xiaowei, who directly helped find Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao, this is Sister Tsaiwei's maternal second sister, and this is her niece. Her family prefers boys over girls. When she's unhappy, she hits or scolds. Sister Kaiwei asked someone to check her injuries. When Zhao Yumei heard this, she frowned, not at the people in front of her. No one knew she and Wang Shuqing were in a second marriage. Her first husband was violent. He beat her so badly that she had a miscarriage when she was pregnant. She hated domestic violence more than anything. Hearing Lu Xiaowei's words, she immediately took out a form. Go get checked first. The results will take some time. Shall we take them to get checked quickly so we can get the results sooner? Okay, Lu Xiaowei replied. She took the three of them for examinations one by one. Chao Pingping was a little scared, but thinking of her aunt's gentle words, telling her to hold her head up, she did so. Only then would she not be bullied. As for Ning Tsili, she was trembling inside. So much money.
Sister-in-law, we.
Ning Tsili started to speak. Lu Tsuehua smiled and said, the money will be provided by Kaiwei. You don't need to give anything. And if you want Pingping not to suffer, then listen to Kaiwei. Ning Kaiwei asked Ning Carry and Ning Tsilian, what do you think about the Chao family? If I only have a temporary place here, once the Chao family relaxes or threatens you, you will leave immediately. Then just pretend I never said anything. No matter what happens later, whether you are beaten, scolded, or harmed, I won't care. If you've made up your mind, you will definitely part ways. Be prepared and don't be soft-hearted. Ning Kaiwei especially looked at Ning Carry. This second sister has never had her own opinion since childhood. When they were in the Ning family, she was the most honest and easiest to bully. Not just people, even the chickens at home could bully her. Even if she wanted to be a kind person, she needed others' approval. She didn't want to help others only to be seen as the one who broke up a family. I want a divorce. I want to leave. I want Ping. It took Ning Carey a long time to answer, and her reaction actually made Ning Kaiwei feel more at ease. A divorce?
Ha.
You need to be married to get divorced. Did Chao Anji bring you to the county to get a marriage certificate? Did you take wedding photos? The story in the book says that Ning Carey was desperate when Chao Anji married someone else. She caused a fuss and cried. But Chao Anji told her they never actually got married. That was the last straw for Ning Carey. No, we didn't. But we invited someone in the village. And when Ping was born, I even went to the village to scatter red eggs. Ning Kaiwei didn't know how to respond anymore. Inviting someone in is just a formality. But the law protects the state. If you don't have a marriage certificate, then you're not legally married and not protected by the law. She clearly explained the issue to make her silly second sister realize the truth.
Ning Kaili.
Did you have a strong impact during pregnancy and then have a miscarriage? Both of these people's bodies are in terrible shape. Things are as bad as they could possibly be. Long-term malnutrition is one thing, but from inside to outside, there's nothing healthy about their bodies.
Ha.
Aren't they here to see the doctor? Ning Siley was a bit confused. They are farmers who work in the fields every day. Chao Anji often scolds her, and if she's unhappy, he hits her to vent his anger. Even the bleeding, she thought it was her period, but it turned out to be a miscarriage. You, as a mother, are really careless, Zhao Yumei said, disappointed. If only you. She didn't finish her sentence, feeling frustrated. If you were still in that kind of family, not just you, but your daughter wouldn't live past 18, she added, pointing to the dark bruises on her body, showing how cruel Chao's family was. That's so sad for the child. Zhao Yumei thought about her own lost child and sighed. Ning Siley hugged Chao Ping and cried loudly. At home, she was told to obey her father, then her husband. She only knew how to suffer. But what had she done? When she tried to help her child, her mother and daughter were met with even worse beatings. Gradually, she thought if she just endured, it would pass. Isn't that how life is for everyone? But she felt she had harmed Ping. Later, she was told, "Stop crying now." What were you doing early? Zhao Yumei snorted coldly. She's a doctor, but she's also angry at such patients. Child, come here, let the doctor examine you. She took out her camera and took several photos of the marks on the girl's arms, legs, and head. The photos weren't taken of private parts. I'll keep these as evidence. Comrade Ning Kaiwei can come to me if she needs anything, Zhao Yumei said to Lu Tsuehua. Thank you, Dr. Zhao, Lu Tsuehua quickly responded. Every time she saw Ping's wounds, her heart hurt. All done, Zhao Yumei said. I suggest you keep a copy for the hospital records and you take one, she advised Lu Tsuehua after recording everything. Lu Xiaolui added, the tests are done. You just need 2 copies of the reports, no extra cost. They're useful for police evidence and for confirming the time. I also suggest keeping a copy for the records. Lu Tsuehua understood that they were reminding her to prepare for her and her family's future. Record kept. No need to ask, Kaiwei, as the older sister-in-law, will decide. All right, hospital records are stored. With this record, no matter how Chao Anji causes trouble, the fact of domestic violence exists. This situation depends on whether he is willing to face it or not. Ping, let's go. Are you hungry? Grandma will take you home to eat. The child hasn't eaten for a day. She didn't eat anything yesterday. This child is so thin, just skin and bones, with flesh stretched over bones. When holding her, her bones feel sharp. Lu Tsuehua originally wanted them to finish eating before leaving. But Kaiwei was worried about blood tests. She has modern thinking. Usually, blood tests require fasting just in case.
Grandma. Mom.
Chao Ping held Lu Tsuehua's hand and also took Ning Siley's hand. She could feel the kindness or malice from the people around. Good girl. Lu Tsuehua thanked Zhao Yumei. Dr. Zhao, thank you. Sorry to trouble you, every time. Zhao Yumei waved her hand. Tell Ning Kaiwei that I will pass on the message. Please thank her for my old Wang. Many doctors check patients, but she was the one who came here. She knew what was going on. Lu Tsuehua took the 2 of them back to the yard. Ning Siley looked at the test results, kept them safe, and after hearing her sister-in-law talk about the hospital matters, she realized that hospitals could also store records. That's better. Stop crying and look so sad. Are you afraid I will harm you after leaving that dangerous place? Seeing Ning Tsiali's face, Ning Kaiwei said with some annoyance, but finally explained, old saying goes, marry a man, wear clothes, and eat meals. You have no clothes, can't eat enough, and you still want to go back and get beaten? Are you addicted? Ning Tsiali looked up at Ning Kaiwei. Her third sister was usually strong. At home, she and the eldest sister did the chores, but the third sister refused to work. She used to dislike her.
But
I didn't. Ning Tsiali moved her lips, but still spoke. I just regret not taking Pingping away earlier. Kaiwei, I really won't go back. You told me that if I work hard, I can definitely support Pingping, so why would I go back to the Chow family? Ning Kaiwei's mot tweeted. So it was because of her words that she finally understood? She couldn't understand Ning's second brother's way of thinking anymore.
well,
Stop being angry. Not everyone is as understanding as you. Lu Tsuehua looked at Ning Kaiwei, holding back words for a long time, then quickly comforted her. How invincible it is. How lonely it is. Ning Kaiwei was speechless. As she walked over, she gently rubbed Pingping's head. Girl, you need to learn to be smarter. Don't be as confused as your mother. She wasn't interested in saving her second sister. But little Pingping, she could still be saved.
Auntie.
Pingping smiled and tugged at Ning Kaiwei's sleeve. I will learn.
Yes.
Sure enough, little girls like her are true love. Ning Kaiwei smiled softly and gently stroked her head, careful not to hurt her wound.
Drink some soup and eat more.
Zhao Jingmian looked at her, his face softening gradually. He served her food and handed it to Ning Kaiwei. If you can't eat, just feel full. She was already full of anger, and her stomach felt bloated. Zhao Jingmian hummed and poured the rice he just served into his own bowl. Then don't eat for now. When you're hungry, tell me. Ning Kaiwei was used to this. To her, it was very normal. Ning Tsiali lowered her head. Pingping looked at Zhao Jingmian. Although he seemed fierce, she didn't find him scary. The next morning, Ning Tsiali started to get busy. Lu Tsuehua told her to rest for a few more days, but she didn't listen. She could only be assigned some light tasks. Days passed one after another. Over at the Chow family, things were in chaos. In the past, the family chores were either done by Ning Tsiali, who worked for free, or by Chow Pingping, who was a burden. Now that both big fools were gone, Chow Anji knocked on his mother's door. Mom, dinner's ready.
I'm starving.
Do you still want a son? If I don't cook, I'll starve to death. Chow Anji shouted while pounding on the door fiercely. Got it, got it. You're always like this, giving me a headache. Chow Grandma rubbed her stomach and opened the door. The useless ones and the hen that doesn't lay eggs haven't come back? Hurry up and find them. If you can't, find that useless one. She's your daughter. Whatever you tell her to do, she has to do.
Gao an visa not gon li.
Didn't you tell them to leave? If I don't go, you go. No matter who does it. He has to eat what's ready. Chow Grandma looked at everything on the stove and felt even angrier. She couldn't help but curse. Why keep that useless hen around? She's just occupying the toilet without doing her business. When will I finally get to hold my grandson? Chow Anji looked relaxed and sat down inside the house. Don't worry, sooner or later you'll hold your big grandson. That unlucky thing. Get lost early and save trouble. Since we haven't gotten the marriage certificate yet, I'll do it when your grandson is born. Thinking of the people in the small courtyard, Chow Anji felt very warm inside. Grandson, grandson, grandson. You keep mentioning it every day. Old Lady Chow looked at Chow Anji and scolded him impatiently. By the way, that useless person. Bring her back early to cook. She's never home. Don't come back anymore. Chow Anji looked at his mother, frowned, but didn't say anything. Got it, got it. The food her mother made always had a strange smell. It made Chow Anji think he really needed to find that useless person, at least to have someone to cook. While eating, he kept thinking about it, but after finishing when he stepped outside, he immediately forgot about it. When the sky outside turned dark, Chao Anji avoided everyone's sight and went to a broken temple. The weather was cold, it was already dark, and everyone was sleeping at home. There weren't many people outside. Huinyang, I missed you so much. Chao Anji slipped into the broken temple, then went through it to a small courtyard behind. Inside the courtyard house, candles were rarely lit. Now, most families in the village had electricity and turned on electric lights. People who lit candles were usually the elderly, or, for example, Huinyang was a widow in the village, with little contact with others, and no one remembered there was a broken temple here.
Anji?
Why are you here? It's still early. Before Huinyang finished speaking, Chao Anji had already hugged her and pressed his face against hers. Huinyang took a breath. Anji, listen to me. If we're caught, neither of us will have a good ending.
You.
Chao Anji, holding the woman in his arms, had no mood to listen. He directly covered her mouth with his. Huinyang pushed him, but it only made Chao Anji's desire grow stronger as he held her tighter. Huinyang frowned in disgust, looked at the darkening sky outside, and knew she was far from the village, so no one would come here. Close the door. Anji, close the door. A flicker of darkness crossed her eyes. She was panting heavily, reminding him, there's no one coming here. Chao Anji hadn't been with the woman for several days, especially after Ning Tsili left. He had no place to vent his anger or his frustrations. These days, he felt so restless. What's the big deal if someone is watching? Let those kids see what a real man looks like. Huinyang sniffled and gently hit him, as if encouraging him. What's wrong? Since I haven't come around these days, do you miss me? Huinyang's skin is getting softer and softer. Chao Anji said with a smile. Honestly, it's true. In the village, there was an orphan whose family had no firewood left, so she went up the mountain to gather some. When she heard the noise at the abandoned temple, she came over and watched the scene with big eyes, like a live broadcast. Ning Tsili had been working here for half a month. She didn't need to think about anything, just work hard. She hadn't eaten well for many years, but here, she could eat as much as she wanted, without worrying about others' opinions. Payroll is out. Ning Tsili smiled, holding a few big red envelopes with names written on them. From now on, our team will grow bigger, and we will start keeping salaries secret. This means no one will know how much others earn. She was thinking ahead as more people joined. Things could get messy. Instead of transparent salaries, where some people might be unhappy if they earn more or less, it was better to keep it secret from the start. Ning Tsili pulled Chao Pingping aside and whispered, Kaiwei, I don't want money. She was different from others. She had a daughter and was living here, eating and staying. Plus, Ning Kaiwei bought her clothes. The money spent on her medical checkup at the hospital was also given by Kaiwei. She had never seen so much money before. Your mother and daughter's matters can wait. Big sister-in-law, this is for you. Ning Kaiwei handed over the red envelope first. The day after the health check, Lu Tsuehua mentioned buying a house. Ning Kaiwei didn't stop her. She knew the trend in future years. Even though they were in a small county, house prices would rise sharply later. It made no sense for her to buy a house herself and stop Lu Tsuehua. If you don't have enough money, just ask me. I'll make up the difference. Buying a house is a good idea. She agreed immediately. When Lu Tsuehua heard her, she made up her mind and decided to buy the courtyard. I'll keep it safe then. Lu Tsuehua didn't hold back. In the past, when she received her salary, she could see the exact amount directly. Just now, Kaiwei said she couldn't let others find out, so she directly put away the red envelope. This is Sister Wang's. This is Lu Hua's. This is Big Brother's.
But
after giving red envelopes to the three people, Ning Kaiwei took out another one and handed it directly to Zhao Jingyun, who was watching the scene. Zhao Jingyun was surprised. Kaiwei, what are you doing? I'm not working today, so why are you giving me a salary? In the past, they always paid her wife directly each month. Why is there suddenly one for him now? Their family has one person managing food and shelter, plus 50 yuan salary. That's more than factory workers get. Big brother, from now on, if you work a few days, I'll give you a salary for those days. Since my sister-in-law has a salary, you shouldn't feel unfair if you don't. Ning Kaiwei smiled and looked at her big brother, joking. Since she was hurt, her big brother and sister-in-law have been busy every day without rest. Before, they helped for a few days and then went back to the village.
But now,
Kaiwei, I can do more myself. Why are you still giving him money?
just take it back.
Lu Tsuehua frowned and directly took the salary red envelope from Zhao Jingyan's hand, trying to put it back into Ning Kaiwei's. Even if she saw more money, she knew clearly that if it weren't for Kaiwei, she wouldn't have such a good life. Taking their wages, she felt so ashamed.
Ning Kaiwei potet.
My arm hurts. Sigh, fine, I'll go set up my stall myself tomorrow. No salary probably means she doesn't want me to work anymore. Big brother, sister-in-law, I understand.
You don't understand anything.
Lu Tsuehua was about to explain, but seeing her stern face with a pair of clever eyes underneath, there was nothing she didn't understand. Stubborn girl, you get a benefit and act innocent. You're so fond of acting, why not go be in movies? Always acting in front of me. Are you addicted? Lu Tsuehua was both angry and helpless. She reached out to hit her, but her hand, when raised, still felt heartache. She raised her hand high and slowly lowered it. Ning Kaiwei felt like a mosquito bite was more painful than her sister-in-law hitting her. Hee, sister-in-law, you know me. Either I don't say anything, or if you give it to me, I definitely won't take it back. Anyway, since you're not taking it, I'll get up early tomorrow to set up my stall. If she can't give the money away, who can she argue with? All right, all these big principles. You've gained some skills and even learned to threaten me. Lu Tsuehua shot her a fierce look, but she was still afraid she might actually do what she said. If she didn't accept it, she would have to go out and sell things tomorrow. She could say it, and she could really do it. Frustrated, she angrily shoved the red envelope back into Zhao Jingyun's arms. Zhao Jingyan looked at his wife innocently. He felt wrong too. Who should he talk to for justice?
He.
Ning Kaiwei watched the interaction between her older brother and sister-in-law. Honestly, if her brother wasn't so love-struck, she wouldn't be the first to object. All right, second sister, wait a moment. Everyone else go back to your rooms. Tomorrow from 2 to 4 p.m., you have time to go to the bank and deposit your money. Although it's not much, she knew they all took turns going to deposit their savings. Little by little, it adds up. Currently, the villagers have little income, so being able to save a few dozen yuan each month is already a good life. Okay. Sister Wang smiled kindly. She was naturally gentle. As she touched the red envelope in her hand, she felt truly at ease. When everyone dispersed, Ning Kaiwei looked at Ning Xili. I know what you're thinking, but don't talk about wages like that anymore. Don't mention it in the future. Ping can support herself just by working hard. When did she need you to support her? Ping was only 12 years old, but very diligent. She was the one who cleared the dishes after customers finished eating at the shop. She also wiped the tables. She used to help wash vegetables, but Ning Kaiwei didn't let her go outside because she was worried about her frostbite getting worse. I won't give you Ping's money. These are your money, but from now on, I will only give you half. She didn't care much about the money herself, but for Ping's sake, she was very concerned. She was afraid her second sister would be tricked by the Chow family again or bullied by the Ning family. She gave her as much money as she had. In the end, she had no money left and caused herself a lot of trouble. So she decided to give her half. 5 yuan. The remaining 5 yuan, I will record separately in a ledger. Your wages will be paid as half for 1 year. After a year, I will give you all that half of the money. From now on, I won't help you hold on to your money anymore. She looked at her second sister, who was different from the other 3. Lu Hua, although she also depended on Wang Zizi at heart, had good eyesight and good luck. Wang Zizi truly treated her well. He would ride his bicycle every week to visit her with Fatty. Even knowing she was well-fed and sleeping soundly, he still brought over stewed meat and chicken from home every week. Moreover, Wang Zizi also took care of the firewood for the Zhao family. When he came each week, he would also bring a few bundles of firewood for Ning Kaiwei. Everything he does is just to make sure his wife is happy here. Sister Wang, despite her gentle nature, is not naive and has her own ideas. Before, her family looked down on her, but she decided not to go back. As for Ning Kaiwei, forget it. Don't say anything more. It's making me angry.
I know you're doing this for my sake.
Ning Kaiwei is not angry. Now she is full, sleeps well, and stays warm, which is 1,000 times better than living at the Chow family. She has long wanted to leave the Chow family. Also, Kaiwei said if the Chow or Ning family causes trouble, just tell her. She will handle it. Here, take this 5 yuan. Kaiwei, second sister, is not clever and doesn't have a good mind, but she knows you saved us both. I truly mean it when I say I don't want any wages. Ning Kaiwei was worried Kaiwei wouldn't believe her and spoke quickly, a little anxious. Kaiwei looked at her. Are you doubting my intelligence, or do you think? She knew what her second sister was thinking. With her sister's straightforward nature, any worries she show clearly on her face. She's not that foolish. Kaiwei, keep it for yourself.
Don't give it back to me.
I have money now, and I can't even sleep well. She never had money from either the Ning or Chow families. And it's only 5 yuan. She has to stare hard to fall asleep. Kaiwei looked at her second sister. During these 2 weeks, she had changed her opinion of Ning Kaiwei. She had been tamed. By Ning Lao and Ning Lao Tai from the Ning family, she was obedient. When she went to the Chow family, her obedient attitude helped her get by.
But
she is a kind and honest person, never lazy or sneaky at work, and doesn't slack off because of her.
All right.
I'll keep it for you. Whenever you want to spend money, just ask me. I'll also save the money for Pingping separately. Chow Pingping heard her name and looked up at Ning Kaiwei, smiling. Little auntie. She relied on Ning Kaiwei, leaning on her side. In just half a month, the thin, frail girl looked a little healthier, with some flesh on her face. Her skin was much whiter. Thanks to the frostbite ointment sent by Yen 12, her frostbitten hands were almost healed.
Okay.
Ning Kaiwei quickly nodded in agreement. Lately, she realized her mother was not as good as Kaiwei, her aunt. As for others, Lu Tsuehua returned to her room, carefully closed the door, and first opened her red envelope. I knew it. Tell me, this Kaiwei gives money every day, hiding it away, afraid I won't want it. All included in the wages. Although she said it casually, a happy smile appeared on her face. She is kind to Kaiwei, and Kaiwei tries her best to be kind in return. How could she not be happy? By the way, take a look at yours. Zhao Jingyan looked at his wife with a stubborn yet soft expression. For their future life, he didn't want to cause trouble. He opened his red envelope, which contained 5 10-yuan bills. 50? Both of us. 130.
Wow.
That's not a small amount. In the past few years, they hadn't saved over 100, but Kaiwei. Zhao Jingyan looked at his wife with a frown. Kaiwei earns quite a lot each day. She must have a plan for how she spends her money. Wife, let's work hard and do things honestly. No stealing, no cheating, no hurting others. Let's keep an eye on Kaiwei. She would definitely refuse to take it back. In the end, her wife would get angry, so it's better to keep it and work even harder in the future. Although, she has always been diligent. What can we do about it? That girl has big ideas. Maybe she's thinking that since we just bought a new yard, we don't have enough money, so she only gave us this much this month. Lu Tsuehua guessed, but she was overthinking. During these days of her injury, she had been busy with the shop and the construction team's meals from 3 directions, and she hadn't missed any of it. The 3 of them had freed her up, giving her more time to plan and prepare. Moreover,
over on the alley side,
she should go take a look. Actually, not only did her sister-in-law's salary increase, but Wang's wife and Lu Hua's salaries also went up significantly. As for Ning Kaiwei, she deliberately kept her wages low, but on the bookkeeping, her salary also increased. If her second sister could work hard, she would naturally have other plans. Tsuehua, I know I shouldn't say this.
Wang's wife found Lu Tsuehua secretly, speaking softly so others wouldn't hear. I gave Kai Wei 20 more yuan. Did I make a mistake? Asked quietly. If I made a mistake, I should return the money to Kai Wei. As for Lu Hua, she was even more direct. She went straight to Ning Kai Wei and pushed 20 yuan toward her, saying, Sister-in-law, you made a mistake. Ning Kai Wei looked at her with a commanding presence, and someone unfamiliar might think she was about to be overwhelmed. Ahem. This month's bonus. Everyone worked hard. This is the bonus I gave. I am injured in my arm, but my mind is still okay. I still have a few bills, and I can count them clearly. Here, take it. Lu Hua's eyes widened. That's too much. I need to make more spicy hot pot to earn that much. Ning Saishio looked at her and couldn't help but laugh softly. All right, work hard in the future. Everything will be fine. She pushed the 20 yuan back to Lu Hua. Lu Hua walked carefully, one step deep, one step shallow. Then, like a thief, she hid the money here, felt it wasn't safe, so she moved it there but still felt insecure. This is not small money. 50 yuan. No, I need to go to the bank this afternoon and deposit the money, or I won't feel at ease. Suddenly, everyone was happy. Let's go back to the village. Things here are almost done. Let's go pick up the kids. It had been 2 months since they last visited the village. The arm sling was finally removed. Although it still needed to be fixed, she could move it slightly. Zhao Jingmian stood up, brushed off the wood shavings from his clothes. His expression was subtle. Often, others couldn't see the change in his face. Stretch out your hand. Ning Saishio looked at him. Didn't she say they were going back to the village? What was he doing with her hand? But she still stretched out her hand, and Zhao Jingmian placed a string of wooden beads directly on it. The beads were smooth, shiny like they were soaked in oil, with a glossy outer layer. Is this your new work? This string was different from her previous one. The color was more red, and the beads seemed smaller. Zhao Jingmian replied softly, yes, that string was unlucky, so I polished a new one for you. He explained gently, but inside his loose army green sleeve, at his wrist, was a string of wooden beads as well. If Ning Saishio looked closely, she would notice that this string was actually her old one. Many beads from that string were missing. Zhao Jingmian didn't make new beads but used a curved wooden tube to gather the remaining beads in the middle. Thinking about her secretly hiding her bracelet, Zhao Jingmian's ears turned slightly red. Huh? You. Ning Saishio was about to touch his ear. She had always been curious. Was it hot because it was so red? Ahem, didn't you say you wanted to go back to the village? Let's go. Zhao Jingmian quickly grabbed her extended hand, his voice a bit awkward, but he kept his usual serious face. Zhao Jingmian, what's wrong with you? Nothing happened. You are overthinking. Zhao Jingmian, your ears are red and hot. Are you feeling warm? No, they're not red. You must have seen it wrong. Zhao Jingmian, why are you so stubborn? The two of them had a pointless conversation that gradually faded away. Mom, I miss you so much. A little girl, not yet 3 years old, was smiling at first, but suddenly started crying with a look of full grievance. Ning Saishio felt very sad. She quickly stepped forward, wanting to hold her daughter in her arms. But Zhao Jingmian called out, be careful with your arm. Your arm isn't fully healed. Don't overexert yourself. Ning Saishio looked at him. My daughter won't get tired. She carefully avoided the injured arm. Recently, she felt soreness and pain in her shoulder. She asked at the hospital, and they said it was normal. Are you back? Why did you take so long? Are you tired? Look at you, you've lost weight. No matter how busy you are, you must take care of yourself. You're still young, and health is the most important. The old lady was very happy to see Saishio return. The old man's gaze also softened a bit. But the old lady glared coldly at Zhao Jingmian standing nearby. She hadn't forgotten that this unfilial son, after answering the phone, ran out quickly, probably to find Bai Jia. Ning Saishio nudged Zhao Jingmian with her shoulder, confused about what was happening. When they went to the county town, her parents didn't dislike him, but it wasn't so obvious. What happened? Zhao Jingmian, feeling both amused and helpless, recounted how he answered Lu Jiangwo's call, went to a small mountain village for disaster relief, and was misunderstood by his mother to be going to find Bai Jia. He explained everything in detail. Ning Saixio only then realized there was such a story.
So,
Who was in the county town? Was it really necessary to go? She smiled slyly, her voice filled with joy. Thinking about how Zhao Jingmian couldn't speak and had to leave quickly, she couldn't help but laugh again. Don't be mischievous. Zhao Jingmian finally felt the helplessness of his sister-in-law. No wonder the sister-in-law always said, Ning Saixio, don't be mischievous. My wife really is mischievous. Looking into her bright eyes, she forgot what she was about to say. Mom, here's the thing. In Banyan County, a village experienced a small-scale avalanche. Zhao Jingmian went there to help with disaster relief. He didn't go to find Bai Jia. And Bai Jia's identity is complicated. Zhao Jingmian isn't injured or discharged. He's probably returning to the army soon. This time when I return, I should clarify many things with the elders. The military gave Zhao Jingmian a holiday. Besides his wedding, he hasn't had much time off. His injuries, and those of his family members, were considered by the military, and they planned for Zhao Jingmian to rest more. That's what it really is. When the old lady heard this, her anxious heart finally felt at ease. Saixio, you don't want to leave, do you? Let's not get divorced? Can we stay together? The old lady was worried. Zhao Jingmian had been on a mission before and couldn't explain everything clearly. The old man and the old lady couldn't sleep well or eat well. They felt sorry for Saixio and also worried she might hold a grudge. Because of the irresponsible second son, they no longer accepted the Zhao family. The old couple didn't say much, but all their worries were in their hearts. Not only did the old couple look at Ning Saixio, but Zhao Jingmian also watched her. Unconsciously, he felt nervous, swallowing hard, with his joints turning pale. I won't leave. Ning Saixio looked up at the nervous crowd, smiling. Her voice was gentle. Recently, she noticed that Zhao Jingmian, though stubborn, was soft-hearted. His only flaw was being a bit closed off, like secretly buying her clothes, making her dressing table, or giving her a bracelet. To understand him, she could only observe what he did, not what he said, because he didn't know how to speak about his feelings. Good, no leaving. The old lady's face, full of wrinkles from smiling, looked very happy when she saw Saixio. If she didn't leave, she wouldn't worry about Saixio leaving. At least there was a bond. Mother will cook for you.
what do you want?
Sour pickled cabbage with meat? Do you want dumplings? The old lady was so happy she almost danced, not knowing what to do next. Ning Saixio smiled. Mother, let's rest for a while. We just finished eating, and we'll stay for several days. We're not in a hurry. She was happy inside. This time, she came back to have Zhao Jingmian spend time with his parents. His arm was seriously injured before, and he wanted to hide it, but he couldn't hide it completely, afraid his parents would worry. Now that the bandages were removed, he still couldn't lift heavy things, but he could move around. Can we stay for several days? That's great. No, I'll go see. The old lady, hearing they could stay for several days, started planning meals for each day. Her steps were quick, and Ning Saixio couldn't stop her. Let your mother busy herself. She's happy inside. Old Mr. Zhao looked at the relationship between Air and Kai Wei, and it seemed much better than before. Something must have happened, but as parents, they didn't ask. The children are grown up now, with their own families and children. As long as they are happy, they shouldn't interfere too much. Your mother cleans the yard every day. Just light a fire when you go back. Next time you come back, don't bring anything. We have so much at home, we can't finish it. Both of them had injured arms. Ning Kai Wei directly found a donkey cart, bought milk powder and canned food, and even bought a few bottles of wine for the old man. Father, these are calcium tablets to strengthen bones. You and Mother should take 2 a day and don't stop. I'll bring some back next time. I'm counting the days. The old man's leg had been injured before and hurt every winter.
Ning Kaiwei asked the doctor and got some calcium tablets. Milk powder should be drunk every day. Don't just give it to the children. You need to supplement your nutrition more. Ning Kaiwei kept reminding them. The elders used to not care about these things. Even if they had good food, they wanted to save it for the children. Letting grandchildren eat well was better than eating it themselves. We don't need to. Just as the old man was about to speak, Ning Kaiwei smiled helplessly. Father, our conditions are different now. I earn money. The children are not lacking. Your health is good. Living long and watching the 4 children get married and have children, isn't that good? If we didn't have these conditions, we wouldn't say anything. Our family can now afford milk powder for you. I can still support you. It's very difficult to change the elders' thoughts. They have experienced famine and have been hungry before. They are reluctant to eat stored food even if it goes bad. It's not easy to turn their minds around quickly. So, she suggested a more convincing future to make them feel they must drink milk powder. Okay, I understand. Drink it every day. I'll watch your mother drink too. The old man smiled happily, listening to his daughter-in-law. Instead of getting angry, he felt warm inside. This was their child's concern for them. What was there to be angry about? Other families, they couldn't even ask for this. Kai Wei and Chui Hua, the 2 daughters-in-law, had thought everything out for the old couple. Good. Father, wait for me 2 more years. When that time comes, whether it's the children or you, I will bring you all to the city. Father, don't worry. It has nothing to do with Zhao Jingmian. No matter where I go, I will always take you with me. Her expression was serious. She always knew that her future couldn't stay in a small town. No matter how high she climbed, she remembered who she was. She had seen enough of the glamour of her past life. It was dull and boring now. She only wanted to use her hands to support China's economy and win one challenge after another. Many countries used tough methods to control China's economy. They wanted China to become a colony or a cheap labor force. But she, Ning Saixia, would decide whether to agree or not. What's wrong? Zhao Jingmian felt the atmosphere around his wife and stood beside her, quietly asking. Ning Saixia looked up at Zhao Jingmian. If, he asked, what if, in the future, I shine brightly in front of everyone? How would you feel? This man had his pride. Their relationship was full of care. He even planned ahead for her, doing what he could in advance. When his arm was hurt, he still helped fix furniture, slowly filling their home. I would stand in the shadows, watching over you, protecting you, proud of you. His eyes were full of sincerity, no tricks, no doubts. He always believed Ning Saixia was not an ordinary person. If she said she could do it, she would. Would you be angry? And would you feel inferior? Men are often like that. No matter how strong they are, they don't want their women to be better than them. Zhao Jingmian raised his hand and gently pinched her face. She had a delicate, slim face with little flesh, so he was careful not to hurt her. Just a light pinch. Why would I be angry? My wife is shining and beautiful. Shouldn't I be proud? Wherever you are my wife. His words were full of confidence. Ning Saixia raised an eyebrow. All right. No wonder she admired this man. Good. Full marks. Ning Saixia nodded and praised him. Zhao Jingmian smiled. Please, wife, be gentle with me and show mercy. Seeing his serious face say such things, Ning Saixia was momentarily stunned, a bit proud. It depends on my mood. She added in her mind. It depends on my mom's mood. Both Zhao Jingmian and Ning Saixia looked at her, then couldn't help but laugh. Ming Yi and Manhwa ate at school at noon and would only go home after school. Let's go pick up the kids. Since you're back, you, as a father, should go to the school and show yourself. During these past 6 months, Ning Kaiwei has been very busy, with rare free time. In the past, her older brother would pick up and drop off the children. Since he started helping in the county town, Wang Zhuzi has been taking Xiaopeng and others, along with Ming Yi and Manhwa. Listen to you. Zhao Jingmian nodded, looking like a devoted husband. Ning Kaiwei held Xian Yan's hand. Xian Yan smiled, and after crying earlier, she no longer felt wronged. But she was especially clingy to Kaiwei. Wherever Kaiwei went, she followed. No one could take her away. Mom, are you tired? Mom, should we rest? Mom, Xian can walk by herself. Xian will walk. Xian's big eyes, with a smile, revealed her white little teeth. She squinted her eyes happily. Very adorable. Mom is not tired. No need to rest. Is Xian tired? Mom will hold Xian. Ning Kaiwei patiently answered whatever Xian said. Zhao Jingmian followed the mother and daughter, listening to their small talk. His eyes were filled with happiness that almost overflowed. How can life be the same with anyone? The happiness in front of him was something he longed for but couldn't reach. It was also a treasure he would protect for his whole life. Wang Zhuzi rode his bike halfway and finally saw the three holding hands. Looking at their backs, he thought, why do they look so familiar? Curious, he stepped closer and asked, second brother, sister-in-law? Have you returned to the village? What are you doing? People in the village all knew Ning Kaiwei was working as a small business owner outside, and there were many sneering remarks. But whether it was Xia Shanzi's family or Wang Zhuzi's family, when asked about them, everyone said they didn't know. Everyone thought they were just messing around and felt embarrassed to admit it. They looked down on them and sneered even more. Only Xia Shanzi knew that his sister-in-law's daily expenses and income were more than what he earned from his chicken farm in 3 days. Though the chicken farm looked big, its prices were transparent. Wang Zhuzi also knew how many people worked at that shop. When the children were on holiday and went to the county town, he couldn't just eat and stay for free. He would definitely go help at the shop, fix things, carry things. He knew how good his sister-in-law's business was. Going to pick up the kids from school. Usually busy, finally able to rest now. I also want to spend time with the children. Ning Kaiwei smiled happily. When she spoke, Zhao Jingmian was willing to be a background, holding Xian. Xian struggled a little. Mom is tired. Det, håll her. Xian looked at her dad, then at her mom, and finally obediently stayed in Zhao Jingmian's arms. My sister-in-law, Ming-yi. How do you teach him? Every time I pick up Ming-yi, the teacher always praises him a lot. He studies hard and learns well. I am not good at speaking, so I can't repeat it exactly, but he always does something different. When it's our chubby boy's turn, the teacher seems to shut up, and in the end, only a sigh remains. Wang Zhuzi feels helpless, looking at his son. Since he was little, he's always had plenty to eat and drink. Why isn't he as smart as he looks? Same child, same pick-up and drop-off. Why is the difference so big? It's good that the chubby boy is protected by you all. His mind is young, but when he grows up, he will naturally understand. Ming-yi has an older mind, with his own study plans and self-discipline.
But
he never had a happy childhood. Ning Saixia has been trying to give him a childhood, but that child is too sensible. So sensible that it makes her feel sad. Hopefully. Anyway, my brother and sister-in-law are smart, so the child must be smart too. Dragon gives birth to a dragon, Phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, and mice's children will find holes. It's not the child's fault. Wang Zhuzi has already comforted himself. Otherwise, he'd be angry enough to die. Hey, Ming-yi, look. Do I see Saixia? Am I seeing things? The chubby boy rubbed his eyes, a little in disbelief. Ning Saixia smiled softly, raised her arm, looked at her son, and forced a smile as she slowly approached. Uncle Zhuzi, Dad. After calling the outsider. In his heart, Dad is also an outsider. Then he looked at his mother and finally smiled. Mom, you're back. Does your arm still hurt? Are you feeling better? Don't hold your sister. She can walk by herself now. I can hold her too. You need to be careful. Your arm is injured, so you must rest well. Asked the teacher, and she said broken bones are the hardest to heal. It takes 100 days to recover from a muscle or bone injury, so you need good nutrition and rest. Before Ning Saixia could speak, her little mouth was chattering away. Unlike the boy who is just now suppressing his smile. Manhwa looked at his younger brother and then at second aunt. Yes, Ming-yi is right. The chubby boy was just about to find his dad, but now he nodded too. Ming-yi is right.
Haha.
Ming-yi. No need to go that far. Okay, Mom will listen to Ming-yi. My son is right, Ning Saixia said directly, emphasizing listening to advice. Her son cares about her. She wouldn't ignore her child's concern. A child's care is simple and pure. The worry in her eyes was always clear in front of her. Yes, little Ming-yi felt a bit shy and nodded like a grown-up. Has Ming-yi not gone home yet? Hello, Ming-yi's mom. It's been a long time. Are you picking Ming-yi up today? Before Ning Saixia could speak, the teacher pushed her bicycle over, smiling as she stopped in front of everyone. Ming-yi is very good. He listens carefully in class. I never have to worry about his studies. But the teacher looked at Ning Saixia and asked, "Can I talk to you alone for a moment?" Ning Saixia smiled and nodded, of course. The teacher pushed her bicycle aside with Ning Saixia, wanting to give her son a comforting look. But her son looked at her and softly said, "I'm fine. Your arm is hurt, so take it easy when you move. There's a lot of people after school. Be careful not to get bumped." Who is the mother and who is the child? My son. Have you mixed that up? Ming-yi's mom. I never worry about his studies. But he seems a bit different. He doesn't like to play with classmates and often sits alone reading or thinking. Is that at home too? The teacher cares a lot about Ming-yi and pays attention to his condition. First, thank you, teacher. You must really care about Ming-yi to notice his state. Ning Saixia smiled, her eyes full of warmth. Her gentle voice naturally made people like her. She first appreciated the teacher's concern. There are so many children in the class, but the teacher carefully observed Ming-yi. That shows her dedication and responsibility. Ming-yi's condition is a bit special. His father is a soldier, so he is more mature than other children his age. But Ming-yi isn't shy or withdrawn. He cares about me, plays with his sister, studies with his brothers, and even takes care of little Fatty. The teacher listened to Ning Saixia, feeling a bit surprised but not uncomfortable. She learned more about Ming-yi. That's good to know. Now I feel at ease. I was worried that maybe the strictness at home and school was making it hard for him to adapt. The teacher sighed in relief, and her serious and cautious attitude turned into a smile. If every parent was as easy to talk to as this, she would wake up smiling every day. With your dedication, I believe Ming-yi can learn well from you, both academically and in character. I am very confident. Ning Kaiwei speaks sincerely. She genuinely praises this teacher for their character. It is our duty as teachers to care for these children. They are the future of our country. I'm happy to nurture them from the beginning. This time, both the teacher and Ning Kaiwei feel more relaxed. Actually, she could have taken Ming-yi to the city now, where there are places to stay and people to pick him up. But what she values most is the teacher's character. Since the children are just starting to learn, she believes character is much more important than knowledge. Learning can happen anytime. It's never too late. Mom, are you still happy? Ming-yi looks at his mother. Although he was calm earlier, he still feels a little nervous. He thinks to himself, he hasn't done anything bad. He doesn't know what the teacher might have told his mom. Yes, I am happy. My son is so excellent. Why wouldn't I be happy?
Ninkaive responds naturally.
Zhao Jingmian watches her expression and gently smiles. Brother, sister-in-law, I'll take Paozi home first. He used to ride his bike here, then on the way back he would tie the kids' school bags to his bike and they would walk home. Today, someone came to pick them up, so he simply rode his bike back. Go back quickly. Zhao Jingmian responds and watches Wang Zhuzi riding away with little Paozi, getting farther and farther. And are my parents back? Manhwa looks at Ning Kaiwei with anticipation. Although if his parents come back, he won't be able to go out to play, and his mother makes him read every day. But he hasn't seen his parents in a long time and feels a bit homesick.
Not yet.
Next week, Aunt will take you to the county town. Then you'll see your parents. Okay?
Ninkaiwei patiently explains.
Manhwa is more playful than Ming Rue and Ming-yi, and he can't sit still for long, which makes his older sister very worried. Okay. Manhwa grins and laughs. He hasn't been to the county town many times. Ming-yi thinks about what the teacher said, but doesn't speak. Ning Kaiwei raises her eyebrows. She's quite patient. Mom, can I say something? After dinner, back in their small yard, Mingy looks at his mother and finally asks. Ning Kaiwei looks at him, tucks him into bed, and listens. Your teacher said. She repeats the teacher's words word for word. Son, what do you think? After speaking, she looks at Ming-yi. Ming-yi frowns slightly. I just think it's boring. The toys they play with, I don't want to play with them. Reading books is more interesting. I don't feel out of place. The students in the class still like me. Everyone comes to him for help with questions, and he always explains carefully. They also greet him and tell him what's happening. Maybe he really likes it? Thinking of this, I suddenly feel a bit less confident. Ning Kaiwei couldn't help but smile as she patted her son's head. My son, you're wonderful. You're not special. You just have a bigger mental age than other kids. This is very normal. Don't think it's wrong. You need to fit in later. She told Ming-yi about this to share her thoughts. She was also worried Ming-yi might notice and feel bad about himself. So, it's better to talk openly. Yes, when I was young, I also thought kids my age were too weak. Running around behind me, I found it annoying. I preferred playing with older children. Zhao Jing didn't speak, but shared his opinion. Ming-yi looked at his parents and realized it wasn't his problem. His dad also had similar worries when he was young. He's not the only one. See, your dad is like that too. Many people are. As long as it doesn't hurt others. Do what makes you happy. Do what you want. When you grow up, you'll see everyone is different. There's no need to hurt yourself just to please others. Ning Kaiwei looked at her thoughtful son and smiled gently, tilting her head with love in her eyes. Mom, I understand. After 5 minutes, Zhao Ming-yi finally looked up and answered seriously, Mom, you are the best mom in the world. After he finished, he couldn't help but speak again. Only then did it become clear that this little child, like a small adult, was still just a child. Well, what can I do? I have the best son and daughter in the world. Ning Kaiwei laughed happily, her voice full of joy, making the two men in the room smile. Even Xiao Xi and Nian, who was sleeping, seemed to sense something and showed a little smile. Probably having a very beautiful dream. Brother-in-law, I heard you're back. Wang Tingyun couldn't sit still when she heard Kaiwei was back. She curled up into a ball and came here. Why did you come over? I was planning to visit you this afternoon. Seeing Wang Tingyun and her ball-like outfit, Ning Kaiwei couldn't help but laugh. Your little Shanzi is so caring. Wang Tingyun slowly untied her layers of clothing, took a deep breath, and said, My fragile body, he's just worried I'll catch a cold. Wearing all these clothes, I nearly exhausted myself. She felt both amused and helpless, but seeing her husband's worried face, she couldn't do anything. It's good that you care about me. Ning Saixia smiled and looked at her thoughts. She pointed at the book, reading the big numbers one by one. 2, 5, 11. The book contained nothing but large numbers from 1 to 100. When Ning Saixia bought it, the shopkeeper looked at her a bit strangely, thinking she was a bit simple. Xin Nian is so clever. She knows so many numbers. Tingyun watched Xin Nian sitting on the Kong, flipping through the book randomly, then counting out each number aloud. After finishing, she clapped for herself. Xin Nian is great. The little girl was self-satisfied, fully happy on her own, providing her own emotional joy. Nothing else mattered. Xin Nian is really awesome. Clap, clap.
Ning kaitsja laukhed happily, pricing generously.
Xin Nian smiled, even more happily. Tingyun looked on with envy. Her body couldn't have children, so seeing other children didn't affect her much. But seeing Xin Nian and Mingyi, she felt truly envious. Brother-in-law, your 2 children, you teach them so well. Tingyun sincerely praised. Being friends with them, whether I treat them or they treat me, is all love. Family members who love each other should speak kindly, not be harsh or angry. Ning Saixia looked at Xin Nian with a gentle smile. At this moment, Xiao Shanzi and Zhao Jingnian entered the room. Saixia, big sister-in-law and big brother have plowed the land for Xiao Shanzi. Zhao Jingnian looked at Saixia with a blank expression, and he understood immediately. His wife didn't know either. He only learned about it just now from what Xiao Shanzi had just said. I guess I got hurt, and my sister-in-law was worried that Big Brother would return to the village and delay the business. But it really was something her capable sister-in-law would do. Brother, sister-in-law, about that land? Xiao Shanzi asked Zhao Jingmian and Ning Saixia. Ning Saixia smiled. Big sister-in-law told you to plan it, so just do it. Her own sister-in-law had her own way of caring. She didn't expect that the two people who always valued the land so much would, because of her injury, decide not to farm anymore. Moreover, they had bought the courtyard and spent all their money. My sister-in-law has always known how kind she is, but now it feels even more real. Some people are truly worth being sincere and caring deeply for. All right, then I'll find 2 more people to farm the land. The chicken farm needs a lot of grain. He will grow some himself and also collect old grain from the village. By the way, this is what my wife asked me to carry. Xiao Shanzi took out a cloth bag. He had just met his brother at the door, and they talked for a while. He forgot to bring the bag inside. I forgot about it. Sister-in-law, this is a headscarf I made. I saw it in a book and thought it looked nice. You might need it in your shop. It can prevent hair from falling into the pot and keep things clean. Tingyin spoke while taking the headscarf out of the bag. The headscarf is very convenient. It's actually a triangular scarf, but it has a fixed part at the top that can cover all the hair on the forehead. The hair at the back can be simply. That's really good. Tingyun, you're so lucky. How did you make this? And the clothes you made for me are so beautiful. When Ning Kaiwei mentioned this, she remembered her previous clothes. She had worn them once, and the vine pattern wasn't just on the collar, it extended downward from the collar. She hadn't spread it out before, but it looked like small grass. When spread out, it was actually thick vines. She liked it very much. I'm glad sister-in-law likes it. I don't have much to do every day, and I can't leave the house.
I just do some sewing to pass the time.
Zhao Jingmian and Xiao Shanzi said goodbye and went to the yard. The 2 brothers were whispering, probably talking about something. Getting along with Wang Tingyun is very comfortable. She carries a calmness that doesn't compete or fight. Whether she's talking or doing things, she never seems to make mistakes. Xiao Shanzi told me he wants to find a small yard near sister-in-law's house. It doesn't need to be fancy. We can fix it up ourselves. In summer, he wants me to stay in the county town. Tingyin talked about Xiao Shanzi's plan and showed a small smile. Her body may be worn out, but her husband doesn't dislike her and treats her so well. She already feels very content. That's great. When the time comes, we should visit each other more. I can introduce you to the people in the alley. The women and sisters-in-law are all very kind. Even if you don't find a suitable yard, you can come stay with me for a while. It's good to keep company. Ning Kaiwei smiled, a bit excited. Okay, let's look for one first. Tingyin smiled, feeling touched inside. Previously, she stayed outside the village and didn't speak. Others said she was sickly and looked down on the villagers. Actually, she was just in poor health, and since she had no one to talk to in the village, it was better for her to stay quiet. She didn't care much about what people outside said. People could spread rumors as they liked. It didn't really affect her peaceful life. Tingyun had nothing urgent to do. When she heard she had returned, she casually chatted a bit, sat for a while, and then left. Are you leaving? That night, Zhao Jingmian was in a strange mood. It was late, and both children were already asleep. He reached out gently and touched Ning Kaixian softly. Ning Kaixian was almost asleep and woke up immediately. She turned to the side and looked at Zhao Jingmian's shadow in the dark. Do you want to leave? Her voice was a little sleepy, mumbling as if she had it in her mouth. Zhao Jingmian, are you sleepy? Why are you asking this late at night? Zhao Jingmian's eyes were very kind. Under the moonlight outside, he could even see her eyebrows and eyes. The moonlight made her look like she was covered in silver, giving her a distant, noble feeling. It seemed as if she didn't belong here, as if she might leave at any moment, leaving him alone. For some reason, as they spent time together, he felt more and more unable to bear it. He was afraid she would leave. I don't want to leave. Not in this life. You're not allowed to think about it either. Zhao Jingmian's voice was rare in its tone, slightly aggressive and a bit domineering in front of her. Ning Kaixian closed her eyes, thinking he wouldn't answer. When she heard his words, she slowly opened her eyes again. It's not certain. If I wanted a divorce. Before she finished suddenly, Ning Saishuan's sleepy eyes widened instantly. Her body stiffened, her fists unconsciously clenched. She looked at his face, her eyelashes fluttering. Her long eyelashes seemed to flutter right over Zhao Jingmian's heart.
Leave?
Zhao Jingmian loosened his lips. Usually gentle but clever, the woman now stared with wide eyes, her expression blank. Hearing his words, Ning Kaixian suddenly seemed to wake up from a dream.
If I say leave, then.
Her small momentum just gathered. Zhao Jingmian's lips pressed again. Her soft lips, even softer and sweeter than when she tasted them in her midnight dreams. It seems to have a sweet honey-like smell. Are you leaving? This time, Zhao Jingmian used his self-control to release his hold. As he looked at her slightly parted lips, his eyes darkened. Ning Kaiwei felt a bit annoyed. Why did she keep? Why does a simple kiss make her brain shut down? Does she really think Ning Kaiwei is? Zhao Jingmian, I need to tell you something.
But
the rest of her words hadn't even started. The man opposite once again covered her lips. Between his teeth and lips, there was a faint scent of pine snow, whether from him cleaning dried pine trees earlier or his natural scent. And this smell was very pleasant, with a light, cool pine snow fragrance. Ning Kaiwei's focus somehow drifted to the scent. Zhao Jingmian, holding Ning Kaiwei under the blanket, felt her lack of attention. As a punishment, he gently bit her. Startled, Ning Kaiwei suddenly snapped back to reality. Zhao Jingmian, are you a dog? Her voice was a little higher when she called his name, but the rest of her words came out softer and quieter. This man. Woo-woo. Her first kiss in 2 lifetimes. Although it wasn't her first kiss in this body, it was her first kiss of her soul. She didn't know how this body felt before. If she didn't know, it was as if she had no first kiss at all. That's right. The logical loop was complete. No one could break it. I'm a dog. Zhao Jingmian responded confidently, and as soon as he spoke, Ning Kaiwei was stunned, and even Zhao Jingmian was surprised. Is this really something he could say? But his words had come out without thinking. Skit skit skit. Zhao Jingmian, so this is how you are. Ning Kaiwei smiled softly. Her drowsiness from earlier was already fading away with each word. Would you dislike that? Honestly, I don't even know what I might say. Would you dislike it? Zhao Jingmian held her, his voice hoarse through the blanket. He used great self-control to just hold her. It's okay. Ning Kaiwei raised an eyebrow. They were so close she could feel each other's breath. His sharp, defined face, if this were in modern times, he would definitely be the cold, tough type. Movie stars? Far from her old Zhao. She liked tough guys. Haha, especially when I think about Zhao Jingmian's 8-pack abs or something like that. No, wait, I saw him change clothes secretly, and the shape of his abs was really nice. She moved slightly, and Zhao Jingmian held her tighter. Wife, don't move around. Your man isn't Lu Xiaohui. Your resistance isn't that strong. Ning Kaiwei froze completely. How could she lose in this area? I can't lose, but I definitely won't. Really? Zhao Jingmian, I want to challenge you. How long can you hold on? Ning Kaiwei suddenly smiled slightly. Her lips, originally a light pink, had become bright red after the teasing earlier. On her lower lip, there was a small red spot. No broken skin, but a mark left by his bite. Humph. He bites and then leaves? Don't even think about it. Ning Kaiwei suddenly leaned forward. Although she had never kissed anyone actively, having watched so many dramas, she had some experience. Her nimble tongue gently licked Zhao Jingmian's lips. Suddenly, Zhao Jingmian felt a tingling sensation where she licked. It was like an electric current, spreading from his lips to every part of his body. Ning Kaiwei. Zhao Jingmian felt his whole body almost explode.
The suppressed force and rising energy kept crashing against him. Why are you calling me grandma? Ning Kaiwei frowned, wondering if it was right. She saw on TV that this was okay. But what was going on with this man opposite her? Why did it seem like nothing had changed? No, something was off. The process didn't seem right. Little did Ning Kaiwei know, even though the man opposite her kept a serious face and looked unchanged, his eyes in the darkness were already glowing red. Are you leaving? Zhao Jingmian seemed very persistent about this question. Today, he had to get an answer. Leaving? Ning Kaiwei's words didn't finish. She just wanted to ask if leaving was that important. But before she could finish, Zhao Jingmian cut her off. Then, his breath gently moved up her cheek and lowered to her ear, his voice deep and husky, carrying a strange, seductive charm in the night. Wife. I don't want to hear that. His voice was like a trap, with warm breath blowing into her ear. Ning Kaiwei's mind, at that moment, felt like it couldn't think clearly. Her gaze was filled with confusion, her lips slightly parted, and her small face was gently turned to the side. There was a familiar feeling of being completely at ease with her. Sweetheart, I won't divorce you. Is that okay? His voice carried an increasingly charming and deepening sense of affection. Ning Kaiwei didn't know why, but she felt as if she had been enchanted, and she nodded softly without thinking. You've agreed. We won't divorce for the rest of our lives. Sweetheart, from today on, you are my Zhao Jingmian's wife. You are my wife. Don't leave me anymore. His words sounded like a child's plea, or a strange kind of stubbornness. Ning Kaiwei looked at him, not understanding why. Even when she was clear-headed, seeing his expression made her feel calm. But she. I won't go. Her voice carried a promise. As long as you don't hurt me, what does it matter if we spend our lives together? Zhao Jingmian saw her expression, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. The warmth in his eyes grew even more intense. Sweetheart, you've promised. Then, before Ning Kaiwei could respond again, Zhao Jingmian suddenly stood up. Then, he put on his shoes and ran out. Where did he go? Ning Kaiwei didn't know. She was drifting into sleep, feeling hazy. Zhao Jingmian felt like his body was about to explode, and his self-control was slipping away. He quickly found a basin of cold water and poured it over his head. The icy chill made his heart soar, and his body calmed down quickly. Just now. His wife said she wouldn't divorce or leave. Thinking about her words, her eyes softened in the darkness. The next day, Ning Kaiwei turned over, stretched her arms, and realized she hadn't slept so peacefully in a long time. Recently, she had been quite lazy. Ever since her sister-in-law took over her stall, she hadn't gotten up early in a long time. Sweetheart, are you awake? In the past, it was always Kaiwei, Kaiwei. But after last night, Zhao Jingmian started calling her wife repeatedly. That word, wife, seemed like a secret to him, rolling around on his tongue, stirring in his mouth, before slowly slipping out. Ning Kaiwei opened her eyes, habitually reached out to touch the person beside her, but found the bed empty. Huh. Where's the child? It wasn't just that Mingyi wasn't here, her thoughts weren't fully there either. Mingyi went to school. Zhuzi took Mingyi and Manhwa to school together. Xinyan was carried away by Mom. Mom said to let you sleep a little longer, and not to disturb you. Just have lunch at noon. Zhao Jingmian smiled as he looked at Ning Kaixian, a look of satisfaction on his face. Come here. Suddenly, Ning Kaixian looked at Zhao Jingmian and beckoned with her finger, a mischievous smile on her face. Zhao Jingmian set the face-washing water aside on a bench, then stood by the Kong bed, leaning in closer. What's wrong? Looking at Kaixian lying flat, his expression was full of indulgence. Lower a bit. Ning Kaixian looked at him and tilted her head. Zhao Jingmian, tall and strong, suddenly bent down and leaned closer. He didn't know what his wife was planning. But Ning Saishuan's uninjured hand on her shoulder directly hooked around Zhao Jingmian's neck, pulling him down. It wasn't so much her pulling him as Zhao Jingmian willingly cooperating, lowering his head according to her strength. Then, Ning Kaixian gave him a quick kiss on the lips. Even though the night is dark and mysterious,
Morning also has its own special charm. At this moment, Ning Saishuan's expression was like a sneaky little mouse, her eyes full of cleverness and smile. But just this small act, the warm lips contrasted sharply with the cool air from outside. "Hubby, one kiss isn't enough?" Their heads tilted to look at each other. Then, Zhao Jingmian pressed down directly, covering her lips with his, as if savoring something sweet: strawberries, grapes, candies, honey.
No.
It was even sweeter than all of those combined. That sweet feeling was like dropping a drop of ink into clear water, slowly spreading as the ripples moved. Ning Kaixian felt as if her breath was being taken away. When Zhao Jingmian's lips left hers, she took a deep breath. Zhao Jingmian. Ning Kaixian felt her body was soft and weak, yet her presence was tall, about 1.8 meters. The man she called was now looking innocent. "Hubby, you started it first." His innocent expression hid all his emotions. He was a werewolf. This was a real wolf. Ning Kaixian was furious, staring at Zhao Jingmian, replaying in her mind how she had tried to flirt but ended up being teased instead. As a modern woman, she had to sound the horn for a new era of confidence. She couldn't lose in this kind of thing. Zhao Jingmian saw her little mood clearly, a smile hiding in his eyes and brows. "The water's just right. Wash your face, wife. Wipe your face." Zhao Jingmian gently wiped Ning Saiwei's porcelain-white cheek with a damp towel. When he reached her lips, his gaze became a bit cloudy, then his expression changed unpredictably. His lips, which had been rubbed, were swollen from yesterday, but just now, they looked a little red again. Especially the spot he bit yesterday. He had been careful not to bite too hard, but after a night, a small red mark remained under her lip, quite noticeable. His wife's skin was tender. He needed to be gentler in the future. Zhao Jingmian looked at the red spot and frowned slightly.
Zhao Jingmian.
"Yes. It's nothing. It really was nothing, just a silly game." She felt a bit surreal. Just now, she had crossed over, and she never thought she could have so much. Looking back, everything seemed like a dream. "Kaiwei, when I return to the army, you'll be the only one at home." "You will." The word regret caught in his throat, and he couldn't bring himself to say it. Ning Kaiwei raised an eyebrow and smiled gently, sitting up confidently. Was it okay for her to wear pajamas? Her whole body was mostly covered, except for her face and hands. What was there to be shy about?
But
the man felt shy himself. His head tilted slightly, and his eyes looked away. "Will you regret it?" Ning Kaiwei was putting on her clothes while adding to his question.
yes.
Zhao Jingmian answered simply, with no other words. Ning Kaiwei finished dressing, but didn't move. She just sat on the bed. "Zhao Jingmian, honestly, if you weren't in the military, I probably wouldn't accept you." She looked at the man standing aside, like a pillar. "I'm not very confident, especially around men. I tend to resist them, but I respect and trust soldiers. No matter how my business develops, a fixed part of my income will go to trusted charitable organizations and military aid." Her voice was straightforward, no longer soft and tender, but firm and resolute. Zhao Jingmian looked at her. Isn't what he liked most about her right now her confident, free-spirited attitude? As long as she stayed true to herself, shined in her field, and achieved her goals, she would be happier. "You will do it. I will defend our country, protect our people's safety and property. Kaiwei, I have sworn this." Not betraying her in body or mind was the fundamental rule and guarantee he gave her. In the future, he will watch her quietly from the shadows as she rises steadily.
So.
Ning Kaiwei looked at him, tugging at his collar gently. Feeling his obedience, she chuckled. "You focus on being a good soldier and protecting the people. I'll work hard to earn money and support the economy. Zhao Jingmian, marry me, and you'll be set for life." Her voice was unusually proud and confident. Zhao Jingmian nodded, "I think so too." They exchanged a smile, and today's words stayed in the moment. "Mom, you don't need to bring this. Dad, you don't need to bring this either. Bring more pickled vegetables. We're just at home. We can't eat that much. take it to the construction site, and cook for the workers. Yes, Kaiwei, listen to your mom. When they heard about going to the city, the old man and woman started packing early in the morning. They even packed half a barrel of pickled vegetables. They also slaughtered 2 chickens that they couldn't control. They packed dried eggplants, dried beans, dried chili peppers that they dried in the summer, anything they could take from home. It didn't seem like a short 2-day trip. It felt more like moving house. Dad, Xiaoshan keeps bringing chickens to the shop every day.
Mom.
Hearing his wife's advice, Zhao Jingmian joined in.
But.
You don't understand. There's no vegetable garden in the county town. Nothing is free there. If we take more, we can save more money and Kaiwei can save up even more. Every day, once you join the army, you don't know anything.
What are you talking about now?
Just a moment ago, your parents weren't talking to Kaiwei like that. Why are they treating her differently now? Haven't I already explained everything clearly? Are they discriminating against their son? Zhao Jingmian looked at his parents. When they were persuading Kaiwei just now, they spoke softly and kindly, afraid that raising their voice might make her cry. But with himself, you've already seen it. Go stand over there in the middle of the yard. You're in the way. Fine, am I already disliked just for standing here?
Then.
He saw his mother say, Kaiwei, you don't need to do anything. You've been working so hard, finally getting a rest, and your arm is injured too. Go sit over there for a while. Mom will finish packing soon.
Oh.
Seeing Zhao Jingmian's expression, Ning Kaiwei couldn't help but turn away, shoulders shrugging. Stop smirking. It's time to get some fresh air. Zhao Jingmian walked over and gently patted her back. Ning Kaiwei looked up at his expressionless face. How are you? Are you okay? It's fine. My parents are kind to my wife, and they treat me well too. When her parents were kind to his wife, he was happy. Comrade Zhao Jingmian, your thoughts are good. Ning Kaiwei praised him, but her voice carried a slight teasing tone. Brother, sister-in-law, Mingyi and Manhwa are here to pick you up. She had already told Wang Zhuzi in advance that he would pick up the children today. We're going back first. Wang Zhuzi just opened his mouth when Ning Kaiwei stood up and asked curiously, Aren't you going to the county this week?
Huh.
Surprised by her question, Wang Zhuzi paused. Sister-in-law, we'll go tomorrow. Since it was late, riding a bike might cause the little one to fall. They planned to leave early in the morning, around 8 o'clock, to reach the county town. Why leave tomorrow? Someone's coming by car later, and we'll go together. Bring anything for Lu Hua, go home and get it, then load it onto the car. Ning Kaiwei couldn't help but laugh and cry. Just as she finished speaking, she heard Zhao Jingmian. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and get the things. As Zhao Jingmian spoke, the previously shy Wang Zhuzi hesitated for a moment before quickly replying, Yeah, I'll go home for a bit and come back right away. It must be said. Ning Kaiwei's advice was no match for Zhao Jingmian's command. That's what brothers are for. Mingyi, we can go together. The little one, standing beside Mingyi, grinned foolishly. Honestly, he was still a little chubby. Before, Mingyi was half a head shorter than him, but now they were about the same height. He even looked slightly taller. All right, that's enough for now. Looking at the pile of things, Ning Kaiwei remembered what her sister-in-law had said. Sure enough, her sister-in-law knew the old couple well. She had already hired 2 cars, so they could definitely go back. Plus, Mingyi and the others would only stay for 2 days and had to come back on Sunday afternoon. Her sister-in-law looked at her and said, I advise you to hire 4 cars. Indeed, listening to advice is better. Wang Zhuzi didn't have many things, just a bag of roasted chestnuts and half a bag of peanuts. 4 cars, swaying along, headed straight to the county town. According to the schedule, you should arrive soon. Lu Tsuehua helped the elderly out of the car, then looked at Ning Kaiwei, carefully inspecting her to make sure she was okay before feeling relieved. She had been anxious every day during this trip, worried that if she wasn't careful, she might hurt her arm again. Sister-in-law, I'm an adult, not a child. Ning Kaiwei reached down to pick up something, but just as she was about to move, Sister Wang pulled her aside. Kaiwei, you go inside and sit for a while. There isn't much to do, it will be finished soon. Not much. They had filled 2 carts with items, and she still said it wasn't much? Kaiwei, I'm sorry to trouble you again. Lu Tsueshan also arrived and immediately started helping. Since planting season was about to begin, after this visit, he wouldn't be able to come for 2 weeks. Everyone's here today. Ning Kaiwei looked at Wang Ziji and Lu Tsueshan, and she didn't seem upset. Both families were good, and Sister Wang and Lu Hua had their own separate rooms, so they wouldn't disturb others. Although they were eating here, they also helped with chores. Today, your sister-in-law made a lot of dishes and even cooked a big pot of spicy hot pot. Sister Wang smiled gently, and the warm, happy atmosphere made everyone smile. Lucky to have good food. Following my sister-in-law, there's always rice to eat and soup to drink. Ning Kaiwei sat to the side, boosting the mood. Zhao Jingyan watched his wife, and the corners of his mouth couldn't hide his smile, almost curling up from happiness. Are you going to control your wife? Zhao Jingyan moved closer to Zhao Jingmian. It felt like he was a bit unnecessary with his second wife around. Zhao Jingmian smiled. My wife is happy. Your wife is happy? Then shouldn't you care about your older brother's happiness? All the chores of pleasing your sister-in-law are done by your wife. What is your older brother doing? Second brother. Don't you want to listen to what you're saying? What are you two whispering about? Hurry up and move the items. Before Zhao Jingyan could complain, he heard his wife speak. What could he do? Just do it. Master. Thank you so much. This master was the driver Ning Kaiwei hired during the village disaster. The other vehicles were also arranged by him. Whenever she went home or sent something, she would call this driver. Who earns the money doesn't matter. She preferred to give it to people who were kind and loyal. No trouble at all. I'm happy to help you run errands. It's not a big deal. Everyone's a good person. The driver accepted the money, then called out to the 3 drivers behind him, jumped onto his cart, and left immediately. Today, they closed early. When Ning Kaiwei returned to the village, she mentioned her return time and said she would bring the elders and Manhwa back. She told her sister-in-law to close the shop early. The shop was supposed to stay open until after 8 p.m., but today it closed at 6 p.m. instead. A notice had already been posted. Anyone wanting spicy hot pot could take their bowls from home, cook it themselves, and take it home to eat. Wow, it smells really good.
But
is this a housewarming celebration? This time, the meal wasn't in Ning Tsaiwei's small courtyard, but in Lu Tsuewa's new yard. Zhao Jingmian, following Ning Tsaiwei's instructions, took his older brother to complete the house transfer. It was already done long ago. His older brother and sister-in-law had taken some time to tidy up and buy furniture. Today, everything was finally in order. It's not exactly a housewarming, just that we bought a new yard and moved in today. Everyone come over to eat and gather some energy. With a new house and lively people, our luck will also improve. Zhao Jingyun, honest and sincere, spoke with a smile in his voice. The old man looked around, smiled and nodded, good, good. The lives of the eldest and second brothers were gradually getting better. Their parents truly felt relieved. Father, mother, the yard isn't big, but we've kept your rooms. All these years, you've supported us and taken care of the children. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Tsuehua looked at her parents, and all her words came from her heart, without any flattery. Buying a house in the county town was a dream I never dared to imagine. But now, scenes like these are happening right before my eyes. Kaiwei, I don't have words to thank you. My sister-in-law has already said it. This lifetime, I'm relying on you. Don't think about leaving her. The person she was most grateful to was her, but she didn't want to say thank you. She knew Kaiwei also didn't want to hear it. We will all get better and better. Life is full of hope. Ning Kaiwei raised her big bone soup. Drinking? Forget it. Not to mention her arm was injured, so she couldn't drink. Even if she got drunk just by touching alcohol, she wouldn't dare to drink.
Good.
Better and better. Except for the old man. No one drank alcohol. Everyone picked up their bowls, some had bone soup, some chicken soup. But the atmosphere. Watching you all drink soup, you're more spirited than me drinking alcohol. Zhao Jingmian and Zhao Jingyun were completely used to it. Clinking bowls while drinking soup wasn't a new thing for them. Grandpa, we toast you. Mingrui raised his bowl and clinked it with his grandfather's. Generations close. There's some truth to that. Manhwa and Mingi also clinked their bowls with the old man one after another. Finally, sitting on the side, Xi Nian slipped off her stool, holding her bowl, and walked in front of the old man under everyone's gaze. Grandpa, congratulations on your prosperity. With innocent words, she held her bowl and clinked it with his. Even the serious old man burst into hearty laughter, saying, "Good, good, good. Grandpa is getting rich. When Grandpa gets rich, he will buy candies for my family to enjoy, haha." The little girl looked at everyone's smiling faces and also smiled broadly. Xinxian then went to her grandmother's side and said, "Grandma, getting rich. Grandma gets rich. Grandpa gets rich." Xinxian hugged her bowl of soup and walked around, as the only blessing was getting rich. Zhao Jingmian leaned close to Ning Xixia's ear and asked, "Wife, did you teach her that?" With her clever and lively look, only his wife could have taught her. "It wasn't me, don't blame me." Ning Xixia's face turned a little red. During the New Year, when the two children paid New Year greetings, she taught Xinxian to say, "Congratulations on getting rich." But Xinxian thought it was a common phrase and said it to everyone. She wouldn't admit this mistake. "Okay, it wasn't you." Zhao Jingmian looked at her face and smiled softly. But his expression was very subtle. Most people wouldn't notice. "Calm down for a while." Ning Xiexia silently put down her chopsticks, reached out, and gently pinched someone's waist. "I mean, that muscle looks nice, feels good too, but when pinched it's really hard." "Okay." Zhao Jingmian's voice carried a slight muffled laugh. Everyone's eyes were on Xinxian, who had already gone to Sister Xiuji's side.
Ha!
She didn't recognize her. "Congratulations on getting rich." Well, the little girl simply omitted the title. "You two get rich. Get rich together. Everyone gets rich." Everyone looked at her lively and mischievous manner, laughing happily. Chao Pingping looked at Xinxian, dressed in a bright red little outfit, with a white, chubby face, and always smiling with curved eyes, carefree. So nice. She admired her, her lips slightly curved, and her smile grew wider. "Big sister, you look pretty. Your smile is beautiful." Xinxian went to Chao Pingping's side, and with half a bowl of soup left, she placed the bowl on the table. In her innocent voice, full of praise. Having been praised since childhood, the girl also looked at the world with kind eyes. "You're so cute, you're so pretty." Chao Pingping seemed to forget she was a stranger, watching the little girl beside her and listening to her childish words. Although she was envious, she was not jealous. "Big sister, hug." Xinxian stretched out her hand, with big eyes, looking at Chao Pingping, and opened her arms. You should know that being careful when asking someone for a hug is also a matter of choosing the right person. Not everyone can be hugged just because they want to. The young girl is very picky.
Okay.
Chao Pingping stands up, crouches down, worried she might not have enough strength and might hurt her little sister Xi Nian. She tries to stand up carefully. "Big sister, you're so kind. Just like my mom." "No, my mom is the best." Xi Nian, with her little arms, hugs Chao Pingping's neck and whispers in her ear. Chao Pingping feels that holding Xi Nian, soft and warm, is surprisingly adorable. What's wrong with girls? Girls are not wrong. Chao family made a mistake. At this moment, Chao Pingping undergoes a change. She has heard from a young age the insults like worthless and cheap brat. All those insults seem so silly when she looks at the little girl in her arms. "Yes, my aunt is the best." Chao Pingping nods firmly, her voice full of certainty.
Xin Ni An.
What's wrong with this sister? She repeats again, heavily, "No, my mom is the best." She's not her aunt. She's Xi Nian's mom. Xi Nian's mom is the best, the very best. Chao Pingping looks at the little girl, who has a serious face, and repeats her lesson. She pauses for a moment, then nods heavily. "Yes, your mom is the best." A child under 3 can't fully understand words like you, I, he, and so on. She doesn't know that this sister's aunt is actually her mom. The little girl is very serious about her mom. Even though she likes her sister in front of her,
she still believes her mom is the best. Until she hears Chao Pingping admit it, she finally smiles. Chao Pingping immediately kisses her on the face. "You're so kind, sister." Ning Kaiwei watches Chao Pingping and Xian Nian, her smile growing wider. She was worried that Pingping might have some emotional distance because she grew up in the Chao family, in that kind of environment. That's the sadness of a family's origins. But seeing Pingping's happy face, she finally relaxes her tense feelings. Our Xian Nian really likes Pingping. At home, only Ming Yi is as close to her. The old lady looks at her granddaughter. Everyone's gaze just now was on the two children. Ning Kaili, however, looks at her daughter's smile, feeling something is not quite real. In the past, she had never seen her daughter smile. It turns out her daughter looks so beautiful when she smiles. Ning Kaiwei still pulls over Manhwa, Mingyi, and Xian Nian, calling each of them by name. This meal was lively and joyful. Parents sleep in the big courtyard. Now, their family was in the small courtyard, which used to be reserved for the elderly and the eldest sister-in-law's family. Since her family had moved out, the entire backyard was empty. Parents sleep here, Lu Tsuehua gently suggested. The happiest elderly are those whose children fight to take care of them. The saddest thing is that the children they raised with hard work often refuse and dislike them, not wanting to take care of them. They are old now, but they once were full of energy and spirit. Perhaps this is the sadness of old age. Let's go to Kaiwei's place. It's just me and your mother, quiet and convenient. Manhwa hasn't seen you all for a long time. Your family is lively and bustling. In the end, the old man made the decision. Hearing this, Lu Tsuehua could only nod. That's fine, but parents, you can't be treated unfairly. Next time, you should stay with us. This time, I won't keep you. My bedding is a bit thin, so next time, stay here with me. All their money was spent on buying the courtyard. Many of the furniture were old, and their bedding wasn't very thick. They were fine. Young people have strong bodies. Even if they covered themselves with clothes on top of the blankets, they didn't feel cold. But the elderly's health isn't as good as before, so Lu Tsuehua didn't argue. All right, the old man said happily, looking less serious than usual. Ning Kaiwei's courtyard and the backyard of the big courtyard already had heated Kong beds prepared. Actually, all the rooms had been heated, just waiting for the elderly to choose where to stay. Oh, this courtyard is so big. Just us old couple living in this big backyard? The old lady saw it and thought, isn't it just a courtyard? There are several rooms. This is the main room. Once the sun rises, the sunlight will fill the room. Parents, from now on, this room is yours. Ning Kaiwei pointed to the main house. Previously, everyone squeezed into the small courtyard, cramped and crowded. Now that the courtyard is bigger, when the children have holidays, the elderly won't have to be pushed aside. So big? The room was very large, the main house. In the past, the eldest sister-in-law and the eldest brother lived in the smaller room, which had always been empty. Parents just settle in and live comfortably. Now there's a place to stay and food to eat. When the children have holidays, I'll arrange for the carriage to come and pick you up, okay? Seizing the opportunity, Ning Kaiwei quickly spoke. The elderly were always worried about bothering them and were reluctant to come over. My husband and I are both getting old. Just as the elderly lady was thinking about how to refuse, Ning Kaiwei sighed. There's no one watching the shop, and last time, we lost many things. I thought my parents could help me. Lu Hua's eyes widened, and she was about to speak. Wang Zuji pulled his wife back. His simple-minded wife. She didn't realize that her sister-in-law was trying to persuade the elderly lady to come over. It was just an excuse. Whether it was true or not didn't matter. Is that so? Even the county town isn't safer than our village. The elderly lady frowned. She used to think people in the county town were decent, but she didn't expect them to do such things. Actually, there are some. But the eldest sister-in-law and Lu Hua kept a close watch. Plus, after Granny Lu appeared in the shop, the elders went back and scolded their children, so her shop wouldn't have problems.
All right.
The kids are on holiday, so we'll come over.
Don't pick us up with a carriage. We'll come by ourselves. Carriages cost a lot of money. They strolled around and just came over, especially as the weather got warmer and the days longer. Ning Saiwei's eyes sparkled with a sense of satisfaction. All right, parents, it's settled. I'll be waiting for you. As for how they would come, as long as they agreed, how they came wasn't up to her parents to decide. Everyone finished packing, and it was almost 10 o'clock. They hurried back to their rooms to share their thoughts. Even when they were asleep, they held on to Chao Pingping's clothes. All around her were her brothers. Since Ming Yi jumped into the river that time, the elderly lady watched the children more closely. She kept a close eye on Xian Yan, not letting her take her eyes off her. The 3-year-old Xian Yan hadn't played with girls her age yet. Big sister, she said softly as she was placed on the bed. Ning Kaiwei couldn't help but laugh and cry. She thought her little girl needed to go to the city often to meet Pingping and get used to girls and boys being different. Are you tired? I'll go bring hot water so you can wash up. Zhao Jingmian covered his daughter with a quilt, then looked at his wife softly. After saying that, he went to fetch water. He brought over a basin for washing her face, watched her finish, then turned to pour out the dirty water. Only then did he carry in a foot basin. Wife, time to wash your feet. Since the day she was discharged, Zhao Jingmian had been washing Saiwei's feet every day. During this time, Ning Kaiwei had grown used to it. The Chao family hasn't made any moves yet. I wonder what they're plotting. Pingping, that girl, doesn't seem to have gone astray from today. After finishing the Chao family's matters, I plan to send her to school. In the past, she always made her own decisions and thought about things for a long time. She isn't used to discussing things with others. Her sister-in-law and older brother don't understand her way of thinking or her foresight about the future. And she doesn't want to explain herself, so she simply decided on her own. Today was also her first attempt to test talking about these things with Zhao Jingmian. Zhao Jingmian was washing her feet. Seeing she wasn't sleepy, he took her feet out of the basin, added some hot water, and let her soak her feet to relax. After doing this, he spoke. The Chao family probably can't find anyone, and the Ning family probably doesn't expect you to take in their mother and daughter. But spring planting is coming soon. Neither the Ning nor the Chao family wants to lose labor. It should be soon. Zhao Jingmian analyzed calmly and had also gathered information about the Chao and Ning families. Recently, he wasn't just working as a carpenter. He was also carefully gathering information about the Ning family and the Chao family in Yangjia village. By chance, he also learned about the things Chao Anji was involved in. As long as Chao Anji didn't cause trouble or make his wife angry, he didn't bother with those dirty matters. But if he made his wife angry or upset her, then he wouldn't give him a chance to cause trouble again. Lowering his head, Zhao Jingmian's eyes flashed with a fierce look, so quick that Ning Kaixian didn't notice. Currently, Pingping is doing well. Should we wait and see? It's mainly about how Pingping feels about the Chao and Ning families, then decide whether she can be cultivated. After Zhao Jingmian finished speaking, he looked up at his wife, seeming not angry. Ning Kaixian nodded and said, "You're right. After all, everyone in her place is very kind. But if the Chao family causes trouble, it will depend on Pingping's attitude." While they were talking, Zhao Jingmian had already finished wiping her feet. "Lie down first, I'll go wash up." He took the basin of foot-washing water outside to pour it out and went to the side room. The side room was where Ning Kaixian washed herself. When it was hot, she would wash there directly. There was no shower and she couldn't stand those bath buckets, so she could only wash herself in the side room. It only took about 10 minutes from start to finish. Zhao Jingmian came back, dripping with water. Ning Kaixian was leaning on the bed cabinet reading a book. She got up late this morning and still wasn't sleepy. People are often delicate. In the past, just touching the pillow made them wake up early. Now, they can't wake up in the morning or fall asleep at night. "Did you take a shower?" He looked at her holding a towel, drying his hair, and asked with curiosity. 10 minutes. She'd just finished reading a page of her book. "Can you wash thoroughly?" 10 minutes. Washing hair, washing the body, rinsing. Can it be done properly? Zhao Jingmian paused, then hung the towel on the rack, took a big step forward. In such cold weather, he only wore a small vest, and it was army green. His long legs looked almost 2 meters tall.
Ugh.
What was just flashing through my mind? Get out of my brain. Don't think I don't know, you guys are thinking the same, wife. Did you wash well? Do you want to check? His deep voice held a gentle tone. He took Ning Tsaiwei's uninjured hand and placed it on his stomach, sounding encouraging. You're so stubborn. Wake up. You've watched so many dramas. You've seen everything inside a dog's belly? Look at the person in front of you. She's just a person. No, the prettier one is still mine. Ning Kaiwei, stay calm. If you lose this time, how will you stand up next time? Kaiwei felt like two little people, one black and one white, fighting inside her mind. She could lose, but she couldn't let her sister lose. Very good. Zhao Jingmian, isn't this wrong? You're an adult now. If you haven't washed well, just rub yourself and you'll know. Even Mingyi doesn't let me help with the shower anymore. With that disdainful look, she stood up. Just as a little person inside Ning Kaiwei was howling to the sky, a cold touch suddenly pressed against her lips. A faint breath of snow escaped from her lips into her nose. She was holding a book, but Zhao Jingmian had thrown it aside without her noticing. His large hand supported the back of Ning Tsaiwei's neck. She tilted her head back slightly, and before she knew it, her eyes had closed. Then, she felt her lips being touched, a soft tongue gently teasing her teeth. There was no rushing or pushing. He was careful and gentle, as if afraid to scare her. Kai,
Wife.
Zhao Jingmian released her and rested his head on her shoulder, breathing heavily. His face was warm, no longer with water droplets, but filled with heat.
Huh.
Ning Kaiwei took a deep breath, almost suffocating just moments ago. How can this man's lung capacity be so good? Go to sleep. I'm going to take a shower. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Jingmian quickly left the room. Even a second late, he was afraid he might scare Kaiwei by not paying attention. Ning Kaiwei was stunned for a moment.
Huh.
Is that all?
All right.
Watching his hurried departure, Ning Kaiwei smiled slightly, with a hint of redness and tears in her eyes, showing a feeling of being slightly bullied. Ning Kaiwei, dressed in pajamas, simply pulled the blanket over herself and went to sleep. When Zhao Jingmian returned, he listened to her steady breathing and sighed helplessly, no conscience. As a punishment, he kissed her lips. He thought he had good self-control, but he was actually addicted to her. Ning Kaiwei, I've fallen for you in this life. Zhao Jingmian felt a sudden urge. He didn't want to take a cold shower now. He turned off the light, pulled Ning Kaiwei into his arms through the blanket, feeling her instinctively shift slightly, resting her head on his arm, and then she stopped moving. In the darkness, he had a faint smile and closed his eyes to sleep. Ning Kaiwei, come out now. Ning Kaiwei, come out. You're not a person. You tricked my wife and also took my daughter. Ning Kaiwei, if you don't give me an explanation today, I will destroy your shop and let everyone see what a scorpion-hearted woman you are. As a sister, you deliberately provoked your sister to leave home. What are you thinking? Early in the morning, Chao Anji arrived with his widowed mother, and Ning Lao and Ning Lao Tai also came. Spring planting was coming soon, but no one was tending the fields at home. How could their two families bear this? Later, they heard that Ning Kaiwei had opened a shop, and after discussing, they immediately went over. Ning Lao's eyes sparkled with sharp intelligence. This shop was definitely funded by his family. It should belong to the Ning family. Ning Kaiwei was just a greedy wolf, a money loser, using her family's money to open a shop and support others. Now it was school time, with parents sending children, teachers from the school, people from the alley, and passers-by gathering at the shop entrance. It was crowded and blocked the street. It was too early, and there was no one inside the shop. Ning Kaiwei and the others were in the backyard tidying up ingredients. The shop was cleaned every night and only arranged things at 9 o'clock.
Kaiwei.
The plump ant at the shop door listened for a while and then hurried to Ning Tsaiwei's small courtyard, running over breathlessly, looking happy and full of good fortune. Plump ant, what's wrong? Ning Kaiwei stepped out, looking at the out-of-breath Andy. She wanted to help her sit down and asked, "Is something urgent?"
Take your time to explain.
The chubby Aunt hurriedly caught her breath and said, "Kaiwei, something's wrong. Someone is causing trouble at your shop entrance.
You.
Please go and see for yourself. There are quite a few people, and it's not good for business." No one knew what kind of person Kaiwei was, but she certainly knew. Those people clearly weren't good folks. The people in the alley knew, but outsiders didn't. If they misunderstood Kaiwei and her shop's business suffered, then Kaiwei wouldn't be sad. Maybe she'd stop selling spicy snacks in the future? No, she couldn't let it happen. She needed to quickly tell the people in the alley so they wouldn't be bullied by outsiders. Thinking this, the chubby aunt hurriedly ran out again. Hearing what the Annie said, Ning Kaiwei and Zhao Jingmian exchanged looks. They knew that the Chao family and Ning family couldn't wait any longer. They had finally arrived. Oh, dear. Let me see, who are all these people? Ning Kaiwei stepped forward, smiling gently, her voice calm and without anger. Was she afraid they would come? She was actually more afraid they wouldn't come. If they didn't come, how could she handle things? If they didn't come, how could she get revenge? Kaiwei, you're almost 30. How come you still don't understand? As a younger sister, you're still managing your sister's household chores. Did Dad teach you that? Besides, this shop was paid for with your dad's money. How can you hide things from the family? Old Master Ning saw Ning Kaiwei and spoke directly, his voice heavy with paternal love and deep disappointment, almost like he was criticizing himself. Really? Never underestimate anyone. Everyone is an actor. Whether someone can act depends on whether the benefits offered are enough.
Oh, dear.
Old Master Ning, don't be so quick to judge. Who do you think is your daughter? Who are you anyway? You sold my eldest sister for 200, my second sister for 100, and you want me, the youngest, to take my husband's salary home every month, saying I shouldn't care for the children because they're Zhao's kids and not related to our Ning family, wasting food just feeding them. What's that? Old and forgetful, unable to read or write, forgetting family separation papers? I didn't throw away the account books. Should I let everyone see them? She looked at old Master Ning with a mocking expression, truly making her look at him differently. People without shame are truly unstoppable. Oh, getting old, huh? Does that mean your skin gets thicker every day? As soon as she finished speaking, Grandma Ning couldn't hold back. She waved a burning stick and tried to come forward. Wang Zhuzi stepped in front, grabbed the stick, and threw it behind him. Grandma Ning sat heavily on the ground, looking a bit confused. Wang Zhuzi was tall and strong. Her eyes shrank back, but she remembered her husband's words. As long as they succeeded, the shop would belong to them. She patted the ground and started crying. You good-for-nothing, shameless little. Are you cheating on your mother with a man? Everyone look. My daughter is cheating and hitting her own mother. I can't live like this anymore. They're pushing me to the edge of death. She wanted to cause trouble and ruin Ning Saichuan's reputation. All of this would belong to her son in the future. Wang Zhuzi's face turned red with anger, especially the looks from passers-by, like knives stabbing her. Ning Kaixian rushed forward. Zhao Jingmian was caught off guard and didn't react in time, so she didn't catch her. I gave you face. You old fool, drinking your daughter's blood, eating her flesh, and your mouth stinks worse than a cesspit every day. My man is a soldier. I won't let you tarnish his reputation. I told you to shut your mouth. Just shut up. One slap after another, loud and relentless. Whether they knew Ning Kaixian or not, the scene froze in time. I told you not to act like a human, but to be a beast. I told you to spit filth and blacken others. I told you to push my daughter into the fire. She had wanted to hit her for a long time. When Ming Yi was beaten before, she had already wanted to slap her. But she held back her temper. Now that the divorce papers were signed, what was she afraid of? If she didn't look for her, she still shamelessly came to her door to show off. Who had the guts? Ning Kaixian was furious. They were too spoiled. Thinking Ning Kaibao wasn't coming, they believed she couldn't do anything. They could do whatever they wanted. They even had ideas about her shop. What a long face, longer than the Changbai Mountains. What nonsense.
You.
Ning Kai-xian, that's your mother. Old Master Ning took a step back, his face flushed with anger. Seeing Ning Kai-xian riding on Grandma Ning and swinging left and right? No, she was always just using one hand to swing. For such a dirty person, his arm was seriously hurt. It wasn't worth it. Mother? Hee. Ning Kaiwei sneered coldly, stood up from Old Lady Ning, and picked up a fire poker. She stepped forward slowly. Zhao Jingmian grabbed her arm, worried, and shook his head. Let go. Ning Kaiwei's brow was as cold as ice. At this moment, no one should try to stop her. Not to mention she is not the original owner, and she has no guilt about fighting these two old troublemakers. Plus, they have a separation letter in hand. If they come to cause trouble, what can she do? Although Zhao Jingmian released her, he still stayed close, afraid she might hurt herself. Kaiwei, you are your father's daughter. How could he not care for you? Your brother is fine, so our Ning family will be fine. When the Ning family is doing well, you will be fine too. Although third uncle has gone to join the army, you can't. Old Master Ning was earnest, pointing at Zhao Jingmian, looking genuinely disappointed. Everyone sees it. My daughter is unruly. It's my fault as a father for not teaching her properly. Old Master Ning looked at the crowd around, his face full of fake worry. Not taught well? Truly not taught well. Since you've admitted it, if I were to treat you well, I'd be wasting my efforts and dishonoring myself. The fire poker was swung again, targeting painful spots. Ning Kaiwei, I am your father. If you hit your parents, you should go to jail or be beaten to death. He was beaten several times. When the hand reached out to strike Kaiwei, the man behind that little brat immediately grabbed his hand, preventing him from resisting. You all are fooling around with men and women while my third uncle is not home. You all deserve to have your heads shaved and be paraded through the streets, pelted with rotten eggs and vegetable leaves. Pretending was only possible when there was no pain. When the body hurts, pain triggers the body's instincts. Old Man Ning's gentle, kind look was gone. Let go. This time his voice was not so cold. When Ning Kaiwei spoke, Zhao Jingmian released Old Man Ning, but as he let go, he also pushed him back slightly. He was too close to his wife earlier. What if she retaliated and got hurt? You wicked adulterers, shameless people, engaging in immoral relationships. Isn't anyone going to stop you? Ning Kaiwei, you worthless girl, you lowly maid. You hit your own parents. You were just born, and I wonder why I didn't drown you. Grandma Ning finally calmed down, but now she was cursing loudly.
But
Ning Kaiwei shot a glance, and Grandma Ning's voice seemed to get stuck in her throat, unable to say a word. This bratty girl is really fierce. If you can speak and reason, then let's talk, Ning Kaiwei said. Just opening your mouth and spitting out nonsense, I don't mind fighting back. I don't fear dirt. I like to speak my mind openly. Ning Kaiwei looked at Old Ning and Grandma Ning, then her cold eyes shifted to the Chao family mother and son. Chao Anji met her gaze, especially the one behind her, which seemed to threaten to kill. He instinctively took a step back. I'm just here to find my wife. I didn't say anything bad about you. I want to take Ning Kai Li and Pingping back. At first, she thought about making Ning Kaiwei pay money. Ning Kai Li, who couldn't lay eggs, and Chao Pingping, who was a burden, working here would definitely cause Ning Kaiwei to suffer. But seeing how fierce Ning Kaiwei was, all those thoughts disappeared. She was just thinking about sending Ning Kai Li back to farm. If she wasn't home, who would do the farming? And Huinyang. Thinking of Huinyang, Chao Anji took a few steps forward again after stepping back earlier. Let Ning Kai Li and Chao Pingping go back. Our Chao family will handle our own affairs. Chao Anji stood firm. Ning Kaiwei smiled slightly, feeling somewhat satisfied with the current scene. She could speak now. Hee. Before Ning Kaiwei finished speaking, suddenly, Second Aunt Mingrue, we're here. These people were middle school teachers, many of whom were eating in the shop. When the small village had a problem earlier, these people steamed buns, and Ning Kaiwei later paid for them. None of them took the money. Others might not know, but they knew. Second Aunt Mingrue was willing to go straight to the disaster zone to help, paying and working hard. People like her couldn't be bad. It wasn't just their one-sided view. They also knew Chao Pingping, who used to be so thin she was just bones, covered in wounds all over her body. Now, thanks to Second Aunt Mingrue feeding her, she had gained some weight and looked like a normal child. Who is good? Who is bad?
Who is real?
Who is fake? They didn't need others to tell them. Kaiwei, everyone who can come to the alley is here. I want to see who dares to cause trouble in our alley. Aunt Wang and her people stepped forward one by one, surrounding Ning Kaiwei. Look, the kindness of strangers often touches the heart more than the knives of family members. I won't go back. At this moment, Chao Pingping ran out from behind the crowd.
Who are you?
Move aside. Chao Anji didn't recognize her at first. He had no idea that the person in front of him, with fair skin, a slightly fuller face, wearing clean clothes and braided hair with a red ribbon, was the same girl who used to be thin and always looked down, timid as a mouse. Such a beautiful girl was the same Chao Pingping from before. In her eyes, Chao Anji saw nothing but hatred. I am Chao Pingping. The young girl stood firmly in front of Ning Kaiwei. She could be bullied, but her little aunt could not. You're not my father, you're a devil. Every day in Chao's house, I get scolded and beaten. They blame me for not being a boy. When there's not enough food, they hit me. But there's no grain at home at all. I gather mountain goods, and if I gather less, they beat me. Grandma doesn't want me to call her grandma. She looks at me unfavorably and hits me. If you're in a bad mood, you take whatever you have and hit me. As Chao Pingping spoke, she didn't shed tears. She opened her hands and protected Ning Kaiwei behind her. The girl who once didn't dare lift her head now stood like a big goose, protecting the person she wanted to protect. You want me and my mother to go back, just to make us work, to make us farm, to let you vent your anger. I won't go back. Finally, for the first time in her life, she said no. Chao Anji looked at Chao Pingping. At first, he didn't understand, but then his anger took over, and he swung his hand. Everyone around saw how skillfully he moved. They didn't know who to believe before, but now, a girl in her teens had the most convincing words. I won't go back either. Ning Kaiwei held her daughter tightly, always ready to protect her. She wasn't a good mother. She always thought that if she endured a little longer, everything would pass. Everyone's life was like that, everyone's days went on like that.
But
while she endured, her daughter was battered and bruised. She hadn't realized it before, but only after seeing her daughter's heart did she understand that girls could live like that too. But her daughter had become the most miserable. She felt sorry for her daughter. If she now hid behind Kaiwei and her daughter, would she still be a sister? A mother? She might as well just die because she feels she has no face to continue living. Ning Kaiwei, think carefully about what you're saying. The Chao family is giving you this one chance. If you don't go back, you'll never return. Pleading won't help. I don't believe Ning Kaiwei can support you for a day, let alone both of you useless ones for a lifetime. Chao Anji gritted his teeth. Farming was one thing, but Huinyang was pregnant and needed care. How could his mother, who cooked with a pigsty smell, take care of her son? He needed Ning Kaiwei to go back and cook, to take good care of his son. In the future, he would be kind and let them, mother and daughter, live in the chicken coop. At least they would have food and not starve. My mother thinks you're useless. Endure? He couldn't endure, even a little. Why hasn't the great purification of civilization purified you? The chairman said women can hold up half the sky. What kind of thing are you? Disrespecting your own daughter and still shamelessly talking? With your ugly face, pig brain, and human appearance, are you still a beast?
wow.
The world is full of surprises.
And
Deep inside, she was also talking to her past self. Her parents, who favored boys over girls. Someone like you should go to the 18th level of, and never have a good death. Ning Kaiwei swung her fire poker, making everyone around step back. Old Mrs. Chao was fed up. How did our family end up with a jinx? Are you trying to curse my son to death? My poor son, worried that they, mother and daughter, can't eat well or sleep well, has lost weight these days. You heartless bunch, are you trying to kill my son? Ning Kaiwei frowned but didn't strike old Mrs. Chow. She was panting heavily, feeling a bit tired after all that.
Just then,
Ning Tsai suddenly took the fire poker and swung it at old Mrs.
Gao.
While hitting, she was crying. All these years, she had worked hard for the Chow family, suffering and exhausting herself. Flashbacks of those moments appeared in her mind.
Huh?
Awakened? Ning Kaiwei stared wide-eyed at her second sister. Honestly, besides the wrong angle of the swing, she used quite a bit of strength. Didn't you see old Mrs. Chow already shouting loudly? Mother, move aside.
Suddenly,
Chow Pingping's voice came over, and then a basin was poured directly over, drenching Chow Anji and old Mrs. Chow from head to toe. The foul smell of and the stench of feces suddenly spread everywhere. Ning Kaiwei, facing everyone's puzzled looks, said, It's not me. She had just said that with such a dirty mouth, she should be made to wash in a bucket. And, well, her sister Pingping actually did it. Auntie is online, seeking affection. Yes, I heard you, it wasn't you. Zhao Jingmian looked at his wife and sighed in relief. It's good she wasn't angry. It's good she wasn't angry. Ning Kaiwei has long known the nature of the villains. Why get angry? Moreover, her second sister and Pingping both stood up. She was about to clap her hands in relief. What's there to be angry about? If these two people had been timid, then she would be the one to get angry. Brother, the police are here. Wang Zhuzi suddenly shouted, and a few police officers squeezed in from outside. The first thing they noticed wasn't the people, but the smell of bad odor. They wanted to, but had to hold it back to keep their image. What's going on? Ning Tsaiwei's face completely changed. Her expression was as gentle and soft as possible, full of grievance. Are tears about to fall? Well, it's acting. Who can't do that? Big sister by Jia. Well taught. Police officers, I am the owner of the shop. We haven't even opened yet, but these 4 people are loudly cursing at the door, disturbing social order. It also affects the business of the small shop. Ning Tsaiwei's voice was full of grievance. Just after she finished speaking, everyone around agreed. Yes, exactly. Yes, we were all attracted by their noise. Passers-by aren't fools either. At first, they thought it was a shady shop. But as the situation developed, along with the teachers and neighbors, through regional education about disasters and Chow Pingping's changes, even at some point, someone took a photo. I am Wang Fingjiao from Xinhua News Agency. I previously dined at the shop and took photos of it. The girl in the photos is Chow Pingping from 2 months ago. Everyone is kind-hearted. Look at what the child used to be like, then look at her now. After comparing, think about it, this shop owner is a good person or a bad person. And these people cursing in the morning, are they human or ghosts? Wang Fingjiao was panting heavily. She had just gone to develop photos and asked a friend to help. She developed 10 photos for everyone to see. Oh my God. Is this that little girl? Is she alone? This girl is very thin. Can she have more than a little meat on her body? Is she even a person? It's completely impossible to tell. I can tell. She's just one person. Look at that girl. Although she looks plumper now, the scar on her neck is exactly the same. And her features are identical too. Everyone looked at the photo and started talking. Someone handed the photo to the police officer. What happened next was briefly summarized by the onlookers. Ning Kaiwei was seen hitting someone, and the crowd said she was angry and just touched her face a few times. Not to mention, the police officer's lips pressed together, and even Ning Kaiwei almost couldn't hold back. She just touched her face lightly. Her hand seemed to have some kind of magic power. Brothers and sisters, we've almost finished making up the story, right? The police officer taking notes thought for a moment and wondered how to phrase it. We already know the situation. We will investigate. After finishing the report, the police officer looked at the 4 people. You can go home and wait. But before he finished speaking, Ning Kaiwei took a few steps forward. Police officer, I want to report a case.
Huh?
Not only the police officer, but also the people who thought there was no more excitement to see started to disperse. What's going on? Why is there a new development? Isn't it already reported now? The team leader looked at Ning Kaiwei. He recognized her. When Ning Kaiwei went missing, this team leader had led the search and had seen her photo. When she arrived just now, he was momentarily stunned, but then reacted. I accuse Old Man Ning and Old Lady Ning of human trafficking, using their daughter to exchange for benefits. Ning Kaiwei, you're talking nonsense. You little brat, shut up, and you won't have a good ending. Hearing Old Lady Ning's filthy words, the police officer frowned and coldly said, "Shut up. If I hear more foul language, I will discipline you without asking for the reason." Old Lady Ning was really scared now. She wasn't afraid when Ning Kaibao was beaten or when she was hit herself before, but now that the police officer spoke, she couldn't help but feel scared. "Comrade Ning Kaiwei, please speak carefully. Let me first explain my relationship with them." Ning Kaiwei looked at everyone. This matter couldn't affect her shop, and she had just taken action. Regardless of the reason, she needed everyone to understand. There's a reason for this. She wasn't someone to be messed with, but she was on the side of justice. I am the third child in the Ning family. I have two older sisters, the eldest, Ning Kailian, and the second, Ning Kaili. Old fourth is a man, Ning Kaibao. I must say, Old Man Ning is quite good at naming his children. My eldest sister and second sister's situation, I'll talk about that later. I just want to mention my own. Old Man Ning borrowed 100 yuan from the Zhao family but couldn't pay it back, so he started thinking about selling my belongings. Zhao's second son is a soldier, and Zhao's parents also want their son to settle down. After writing a letter, everything was decided. Old Man Ning and Old Lady Ning then boldly asked for 200 yuan.
200 yuan.
People around took a cold breath. Not just many years ago, even now, 200 yuan is a big amount. Not everyone can afford to give that much. Zhao's family thought if they didn't give 100 yuan, it would be lost. If they did, they might get a daughter-in-law, and then they asked for 200 yuan.
But
Ning Kaibai looked at Old Lady Ning and Old Man Ning. They ask me for money every month. If I don't give, they hit me, scold me, and... Stop, stop, stop. Don't pretend anymore, we believe you. This is the record of the money I give each month, with their fingerprints. Ning Kaibai took out a black notebook from Wang's sister-in-law. Inside, the dates, amounts, and recipients are all very clear. And each entry has a fingerprint behind it. They are extorting me. If I don't give, they'll cause trouble in the village, even hurt my children. I have no choice. The suffering is as bad as it gets. Not to mention others, Wang Xiaozhi started crying immediately. And the women in the alley, each with eyes full of pity. What kind of parents are they? This is a den of wolves and tigers. Later, I couldn't bear it anymore. The children were almost starving. I really couldn't give any more. This is a letter of disownment, and it's been over half a year since we cut ties. Ning Kaibai took out the disownment letter again.
half a year ago, that letter meant.
Old Lady Ning and Old Man Ning really staged a good show. It's been over half a year since the disownment. Why still pretend? Don't they have any sense of shame? Oh, and that old man just now, did he say that the family runs a shop and the boss should give the shop to them? Hiss. Shameless. Utterly fearless. How can there be such cruel parents? They don't care if the children live or die. Selling once isn't enough. They're extorting money again. They're military dependents. Oh my God, what kind of world is this? Are villains so rampant? I almost believed them just now. The people around were gathering more and more. Some didn't understand what was happening, so I explained to them, really, I shouldn't say too much. No matter the era, people love gossip. Wow, these people are really bad. Exactly. I almost got tricked just now. You all should listen carefully and see how it ends. This time, it should be fine. The evidence is out. I think so too. They came to cause trouble suddenly. The boss couldn't have prepared all this in advance. It must have been planned from the start. Once things started to unfold, everyone became detectives. I just wanted to live my life peacefully. As a daughter, I paid all my retirement money at once. Then I planned to live my own life. I don't resent them for selling me out, but I don't want to live forever in the shadow they cast. I also gave my retirement money. No more connections from now on. Good, everything has been made clear. Alright, Comrade Ning Kavai, you must ensure all the evidence is real. Providing fake evidence will land you in jail. The police officer looked serious. The case involved a large amount of money. He had to take it seriously. Of course, my shop is right here. My people are here. I can't run away, can I?
Ning Kaiwei sait confidently.
The officer rubbed his forehead, having handled 2 cases from one investigation. He thought it was a small case, but it turned out to involve extortion and blackmail. It even involved military families and a large sum of money. All right, stay in the shop and don't leave. We'll call you whenever we need to check on things.
Then.
What about us? Before the police could speak, Ning Kavai interrupted again. Wait. Are you reporting a case? The police looked at Ning Kavai and forced a fake smile. How many cases have you accumulated? Are you saving them all up until they reach a certain number before bringing them to the police station? Or are you just going to the bank to deposit the money? Defaming military personnel and slandering the national army. Can I even report that? She wasn't sure either. She didn't know much about current laws and police procedures. Her words were a bit vague.
Yes.
The police looked at her helplessly and forced a fake smile. It's just the beginning of spring, and the cases are pouring in. Is he happy? He's happy, but his smile looks more like crying. He caught a case, but you can't just keep milking a single sheep. His sparse hair, his night shifts where he rarely saw daylight, his wonderful days off. Why does it feel like they are slowly slipping away from him? All right, I will report it. Everyone is a witness. One person might lie, but with so many people, it's impossible for all of us to lie. They call me a little troublemaker, say I'm just a troublemaker, accuse me of flirting with men and other things. Well, we're all too embarrassed to say it out loud. The police officer looked at her with a standard smile, the same kind of smile used to serve customers, just like Ning Kaiwei's. Embarrassed to say it out loud?
But you.
It seemed like you were saying it quite smoothly. There was no sign of difficulty in speaking.
Then.
The police officer recording the case was no longer 1, but 3. The team leader couldn't hold on anymore and secretly pulled someone aside. Go back to the station quickly, report the situation, and send 2 more teams here. He simply couldn't handle all the tasks alone. Couldn't everyone work together? He didn't want to take all the credit himself. So, the police team members either recorded the statements of nearby people or went back to get reinforcements. The team leader looked up at the sky, probably hoping for some divine help. Ning Kaiwei smiled politely and leaned on her sister-in-law. Lu Tsuehua had gone out to buy breakfast and only realized something was wrong when she returned. Afraid Ning Kaiwei might get hurt, she rushed out holding a kitchen knife.
But,
seeing Ning Kaiwei fighting fiercely, she quietly threw the knife back into the shop and then stood behind Ning Kaiwei. That's not how it is. Look at that man, he's the one. The relationship between that troublemaker and him isn't simple at all. We're protecting the soldiers. It's that troublemaker who can't stand being lonely, so. Old Lady Ning pointed directly at Zhao Jingmian, but many thoughts had already taken root in her mind. Others might not recognize him, but the police captain did. That man. Isn't he Captain Zhao? Flirting with men? Or is he flirting with her own husband? Is this old lady Ning really Ning Kaiwei's biological mother? If she is, wouldn't she recognize her son-in-law? If not, then maybe she's involved in another case of human trafficking? Forget about him. Do the police even have time to rest this year? A series of questions flashed through the captain's mind.
Me?
Flirting with him? Ning Kaiwei pointed to herself with her delicate, white fingers, then pointed at Zhao Jingmian. Even though she was experienced and knowledgeable, she didn't expect this to be the case. Let's be more biased against men. But the man chosen for her daughter, she probably knows him, right? Honestly, I can't believe it.
Yes.
I saw it myself.
He was supporting you just now.
Don't try to accuse us falsely. Old Lady Ning nodded. Her eyes, which usually looked like an inverted triangle, now seemed a bit distorted. See, I didn't expect that either. Zhao Jingmian hasn't appeared in 10 years, but he's an adult man. His looks probably haven't changed, right? He clearly took the bride price, yet now he's acting like he doesn't know her.
Oh.
Zhao Jingmian, marriage certificate, marriage application, ID, check with the police officer. Now you're at home, and they still say I'm involved in inappropriate relationships. If you're not at home, how can I clear my name? In this day and age, can't women be a little more tolerant? Why add so many restrictions and malice? Women shouldn't make things difficult for other women, especially in this matter.
Okay.
Sister-in-law, when you look at my wife, be careful not to pull her shoulder when you hit her. It's not worth it for these people. His tone was serious, without a hint of joking. Ning Saiwei's mouth twitched. Comrade Zhao, with so many people around, your joke is a bit cold. But surprisingly, Lu Tsuehua came from behind and stood in front of Ning Kaiwei. Second brother, go get it. Sister-in-law is here. She definitely won't let Kaiwei get hurt. Be honest. If you want to fight, let sister-in-law do it. In the end, you'll just hurt your own hand. Do you guys have to hide your words or be more discreet? Everyone, thank you. You really don't treat us as outsiders. Zhao Jingmian responded quickly and also arrived quickly. This is my military officer ID. This is our marriage application form. This is the marriage certificate of me and comrade Ning Kaiwei. No, big brother, your tone at the end is completely different from before. Don't think we don't notice. What's with that proud tone? The captain's mouth twitched. He knew, but he couldn't say it. He silently looked again at all the certificates and the application date. All right, old lady Ning, we will record your malicious rumors. The captain looked at old man Ning and old lady Ning, speaking through clenched teeth. Grandmother Ning looked at Zhao Jingmian with a look of disbelief. How could it be like this? Is the person in front of her really Zhao Jingmian? How is that possible? It can't be. Within half an hour, everyone present vividly described what happened. Grandmother Ning scolded and spoke loudly. Old Mr. Ning also said something, as did the Chow family members. The onlookers felt very involved. At the police station, 2 more teams arrived. 3 officers were taking notes among the crowd and finally relaxed. All the information has been collected. Please leave your addresses for further investigation. But everyone knew deep down these people, whether they knew each other or not, all gave consistent accounts. Was there really anything left to investigate? Since you 2 are here, it seems you won't be going back. Just take them away. One thing after another. Was there anything unclear? Maybe we need to wait a little longer. It was no surprise at all. The team leader had already started to set the pace. When he said to leave, he just stared straight at Ning Kai-xian, without even thinking of turning around. He knew.
Speak.
The team leader no longer wanted to ask questions. I accuse the Ning family and the Chow family of human trafficking. I accuse Chow Onji of inappropriate relationships and... Ning Kai-xian pointed directly at Chow Onji. Chow Onji had just been about to sneak away, but suddenly, everyone's gaze was fixed on him. He hadn't interacted with the 2 old Ning family members. I didn't traffic people, nor did I have inappropriate relationships, nor... Absolutely not. He shouted loudly. He thought, if he knew the Ning family was so useless, why had he let Ning Tsili serve them all these years? He might as well have worked more at home. Comrade Ning Kai-xian, you should know we need evidence. This time, the police looked even more serious. If what is said is true, the 2 from the Chow family, whether involved in trafficking or, will face serious consequences. Especially now, with rapid economic growth, leaders are very strict about these issues. They absolutely won't allow any surprises. Of course, there is also beating women, causing miscarriages during pregnancy, beating underage girls, resulting in multiple fractures and continuous wounds. Ning Kai-xian looked at Chow Onji, waiting for these villains to face justice under the law. Ning Kaili's tears fell down, but Chow Pingping held her mother's hand and looked at the 2 people from the Chow family with full of hatred. The matter with the Chow family isn't something Auntie called the police about. It should be me who calls the police. Even though the young girl had been carefully cared for by Ning Kaiwei for a long time,
Her changes had become more noticeable, and she was thinner than other children her age. But her big eyes were full of determination. She has no father. In her eyes, these people are all frightening sources. They never gave her a bit of warmth. Pingping, Ning Kaiwei shook her head. She could report her father, because she had a formal separation letter. And because her thoughts come from the future, she wouldn't carry so many burdens. But Pingping, she's just a child. If she does this, how will people who don't know the truth hurt her maliciously in the future? Auntie, you've helped me a lot. But this time, let me do it myself. Chow Pingping raised her head. The rising sun dyed her aunt's hair golden, as if her aunt was always bringing her light, illuminating her direction and future. She knew, but she wasn't afraid. Even in the den of monsters, she had the courage to stand up. Who can stop her on the road ahead? Although she is young, she knows who treats her well. She fears her mother will regret it, that her life will become difficult in the future, and that her mother will blame her aunt.
And she
Won't allow such things to happen. The little girl's gaze grew even more firm. Many people present looked at her with admiration, praising her courage. Only Ning Kaiwei frowned with concern. I will call the police. Chao Anji beat my mother, causing her to have a miscarriage, and she was injured in several places. Chao Anji hit me. My fingers can't straighten, my leg is a bit crooked, and she pointed to several places on her small body. All these places have minor fractures. The girl, who previously dared not speak and would immediately hide her gaze when looked at, now stood in front of everyone, trembling with fear but still holding her head high.
Auntie once said,
as long as she lifts her head, no one will dare to bully her.
Child.
Even the police captain didn't expect that this little girl had suffered so much. Brutes, you're filth, and are too kind for you. Brutes like you should be dragged out and shot. Such shouldn't be kept alive. Chao Anji looked at Chao Pingping with a threatening gaze. But a tall man approached, unafraid of the filth on Chao Anji, and kicked him directly in the knee. Chao Anji, exhausted and drained, immediately knelt on the ground. Someone like you, a beast, should kneel for the rest of your life. Who has the right to walk with your legs? Yes, beat him. Even the worst people, when it comes to their children, usually show some tenderness. But this beast hurt a child so badly. Child, all of this needs evidence. The police captain seemed to ignore the others, as some people secretly kicked Chao Anji and Chao Laotai, while others threw rotten vegetable leaves and stinky eggs at them. Did the police see this? Of course they did. But such people, the police would love to shoot them down, yet they are officers, servants of the people. Without investigation or judgment, they cannot act. But they cannot see everything. The weather today is so nice, the sun is so high, so bright, so red. Uncle Policeman, when my aunt took me and my mother, she had us checked at the county hospital. We have our medical records from the county hospital. Although Chao Pingping was scared at that time, she listened carefully. Good. Now that the police know, they definitely won't let the bad guys go. If he were a woman, or if the child were a boy, he would want to hug this poor child. But he is a man. The girl is over 10 years old, and people might criticize her. Go to the county hospital and find the medical records of Chao Pingping and Ning Kaili. Interview the attending doctor and take notes. The police closed their eyes briefly. All the past events showed that Ning Kaiwei was an adult. Adults have the power to act. But what about children? They are helpless, unable to do anything. Fortunately, she has a good aunt who can protect her. Ning, thank you. The police captain stood up and nodded to Ning Kaiwei. This child is worth it. She is kind-hearted, but her kindness is given to those who deserve it. What Chao Pingping did was just like that. Even she climbs toward heaven, rather than dragging those in heaven into. That is Chao Pingping. She might envy the life she dreams of, but she never envies others. She uses her small body to protect her heart. Such Pingping is truly worthy. Report. Captain, here is the report stored in the county records. This is Dr. Zhao Yume. When we asked about the situation, Dr. Zhao said she was willing to testify.
Behind the police officer going to the county hospital, a female doctor stepped out, still wearing a white coat with a padded jacket over it. Dr. Zhao. Ning Kaiwei stepped forward and looked at Zhao Yumei. Sorry to trouble you again. Zhao Yumei looked at Ning Kaiwei and smiled softly. I thought this matter would just be suppressed and forgotten. Comrade Ning Kaiwei, I'm glad you didn't let me down. Women have always been a vulnerable group. Ning Kaiwei and Chao Pingping are not the first people she has helped, and they certainly won't be the last. All those she helped before chose to forgive, kneeling and admitting fault in front of men. And then, what comes next? She had hope at first, but Ning Kaiwei hadn't made any moves for a long time. 2 months now. She thought it would be the same as before. But today, when the police came to investigate at the hospital and found her, they asked about Ning Kaiwei and Chao Pingping. Women's issues should be taken seriously. She can't save everyone, but she hopes the people around her will wake up. Not live under mental control, living the life they think they have. Yes, Zhao Yumei, having come out on her own, understands the pain deeply. After talking to Ning Kaiwei, she went directly to the police, explaining everything about Lu Xiaowei bringing Ning Kaiwei and Chao Pingping. In the files, there were full-body photos of Ning Kaiwei and Chao Pingping, along with close-ups of their injuries. All visible areas. At first, she listened, but now, looking at the photos, those pictures full of bruises, and seeing the young girl's original appearance, the police, if they weren't suppressing their emotions, would have wanted to draw their guns.
Gao Anzi, Gao Laoti, let's go.
Go where? Chao Anji jumped up from the ground, but as soon as he stood, someone kicked him down again. He was confident, thinking, the villagers, his wife who didn't listen, and a hen that can't lay eggs. Can't he hit her? My wife, my child. My seed. If I kill her, she's still mine. His confident attitude made Ning Kaiwei shake her head. At that moment, a man nodded at Zhao Jingmian. Only Ning Kaiwei saw this. She raised an eyebrow. What was her man doing behind her? She was a bit curious. Can your child move now? It's so frightening to be uneducated. It seems the county still needs to continue with literacy classes.
Wait.
The police captain shivered and turned around blankly, looking at Ning Saixia. His eyes showed a hint of helplessness. What's wrong now? These 4 words weren't spoken aloud, but were revealed through Ning Saixia's gaze. It's nothing. I just want to clarify. Don't you think it's strange that Ning's family and Chao's family are involved in human trafficking? If she's your wife, where's the marriage certificate? If she's your child, where's the birth certificate? What evidence do you have to prove Ning Saixia is your wife, or that Chao Pingping is your daughter? Ning Saixia's voice was firm and clear. Not having a marriage certificate is actually better. If she had one, it would bring more trouble.
Go check.
I want to see the marriage certificate of Chao Anji and Ning Saixia. The police captain narrowed his eyes. Without a marriage certificate, then. From Ning Saixia's words just now, he had some doubts. If there were any accusations of improper relationships, coercion, or forced acts, then. Chao Anji's eyes widened. The marriage certificate. He was prepared to marry whoever fathered his son. That fool Ning Saixia, sitting idly by, her family allowing her to serve them, was already giving her face. How could she be worthy of marrying him? And Ning Saixia's words just now were all carefully planned excuses. How did she know? The threat of the gun might be aimed at others temporarily, but forever, it would be aimed at himself. Report, the check is complete. Chao Anji and Ning Saixia have no marriage record. Neither of them has a marriage history. Chao Anji was completely panicked. It shouldn't be like this. How did things turn out like this? No, we are married. We already held a wedding feast in the village, and when the child was born, we also distributed red eggs in the village. Ning Saixia's lips curled into a cold smile.
Oh?
Does holding a wedding feast count as being married? I don't know. What's the purpose of a marriage certificate? Her cold voice carried a chill, and her eyes were even colder. Ning Saixia held her daughter's hand. I'm not married. I was sold by Ning's family to Chao's family, then kept at home by Chao's family, and that's how Pingping was born.
Ning Saixia looked at her second sister. If it was Pingping's change that made her feel sad, she wasn't surprised.
But
A person who has been brainwashed for half their life suddenly says such things. You're a bad person. Ning Saili, you're a bad person. I clearly married you, but you're scheming against me. When facing Ning Saiwei, she had Zhao Jingmian, the cold-faced judge, nearby, so she didn't dare shout. But when facing Ning Saili, after more than 10 years of being soft and gentle, she suddenly started to fight back.
how could he get used to that?
He didn't realize that even a rabbit, when cornered, will bite. Moreover, Pingping's change and the recent days of life had brought a big change in Ning Saili. Not to mention Zhao Jingmian and Zhao Jingyun, the brothers, who only care about their wives. Even Lu Tsuishan and Wang Zuji, who are kind to their wives, have never raised their voices or laid a hand on them. In 2 months, observing how couples interact, she realized her own misunderstandings. And with a daughter, she was constantly brainwashed with positive thoughts. But this kind of brainwashing was good. She wished every day to bring Chao Anji out for a walk, so her mother could remember the good days now. Chao Anji, you beast, you said you weren't married. You said you would give me a home. At this moment, a woman rushed over, ignoring Chao Anji's dirt-covered body, and started hitting him. She no longer wanted to live in the broken temple. She didn't want it anymore. She wanted these people to die. She wanted everyone who bullied her to die. Every night, she didn't know who was coming. Her unborn child? She didn't even know whose it was. She was an unprotected woman with no home, no land, no strength, just wanting to survive. All she wanted was to hold on and take revenge. Huinyang, why are you here? Chao Anji was completely panicked. This woman was carrying his Chao family's child. What do you mean? Why am I here? If I didn't come, how would I know you've already married? Chao Anji, you won't have a good death. Huinyang's eyes showed no love, only hatred. She hated every man who climbed over her wall. She kept this child only as a threat, to make them give her more food, so she could survive. She was waiting to see them all get their punishment, waiting to see these people die. Police officer, I want to report Chao Anji. Before she finished speaking, she started crying. Her voice was filled with sadness. What's going on? Tell me clearly. The police had a poor opinion of Huinyang, even showing some discrimination, though they didn't openly express it. He's the one who forced me. I'm a widow in the village. My husband died when I was 20. I have no parents to rely on, no children to support me. I'm all alone with nowhere to go. There's an abandoned temple in the village. I can only stay there.
But
she could never forget that night. Chao Anji came with others, 3 men, all drunk and staggering into the temple. They forced her. Since then, those 4 men often came back. She felt like she had already died that night. She wanted revenge. She wanted Chao Anji to die. She had hinted to Ning Saili many times, but Ning Saili was naive and completely loyal to the Chao family. She waited and waited. She wanted everyone who hurt her to die. As she recounted her past, a smile played on her lips. She had avenged herself. How could she not smile?
But
why did tears fall uncontrollably? Comrade police officer, as long as those animals die, I can be buried with them. Huinyang pulled out a pair of scissors from her chest and stabbed herself without hesitation. Ning Saili hurried forward, but Zhao Jingmian stepped in first and kicked the scissors away. Are you stupid? Those animals did terrible things. They're so filthy. How can you be so pure and want to be buried with them? Are you willing to accept that?
Ning Kaili stepped closer.
In the original story, Huinyang was just a brief mention, someone with no memorable traits. Huinyang smiled. I'm no longer clean. I've been dirty for a long time. I want to live. I want to see them die, see them punished. Huinyang sank to the ground and kowtowed to Ning Saili. Thank you for saving me, but I don't need it anymore. Tears and dirt stained her face like a flower. The police officer was at a loss for words. Each case, each incident, was stirring his nerves. His hands clenched tightly. He was afraid he might lose control and draw his gun.
This beast, killing him wouldn't be enough to vent his anger. Ning Siley looked at Huinyang, at her belly. Even though she was now awake, tears still fell down her face.
Shall we
go? The police captain asked with a questioning tone, looking at Ning Siley. He was truly scared. Wait, just 2 words.
Take care.
Whenever you need us to testify, we can come to the police station anytime. Ning Siley spoke, her voice cold and restrained. Chao Onji and Grandma Chao both looked blank and stunned. It's over, everything is finished. How could this happen? What exactly happened? Why did it turn out like this? Huinyang was also taken to the police station to understand the situation, since 3 other people were involved. This is another case altogether. As more people gathered and learned the full story, each of them looked angry. Ning Kaiwei watched everyone at the door, especially the people in the alley and the middle school teachers. Thank you all for your help today. We're closing the shop for the day to clean the entrance, so it doesn't affect everyone's mood while eating. Starting tomorrow for 7 days straight, all food at the shop will be 20% off. Anyone who eats here will receive a free bowl of bone broth. Ning Kaiwei bowed and said, "Thank you all so much."
Kaiwei, go home and rest.
It's you to be bothered by those troublesome things. Sister Wang quickly stepped forward to help Ning Kaiwei up. Why thank me? We all live in the same alley. Who do you think you are? Don't we all know each other? In the past 6 months, whenever someone had trouble, you helped out. Even your brother Wang, who had no food or money, was just eating at your place. A chubby sister-in-law also came over. My kid always hangs around your shop. When he doesn't understand something, he comes to ask you. If you were a bad person, there wouldn't be any good ones. People in the alley whispered comforting words to each other. Second Aunt Mingrui, we have lessons, so we can't stay long. Everyone here is sensible. We won't let anyone slander you. The principal of Ban Yun Middle School looked at Ning Kaiwei deeply. When he first met Ning Kaiwei, there was no 4 Treasures spicy hot pot. She had worked hard to help Mingrui go to school, fighting for exam opportunities. Later, when she faced issues in the small village, she gained a deeper understanding of the person in front of her. Thank you all for your trust. Ning Kaiwei smiled, looking at everyone. She was no longer as fierce as when she first fought, nor as fragile as she later pretended to be. But at this moment, her confident and open attitude made everyone remember her. Remembered that there was a spicy hot pot shop in Banyan County called 4 Treasures Spicy Hot Pot. After everyone left, Ning Kaiwei looked at the pile of dirty things at the door. Although most of it had been taken away by Chao Onji and Grandma Chao, there were still many splatters left on the ground. Let's get some water and wash that dirty area clean. Later, we'll prepare food for the construction team. Today, everyone can rest well. Ning Kaiwei smiled happily today. Her rebellious second sister finally found the courage to stand up. Especially Ping. She was even happier. With this bravery, no matter what happens in the future, she can face it calmly. Only those who see hardships as past experiences can truly stand above suffering. Good. I'm going to wash the vegetables for the construction team, Lu Hua quickly said. Today, there isn't much work, just this. She was worried she might be late and miss the chance to work. What should she do? Wang Zuji stood beside his wife. I'll go with you. Little Fatty also held his mother's hand. Mom, I want to go too. Ping's father is too scary. He even hits Ping.
Poor Ping.
His parents are so kind. He shouldn't be naughty all the time. With such good parents, if he makes them angry, where will he cry? Okay. Lu Hua nodded and took her husband and son straight to the backyard. Ping didn't speak, but quickly went back to the shop to pour cold water, splashing it on the dirt. She grabbed a broom and scrubbed the dirty spots. Ping, stay in the room. Auntie will do the work. Lu Tsuehua wanted to take over, but Ping didn't let go. Auntie, I did it myself. Let me finish it. When I pour water on them, I'm already ready to clean up. A 12-year-old girl, she's destined not to be carefree, but she's becoming stronger. Sister-in-law, let her do it, Ning Kaiwei said. While she was washing, it was also her way of saying goodbye to her past self. Lu Tsuehua felt very sad. Tell me, Why is that Chow family so unkind? People like that, she never expected to see them so close. Ning Kaiwei, don't think about the past anymore. From now on, with sister-in-law, we won't think about the Ning family either. Pingping's emotions, but Kaiwei also felt emotional. Lu Tsuehua quickly comforted her. Sister-in-law, why are you so good? You're spoiling me. Ning Kaiwei hugged her sister-in-law's neck, resting her small head on her shoulder, her voice soft and gentle. Look at her. Pingping, you need to learn from your little aunt. Look at her, still acting cute at her age. You can act cute too. Chow Pingping finally smiled, looking up at her little aunt with admiration. My little aunt is the best, worth everyone being nice to her. Look at her, look at her. Not only do our parents spoil you, but Ming Yi and Pingping do too. Lu Tsuehua looked at Ning Kaiwei and couldn't help but gently pat her forehead. Despite saying all this, she was smiling happily. What Chow Anji did was far more than just this. The police investigated the village and found many things. Some young people who could have gone back to the city were harmed by Chow Anji. Some people. Anyway, whether it was Grandma Chow or Chow Anji, both were completely dark-hearted, impossible to clean up. Are you ready? Ning Kaiwei looked at Ning Xili and Chow Pingping. Yesterday, the police station had come to inform them that they needed to go there to understand the situation. Ning Xiwei's arm had healed these days. We've been waiting. Chow Pingping looked up. She wasn't very tall, but her eyes became more determined. At her young age, her voice carried a hint of coldness. Okay, then let's go. Although they were going to the police station, Zhao Jingmian still stayed close to Ning Kaiwei. Comrade Ning Kaiwei, you're here. The person who came to greet them was the police captain from that time. He hadn't seen him in a while, and it seemed his hair was thinning more. Police officer, do you have any results? Just as Pingping said, everyone was eager to know how Chow Anji would be dealt with. Yes. Come with me to the meeting room. The captain nodded and, thinking of Chow Anji, looked a bit pale. In the meeting room, there were 3 people, the police station chief and 2 other team leaders who had gone on missions together later. Ning Kaiwei entered the room, smiled gently at the 3, and greeted them. The person sitting in the first seat on the left slowly stood up. Comrade Ning Kaiwei, I've wanted to meet you for a long time, but I didn't expect we would meet over this case. He wasn't unfamiliar with Ning Xiwei's name. That old guy Wang Shuqing kept talking about her every day, almost making his ears calloused. And there were other connections too. Hello, Director. Ning Kaiwei was not timid or humble when meeting the leader. She greeted confidently. The director looked at her, noting her young age, but her grace and demeanor were extraordinary. No wonder the old man admired her. Hello. Since you're here for Chow Anji's case, let's first understand the details, then catch up. Talking about Chow Anji made her feel a bit sick. Who would have thought that in a village in Banyan County, there could be such a bad person? If Ning hadn't reported this case, how many more people would have been harmed? Additional details, Chow Anji, from Yangshu village. He has a widowed mother. He has harmed 6 lonely women in the village. Under his mother's protection, he also harmed 2 young people sent to the countryside to build rural areas. In recent years, many young people have been returning to the city from the countryside. But one young man lost his innocence, left a farewell letter, and committed suicide by jumping into the river. Another young person, holding that letter, wanted justice but was dragged into a nearby cornfield on the way to the county. He threatened that if the young woman reported, he would spread the news of her loss of innocence everywhere. One incident after another. Can one person really do all this? Ning Kaiwei lokedat Ning Kairi. How much do you know? Ning Kari shook her head, her face pale, trembling, with tears of fear in her eyes. I don't know. Kaiwei, I really don't know. Seeing her like this, Ning Kaiwei finally relaxed a little. If her second sister was involved in the crime, she definitely wouldn't cover for her. Family ties? The little family bond of the Ning family was more like pity for these 2 women. The team leader side. Every incident was devastating to a woman. Whether in this era or not, women fight hard to protect themselves and avoid discrimination. Even if they grit their teeth and endure, they push through.
But
The ones who are truly harmed, whether physically or mentally, are the girls. Why are they the ones being criticized, slandered, and degraded? Men can threaten women with their purity. They commit wrongdoings but act so confidently. Are girls to blame? Is it the wrong direction, the wrong era, the society, or the perception? Only those girls who are hurt, both physically and mentally, are not at fault. According to our investigation, Chao Onji did not commit the crime when Ning Carey was not yet at Chao's house. Later, Ning Carey was either out gathering firewood or working in the fields. Chao Onji and Chao Laotai would go outside and wouldn't stay at home. Moreover, our investigation shows Ning Carey was not involved. They were very thorough with these investigations. They wouldn't be biased just because of Ning Carey. If it was wrong, it was wrong. They wouldn't hide or conceal the truth. But some people who understand the situation looked at Ning Carey with a strange gaze. A woman, silent, working the land to support her family. It's quite. I don't know how to describe it. And then, Ning Kaiwei doesn't even want to know the details now. Only the result. The disgusting process was shocking and hard to believe. There are also many factors she feels helpless about. The involved people are too many, the case is too big. Our county has made a decision, then it will be sent to the city, rechecked there, and after summarizing, sent to the province. Yesterday, the provincial decision came down. Chao Onji is sentenced to death. Old Lady Chao has a suspended sentence. Ning Tsili, who was just standing excitedly, suddenly sat down the bench.
death.
Died? Having been close for over 10 years, she hates how bad that person was, feeling angry. But she still finds it hard to believe that the fierce person, who often hit her man when in a bad mood, is actually dead. Ning Kaiwei turned to look at her second sister without mocking or offering comfort. She only gave her time and space to process it herself. There should have been financial compensation, but Chao's house was just a broken, drafty place. The police captain looked apologetic. They had searched Chao's house thoroughly. There was almost no money, not even much food. Chao Pingping and Ning Tsili's household registration are with our police station. Whenever they want to move out, they can come directly to transfer their registration. That's also why they call them over. Ning Tsili and Chao Onji are not married, so their household registration has never been with Chao's family. Chao Pingping has never proven her identity or registered her household. In this era, population surveys are not so advanced or comprehensive. Thank you, police officers. When I can settle down, I will come to transfer my household registration at the police station. Ning Kaiwei stood up to thank them. This is what we should do. Now that Chao's case is settled, let's talk about Ning's family. The police officer sealed Chao's files and then opened Ning's files. Ning's family's criminal record is not as serious as Chao's. Actually, accusing them of human trafficking is a stretch. Those are their children after all, just with higher bride prices. I won't say more. Ning Kaiwei, please take a look. The police captain placed the files directly in front of Ning Kaiwei. As for the report and investigation process, she ignored them completely. She knows her own family's dark secrets better than anyone. 3 years? Just 3 years in prison? Ning Kaiwei was a bit surprised by this result. Yes, mainly for large-scale fraud. And for threatening military personnel and defaming soldiers. The captain nodded. Of course, the situation had worsened over the past 3 years. Regarding this case, they had some room for adjustment, and they imposed stricter punishments on Old Ning and Old Lady Ning. It was also meant to serve as a warning to them.
Okay.
Ning Kaiwei sighed in relief and handed over the case files with both hands. Since the case is finished, we will go back now. Inside, she didn't feel the joy she expected. Whether it was the Ning family or the Chao family, she thought that the wrongdoers would be punished and she should feel happy. But she didn't. Thinking of the girls who suffered, her mood grew heavier. Comrade Ning Kaiwei, can I talk to you? The police chief, who had been quietly listening all along, suddenly stood up and looked at Ning Kaiwei with a gentle smile. Ning Kaiwei paused her steps to leave, then turned back to look at him. Of course. The chief's office was very simple,
with a large desk and a row of files on one side. Next to the desk, there was a basic bookshelf, and on one side of the room, there was a makeshift wooden bed built from 2 stools and a wooden plank. It's a bit messy. I've been too busy lately, so I've been staying here.
I didn't mean to make you laugh.
The chief smiled and pointed to the stool opposite the desk, indicating that Ning Kaiwei could sit down. Chief, just say what you need to say. I had a few guesses about this private talk with the chief, but all were eventually dismissed. The chief hesitated for a moment and finally sighed. There are 2 people, one you know, Hui Nyang, and another girl, a friend of hers who committed suicide. She wanted to report it, but Chao Onji mistreated her, the girl named Feng Qianyun. These 2 women, Hui Nyang has no strong background. On the day Chao Onji and those 3 men were executed, she tried to commit suicide once. Someone from the station found her and quickly sent her to the hospital, saving her life. But she lost the baby she was carrying. The chief looked at Ning Kaiwei with a troubled expression. I know, these 2 women are troublemakers, and I understand it puts you in a difficult position to hear this. But I really don't know how to help them, nor how they can survive. Hui Nyang was determined to take her own life. Feng Qianyun didn't act, but she remained silent, like a living dead. If she wasn't given food, she might starve herself to death. Currently, most factories are reducing their staff. The 2 women are in such poor condition that they cannot work at all.
But
these 2 women are helpless, without family or home. Should they be allowed to die like this? The director thought carefully and wanted to ask Ning Saixia. Comrade Ning Saixia, I want to be clear about my position. I won't force anything. I also want to find a way for them to survive. He didn't just ask Ning Saixia. He had spoken to many people, but everyone refused when they heard about suicide. After all, if someone is taken in kindly and then dies, it becomes a serious matter. Who would dare to take them in now? I can take them in, Ning Saixia frowned. She didn't know what kind of person Feng Qianyun was like. But Hui Nyang, she had some understanding of. That day, Zhao Jingmian explained to her that when Ning Saixia and Chao Pingping arrived, he had already investigated Chao's family. But they were strangers, unfamiliar faces. The villagers were very cautious. One day, a woodcutter told her that Chao Onji often went behind the broken temple. His people followed Chao Onji to the temple. They discovered that behind the temple was a hidden place, and they learned about Hui Nyang. I went to see Hui Nyang, intending to give her money. She wants to live, and we want the truth. We all need what we need.
Hui Nyang refused.
She wants revenge. She wants all who bully her to die. That day, Zhao Jingmian's team went to the village to pick someone up. Hui Nyang didn't say much, and simply followed to the county seat. This strengthened the evidence against Chao Onji and triggered a series of investigations. When Ning Saixia said that people could be taken in, the director was already waiting for her decision. But I have conditions. First, I can't guarantee whether they live or die. If they're determined to die, can one truly change a person's fate? Second, if they survive, I will arrange their names and household registration. Third, from now on, they are my people. The police station shouldn't bother them. She didn't want to raise them only to see them used as tools for others later. Okay. The police chief agreed immediately. He looked at Ning Saixia with a serious expression and promised, if anything happens to them, our station will take full responsibility. This was his guarantee to Ning Saixia. Of course. Ning Saixia nodded, then rubbed her forehead. Suddenly, she felt like she was in a shelter. Is there some strange magnetic pull at work here? When the director brought Ning Kaiwei out, the 3 people outside the office immediately looked at her with concern. After confirming she looked normal, they relaxed. The director smiled and said, "What? Are you afraid I might bully Comrade Ning Kaiwei?" "Not really, just worried she might be upset." Ning Kaiwei and Chao Pingping didn't speak, but Zhao Jingmian was very direct. "You're still the same as always. After so many years in the army, your temper hasn't changed at all." In Ning Kaiwei's puzzled eyes, the director didn't get angry but laughed heartily. His familiar attitude and the casual way he talked suggested they were very good friends. "Kaiwei, let me introduce you. Xia Yunhe is my former military contact.
When I wanted to join the army, Xiego was injured and transferred to the police system. After testing my strength and skills, he asked if I wanted to join the army. Ning Kaiwei raised an eyebrow. She realized there was a close connection. Did she behave a little impolitely just now? Ha, you kid. Married a good wife. Xia Yunhe smiled, no longer serious, but with the joy of reuniting with an old friend. Zhao Jingmian looked at Xia Yunhe. My wife is gentle, not very strong, kind, and gets along well with others. But she's too easily bullied. Xiego, please take good care of her in Banyan County. Honestly, Zhao Jingmian, do you realize what you're saying? Is your wife really like a fierce tiger? Or is she just an innocent little bunny? Weak personality? Not much strength? Then who caused the redness and swelling on old lady Chow's face? We're just talking, why suddenly turn into a ghost story? Cough cough. Forget about others. Ning Kaiwei knew herself very well. She blushed a little. My aunt's husband is right. Pink thing, what's blocking your eyes? Is it your aunt's beauty? Ning Kaiwei's mouth was about to speak, but her lips suddenly twitched. Director Xia, don't listen to their nonsense. I follow the law and am a good citizen of China. There's no need for special treatment. Getting special treatment from the police station. Zhao Jingmian, your curse is really cruel. Xia Yunhe looked at his cold-faced old friend and then at his quirky wife. This couple is wonderful. Who would have thought someone could really control this mischievous kid? Alright, what do you mean, kid? I don't understand. I will ask the neighborhood patrol officers to patrol there more often to ensure the safety of the small shop. I will pay attention to that. No need for you to say. Just because Ning Kaiwei accepted two people whom no one else dared to, he admired her courage and kindness. Those two people are like landmines that could explode at any moment. But she accepted them. Without Zhao Jingmian needing to speak, he would take extra care of her because of her kindness. I will take those two people away. The people at home are still waiting for us to return. Thank you, Director Xia. When you rest, let Zhao Jingmian take you home to visit your family. Public matters are separate from private ones. Clear boundaries between work and personal life. Okay. I've been wanting to go to the shop and have some spicy hot pot. I haven't finished the case, so I didn't dare to go. Now that it's finally over, I can shamelessly go and ask for a bowl. Xia Yunhe smiled. Honestly, the people in that alley, besides praising Ning Kaiwei, only praised her. It made him wonder if the people in that alley were a bit too close-knit. Listening to what the people in the alley said, he could understand Ning Kaiwei's character, which led to today's unusual request. When they took the statement in the alley, the smell of spicy hot pot was really overwhelming. It's a pity they couldn't go eat during the investigation.
Anytime.
Ning Kaiwei responded with a smile. Having a good relationship with the police naturally reduces many troubles. She understood what Xia Yunhe meant and appreciated his good intentions. Hui Nyang, Feng Qianyun, this is Comrade Ning Kaiwei. Comrade Ning Kaiwei, I'm afraid I've caused you trouble. The police brought out two people, one with a deadpan face, the other dull and expressionless. Clearly two unusual individuals. Ning Kaiwei nodded at the police officer. She looked at the two and sighed softly. Not afraid of death, so why fear living? That rooftop was her standing at the edge, asking herself this question. Even if she just took a small step forward, she could leave everything behind.
But
if she's not afraid of death, why is she afraid of living? Hui Nyang's eyes filled with tears. Miss, I know you. I am an unlucky person. I married my husband less than 3 months before he died. I was bullied, tortured, and humiliated. I only wanted to earn a meal.
I didn't die.
Such a lowly person like me must bring misfortune to you. Feng Qianyun listened quietly and expressionlessly. Ning Kaiwei had been paying attention to her all along. When Hui Nyang spoke, her lips moved slightly, but she didn't say anything. You are unlucky, but I am a lucky person. Don't you think that my existence is actually saving you? Such deep words. She simply skipped over them. She looked at Hui Nyang and smiled softly. It's not your fault. Why do you punish yourself with the mistakes of those animals? Why should I? Huinyang thought she had cried enough. Her tears had already dried up. If she wasn't watching those 4 people die, how could she live so dirty?
But
it turned out that even dirty people could still cry and be cleansed. Let's not talk outside the police station. People coming and going might think I abducted you too. Go home first. Home. Feng Qianyun looked up and gazed at Ning Kaiwei. Huinyang also widened her eyes, looking at her.
Do they
have a home too? Why are you just standing there? Let's go. Ning Kaiwei didn't hear the noise behind her. She turned around, tilted her head thoughtfully, then waved her arm. Hurry up. Whether it was Huinyang or Feng Qianyun, both hesitated and looked back at the people approaching them. For some reason, it seemed like a force was pulling them closer. That frozen person with a frozen heart seemed to have a tiny. Ning Tsai had already come back to her senses, took a deep breath, and everything from the past felt like a nightmare. The person who created her nightmare was dead, and she should wake up now. In the days to come, she would take good care of her daughter and work hard for Kaiwei. Chao Pingping had been observing her mother's condition. Seeing her recover, she finally relaxed. This is a pair of scissors can be used to stab the heart. The heart is here. Yes, don't miss. If you miss, you'll need to go to the hospital and trouble the doctors. It's quite troublesome. This is a rope. There's a big tree over there. Hang it on the branch, and you can hang yourself.
You know about this, right?
This is a blade. It hits the main artery. Yes, your pulse points are correct. 1 cut, and blood will spray out. Honestly, I don't recommend making everything covered in blood. It's too much trouble to clean up. This is sleeping pills. After drinking, your stomach will hurt terribly, and then you will slowly die in pain. Ning Kaiwei looked at the 2 people in front of her, her voice thoughtful. Is there anything else? Wait a moment, let me think. Or maybe you can help me think. How do you want to die? If you've decided, tell me so I can provide what you need. Even in death, we can negotiate and support each other. Isn't that good? Ning Kaiwei looked at Feng Qianyun, this dull person, who almost tried to end her life today. It really is endless trouble.
And you? How do you want to die?
Do you want it to look beautiful, artistic, or just less painful? Ning Kaiwei looked at Huinyang. Huinyang shook her head. I don't want to die anymore. It's frightening. It's terrifying. She used to always think about dying. But now, with so many ways to die in front of her, and not even secretly but openly discussing it, she seems to have developed a fear of death. Ning Kaiwei raised an eyebrow. Don't hide your death. If someone sees, they might send you to the hospital. Wanting to die but can't, wanting to live, but it's not easy. Struggling between life and death, how painful that is. Feng Qianyun, what do you think? Huinyang sighed in relief, as if she had escaped from her teacher's questions at school. Feng Qianyun silently looked up at Ning Kaiwei. Her voice was hoarse. She wanted to say more, but she couldn't. Then, like a defeated person, she lowered her head and gently shook it. You can't control yourself. It's not that you want to die, but that period of time wanted to die, right? Just as Feng Qianyun frowned, unable to speak or express herself, Ning Tsaiwei's voice softly sounded in her ear. She suddenly looked up, meeting Ning Tsaiwei's eyes. Those eyes were clear, without mockery or curses, only caring. For the first time, she responded, tentatively, trying to break out of her shell. She nodded gently. Her eyes were no longer dull or confused, but filled with silence.
Ning Kaiwei frowned.
Depression caused by psychological trauma is a mental illness. Especially at night, that trauma can be amplified invisibly. I understand. Honestly, I know this condition, but I don't know how to treat it. Ning Kaiwei stood up. When Feng Qianyun was at a loss, she was embraced in a warm hug. This time,
she didn't resist.
She had been hugged before, but she could always think of that disgusting person, of the muddy cornfield, of that dirty man, that filthy thing. No matter the gender or who it was, any embrace made her instinctively resist, wanting to break free.
But only this time.
I'm not afraid anymore. Do whatever you want. If bleeding can give you a short moment of peace, I will find a blade for you, disinfect it, and give you some time, okay? Suppressing, comforting, and dealing with deep depression caused by trauma cannot really ease the pain. At a certain moment, physical pain seems to stimulate their nerves, giving them a brief sense of calm. Although reluctant to admit it, only by hurting themselves can they feel a sense of peace. Feng Qianyun, you can change your name and identity when you're with me. No one cares about your past here. This is her promise. She may not be able to give them much, maybe out of compassion or a desire to protect injured women. But she truly wants to protect them. If you can't control yourself, just knock on my door, okay? Her voice is soft, calming even for Feng Qianyun, who doesn't struggle or resist. Her voice feels like a gentle breeze, blowing away her ugliness, her struggles, and her pain. But she tentatively speaks, one word at a time, coming from her unpleasant voice.
Okay.
If I say it's okay, then it is. Ning Kaixian nods, her eyes full of encouragement. Did you disinfect today? Do you still want to cut? Feng Qianyun shakes her head, and on her wrists, there are dozens of old and new scars. Both arms are covered with scars from knives. I'll buy clean blades, disinfectant alcohol, and cotton swabs tomorrow. Do you want to go with me? Maybe you need to pick a blade you like for this ritual? Ning Kaixian asks carefully. In her past life, she knew a psychologist friend who told her many things during therapy. Sometimes, what looks like self-harm is actually a way of self-rescue. They are hurting themselves to survive. She thinks Feng Qianyun also needs to save herself. Inside, she even wishes she could pull Chao Anji out of the underworld and torment him 1,000 or 10,000 times. Nothing could ease her hatred. Such a beast should just be executed. That would be too kind for him. Okay. Feng Qianyun nods, feeling the woman holding her. She tentatively reaches out her hand then. For the first time in many years, she feels. She realizes she still has the ability to embrace. Feeling her hands gently hold me, very softly, as if any movement on my part would make her leave immediately. Go to sleep. Promise, tomorrow I will take you. Ning Saiwei's smile seems to always be on her face. Feng Qianyun watches her silently, step by step, leaving the room. But she doesn't know that when Ning Kaiwei turns around, her whole body is like a volcano ready to erupt, filled with suppressed anger. You're very good. That's great. Such that we dare not die here, afraid of causing you trouble. After leaving Feng Qianyun's room, Huinyang closes her door gently, then speaks softly, her voice tinged with a sigh. Kaiwei, we are trouble. When we're gone, no one will remember your kindness. When we die, everyone will blame you. Why did you bring us back? Just let us die outside. Wouldn't that be better? Huinyang desperately wants to die, but unlike Feng Qianyun, she can control herself. Her strong desire for revenge means she doesn't have mental health issues. Compared to Feng Qianyun, she is stronger, more resilient. Ning Kaiwei, with her back to Huinyang, closes her eyes tightly. Honestly, I don't know. She herself doesn't understand why she took these two people in. Even when director Xie mentioned it, her true heart didn't want to refuse. Is it sympathy? It doesn't seem like it. She's not someone full of compassion. In her view, sympathy is the most useless thing. It's better to give some food and drink. Huinyang stands behind Ning Kaiwei without stepping forward. I will try to live. I won't seek death myself. The person who desperately wants to die now makes this promise. This dirty person shouldn't pollute Saiwei's pure place. Otherwise, even if she dies, she would feel guilty. Ning Kaiwei slowly turns back, looking at Huinyang. Try to live. When you hold the power of speech, all rules and prejudices will truly be broken. We're waiting. She strides away from the new courtyard. Huinyang and Feng Qianyun originally had separate rooms, but Feng Qianyun silently made a big move. Huinyang, who desperately wants to die, becomes worried instead. She directly moves her bedding into Feng Qianyun's room, knowing she dislikes anyone approaching her. Perhaps only Kaiwei can get close to her. Feng Qianyun, under the moonlight, watches the shadow lying on the ground. No use.
Her voice was still dry and hoarse, her throat still husky, but she spoke anyway. She laid out the bedding and lay down in the warm quilt. Qianyun, Saishio says that only when women hold the power of speech can all prejudices and injustices be eliminated. Qianyun, I don't want to die. I want to live. I want to see women have fairness. Tears welled in her eyes, but her mouth was raised in a high smile. Okay. For a long time, just as Huinyang thought Feng Qianyun had fallen asleep, that husky voice suddenly appeared. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Zhao Jingmian looked at Ning Saishio, who returned exhausted. Her once bright eyes now seemed clouded. Ning Saishio shook her head, walked over to Zhao Jingmian, then opened her arms and hugged him. Zhao Jingmian, let me hold you for a little while, just a little. Her voice was full of fatigue. Malice, slander, curses, eye rolls, everything. But they were not at fault. Why should they bear all this? Okay. Zhao Jingmian gently patted her back, holding her without any romantic feelings, just offering comfort and silent reassurance. Neither of them spoke until Ning Saishio fell asleep. Zhao Jingmian carefully set her down, wiped her face and hands, then her feet. His wife liked to be clean. If not washed properly, she would feel uncomfortable. What are you doing? Zhao Yumei looked at Ning Saishio, feeling like she was hearing things. Dr. Zhao, I need to get disinfectant alcohol, cotton for disinfecting, and medicine to stop bleeding. And if the hospital has surgical knives or something, can I see them? Every word made sense, but when put together, she just couldn't understand. Can you tell me what you want to do? If it were anyone else, she would call the police. But the person saying this was Ning Saishio, and she trusted her not to harm anyone. This was a trust in her character. Ning Saishio looked at Feng Qianyun beside her. Can I tell the truth? Unlike at home, outside, Feng Qianyun looked more expressionless. Yes. Hearing Ning Saishio's words, her eyes looked over, and the dull expression briefly disappeared. But when her gaze shifted, the dullness remained. Dr. Zhao, look. After Ning Saishio finished speaking, she gently reassured Feng Qianyun. I want to roll up your sleeve. After Feng Qianyun gently nodded, Ning Kaiwei began to act, showing her full respect. She rolled up her sleeve, revealing a network of crisscross scars and wounds, shocking to see. My goodness, what happened? Even Zhao Yumei, who was experienced, gasped at the sight of so many scars and cuts. Every day between 7 and 9 a.m., she has these thoughts. After I brought her home, she was fine the first day, but yesterday she couldn't control herself and cut her arm with scissors. Ning Kaiwei explained, I suspect she might have a mental health issue, caused by too much stress and negative emotions. Her self-harm is actually a way to relieve those bad feelings, a kind of self-help. Her voice was calm, but Feng Qianyun kept her eyes fixed on the ground, as if she couldn't hear their conversation. Zhao Yumei frowned, her tone serious. It was clear she thought this woman was not quite normal. Who is she? Ning Kaiwei hesitated briefly. Qianyun, wait outside for a moment. Let Nurse Lu stay with you, okay? She's my friend. She's very kind. Hearing Ning Kaiwei's words, Feng Qianyun finally reacted. Okay. Ning Kaiwei called Lu Xiaowei because she didn't feel comfortable leaving Feng Qianyun alone. Dr. Zhao should know about Chao Anji. Qianyun is one of the people who was harmed. She then shared some of her past experiences with Zhao Yumei. The reason she told Zhao Yumei was because she was also a witness and had a kind heart. More importantly, she was a doctor. If she could think of other ways to help Qianyun, that would be best. I see. Zhao Yumei sighed and thought for a moment. Your treatment method might be one way, but it's not a long-term solution. It can work temporarily, but she still needs psychological counseling. But I'm not good at mental health issues. You might ask Yan Shire. Zhao Yumei knew Ning Kaiwei and Yan Shire were on good terms, which is why she made this suggestion. There are calming and sleep-inducing medicines here. You need to ensure she sleeps well. When someone lacks sleep, their emotions can break down more easily. Zhao Yumei added calming medication to Ning Kaiwei's prescription. The medicine is for you to keep safe. She also specifically warned her, clearly worried about any accidents. Ning Kaiwei nodded.
The knife? The outside tools have all been checked. She is worried they might not be clean. That's why she dared to ask at the county hospital. I'll find a way. Tonight, Xiao Hui will deliver it to you.
But,
Comrade Ning Kaiwei, take good care of her. If anything happens, I won't take responsibility. The danger of the surgical knife is obvious. Dr. Zhao, don't worry. It will get better. Zhao Yumei sighed and looked at the always positive girl, speaking with a smile. You're braver than me. You're stronger than me. But at the same time, you've taken on a lot. This burden is heavy. When you can't carry it anymore, you can come to me for help. She has helped many people, but she can only help temporarily. Kaiwei helps people for a lifetime. I admire her decisiveness and respect her character. I also want to help her when she feels she can't go on. Okay, I'll remember that. Ning Kaiwei guessed that the people around Dr. Zhao probably experienced difficult times too. That's why they actively protect women and help women seek justice. But she didn't realize it wasn't just the people around her, but herself. Big Sister Kaiwei. Lu Xiaowei saw Ning Kaiwei and moved her lips. When will you go to the alley? The young lady is sulking. She kept saying she would go to the alley, but after leaving the hospital, she disappeared. It's been over 2 months, and she hasn't been to the alley. How could Aunt Lu not be angry? Ning Kaiwei rubbed her forehead. The arrival of Ning Kai Li and Xiao Pingping disrupted all her plans. She was also waiting for the kids to have a holiday. I'm afraid I'll have to wait a few more days. How is Aunt Lu's health? Is her blood pressure still high? Thinking of the young lady's spoiled attitude, she clearly wanted Kaiwei but didn't come to see her, just sulking every day. That gun probably got worn down a bit. She didn't know who she was angry at. She's doing quite well. Since the Lunar New Year, Aunt Lu has been drinking milk powder every day, and her appetite is good. Apart from throwing childish tantrums, everything else is fine. Ning Kaiwei nodded. That reassures me. When the kids are on holiday, I will definitely go. She took some things from the hospital and returned to her yard. Ning Kaiwei opened the alcohol and disinfectant cotton. She sterilized a clean glass bottle, then taught Feng Qianyan how to make alcohol cotton balls. Look, the alcohol cotton ball is ready. Before you cut yourself, first use the alcohol cotton ball to disinfect the blade, then disinfect your arm. After finishing the tattoo, when cleaning up, apply pressure to the arm to stop the bleeding. Do you understand? Ning Kaiwei is very patient, speaking softly. She demonstrates to Feng Qianyan while explaining.
Yes.
Feng Qianyan nods and places everything on the nearby cabinet.
Good.
Be careful with the pressure and avoid the main artery. Do you know where the main artery is? Okay. Feng Qianyan gently responds with a soft then speaks again. Control. She struggles to say the word, using a lot of effort. She can control herself. Only when she can't will she hurt herself. In the past, no one cared about her. Now, someone is on her side and cares about her. She will control herself.
Good.
Let me know when you're done, and I will go buy more for you. Remember to disinfect. After Ning Kaiwei finishes, she notices the bedding on the ground nearby and thinks of Huinyang.
She
is also a thoughtful person. In the evening, Lu Xiaowei doesn't know why, but Dr. Zhao gave her a box to give to Sister Kaiwei. She thought it was some medicine and took it directly. To her surprise, inside was a surgical knife. Mother! 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 Before she could see her, her careful voice, full of penetrating force, entered the shop. Your mother is in the backyard. Call her Dajiang. Lu Tsuehua holds Xiao Xinyan in her arms. Xiao Xinyan immediately kisses Lu Tsuehua on the face, calling her Dajiang. That smiling, squinting look is exactly like Ning Kaiwei.
Ah.
Xiao Xinyan is so well-behaved. It's been a long time since they saw the little one. She really misses her. Mother, do you want to see your son? Your son knows you like girls, but you can't forget Manhwa because of Xiao Xinyan. Your son is the biological one, you know? After Manhwa got off the carriage, he called his mother twice. She didn't hear him, holding his little sister, smiling like a flower. How could she let go of him? If he keeps doing this, he'll cause trouble. Why are you looking at your son? Are you angry at me for looking at your son? I don't bother with you anymore. Don't take advantage and act innocent. This brat hasn't been studying well lately, and his exam scores have plummeted. She hasn't even disciplined him yet, and he still dares to speak? Manhwa's face stiffened. It's been half a month, and the poor grades are attacking again. One mistake leads to lifelong regret. Sniff. His grades have improved now, otherwise just look at him. Older sister-in-law, don't scold Manhwa. Kids like to play. It's normal. Now he knows his mistakes and is trying hard. That's good. Ning Kaiwei patted Manhwa's head and quietly said in his ear, "That's all I can help with. Next time you slip up on exams, be careful of your parents' double trouble. Let your second uncle hold you. I wonder where you'll run off to?" Manhwa widened his eyes. Second aunt is so scary. Just as he thought about running, her words came out. Sure enough, second aunt is a wise person. Don't worry, second aunt. I'll study hard and pass the intelligence test. It's just that someone in the village plays marbles and I got a bit addicted. I didn't study well. Recently, I've improved and won't embarrass my master. She chuckled and shook her head. She wondered how a serious Zhao family suddenly produced such a clever little kid. Although Manhwa is mischievous, his values are correct. Let's see how you perform. Just after they whispered, Lu Tsuehua carried her thoughts into the house. Seeing that the two didn't follow, she helplessly called out, "What are you two secretly plotting? Come inside for dinner. Older sister-in-law, we're here." "Mom, I'm coming." Manhwa and Ning Kaiwei exchanged glances. Their secret was understood, without words. "This is Qianyun. This is Huanyang." "Aunt Qianyun, Aunt Huanyang." Manhwa and Mingy politely greeted. Xiaoxin struggled to get down from her older sister's arms. She imitated her brothers, Aunt Qianyun, Aunt Huanyang. When Qianyun saw Xiaoxin, her eyes lit up, but she just shook her head. Her voice was too unpleasant. She didn't want to scare the little girl. Huanyang looked at the children of the Zhao family, 4 kids. Mingrui was at Bancheng Middle School, going out early and returning late every day. Even on occasional half-days off, he only read books or helped out at the shop. He never complained about hardship or tiredness. Today, seeing the other 3 children of the Zhao family being well-behaved, she wondered if they truly understood manners. Sensitive people like her could naturally feel it. The children showed no discrimination or condescension. They were simply greeting politely. "Your children are very well taught." She touched her belly. When she was at the police station contemplating ending her life, her children were gone. She definitely didn't want them. No matter whose child it was, she wouldn't want them. It's Kaiwei who taught them well. Lu Tsuehua quickly spoke up, and Chao Pingping finished watering the vegetable garden in the backyard. When she came over, she saw Xian Yan.
Xin An.
Pingping 姐姐. Little Xian Yan ran straight over like a small cannonball. "Slow down, both of you, don't fall." Lu Tsuehua hurriedly called out, smiling at Ning Saijin. "You too, don't forget to remind them." "Ning Gaishen's Saying it 300 times is no use. They'll just fall once. "Falling once is a good lesson," she said. Although she spoiled her children, she wouldn't do everything for them. Small fights and mistakes teach big lessons. At her age, that's the lowest cost for learning. All right, you're right. No matter what I say, you won't listen," Lu Tsuehua said with a smile. It was clear she wasn't really angry. "I'll go inside to eat." Even though there was a place for her at the table, Huanyang still suggested she stay out. Since the family was together, she, feeling unlucky, was afraid she might bring bad luck. Before anyone called her, she went straight back into the house. Feng Qianyun silently took her bowl and left, glancing at Ning Saijin as she did.
"Are they
new workers?" The old lady looked at the 2 girls, always feeling something was off. Sort of, but not really. "They're not bad people, just have been through hard times and are sensitive." Ning Saijin didn't tell her family everything, just a brief explanation. The 2 elders exchanged looks, understanding that something had happened at the shop.
But they didn't ask.
Saijin had her plans. If they were worried, they shouldn't interfere too much.
Time to eat.
I told you not to call anyone to pick us up, but you still let the carriage go. Can't you listen to me? The old lady looked at Ning Saijin, thinking her daughter was always good. Then she looked at Suehua, who was also good. Both of them were kind and caring. Did they pick you up? I didn't call anyone. It must be the coachman. Seeing how kind my mother looks, he couldn't resist bringing her along to share the good luck. Ning Saijin pretended to be surprised, blinking at the old lady. The old lady hesitated, then reached out and pointed at Ning Saijin. Look at that, just like you said. If my mother had good luck, she would share it with Saijin and Suehua. Both of you have good luck, so our whole family is lucky. After saying that, the old lady looked at Ning Saijin with a gentle smile. But unexpectedly. Look, it's my old lady, wise and kind, full of virtue, sharing blessings, family harmony brings prosperity. Her playful look made everyone laugh, so hard they couldn't stop. You can't beat me in words. The old lady smiled happily, giving in, and joking with Kaiwei was just a dream. Every time she said one thing, she had 10 more ready. After dinner, Ning Kaiwei and Zhao Jingmian took Ming Yi and Xian Nian out. Mom, where are we going? Xian Nian opened her big eyes. She and Sister Pingping hadn't finished playing yet. Although she liked her mom more, she also wanted to play. The little girl was very playful, her face scrunched up like a small bun. I'm taking you to meet an elder, someone very close to Mom, like a daughter to her. When she sees her, she will call her Mom. The relationship was complicated, and Xian Nian was too young to understand it fully. But Mingyi knew it must be a very kind elder who treated Mom very well. Oh, it's the young lady. Why is the young lady coming so late? Young lady. From the first house in the alley, everyone came out after hearing the noise. When they saw Zhao Jingmian and Ning Kaiwei, everyone's face showed kind smiles, especially when they looked at Ming Yi and Xian Nian in her arms. Their eyes shone even brighter. I came to see my mom. You all go ahead and do your work. Ning Kaiwei nodded. She didn't change the way she addressed the young lady. She had already made her decision, so she felt no burden. Oh. Who is this? Do you know where my house is? I thought you had been lost in Bianyun County for over 2 months. If I can't find the door, I'll ask Old 8 and the others to put up a missing person notice. Seeing Aunt Lu, Ning Kaiwei's lips curved slightly, and her eyes formed a crescent shape. Mom. Something came up. The kids are at school. I just came today. Aunt Lu was old and had poor eyesight. The shadow of the door blocked the moonlight, so she only saw Ning Kaiwei's face on one side. She didn't see Ming Yi and Xian Nian in the shadow. When Aunt Lu heard about the kids, she suddenly opened the door quickly after speaking sharply. Where are the children? Let me see. Her hand trembling as she opened the door, even her voice was hurried. Grandma. Before Ning Kaiwei could greet her, Mingyi stepped out from the shadows and stood directly in front of Aunt Lu, speaking clearly. While Lu Daniu was observing him, he was also observing Lu Daniu. Is this elderly woman kind to her daughter? Yes. Good child. Let Grandma see. Grandma. She never thought she would have descendants in her life. Old and gray, she now has Kaiwei, who is like a daughter to her, and also a grandson. At this moment, Xiao Xian Nian also reacted and called out to her brother, Yao Yao. It's not a typo. Xian Nian's pronunciation of grandma isn't yet perfect. Yes, yes. The old lady looked at the 2 children, secretly wiping tears from her eyes, then moved aside. Come in quickly, let's go inside. Lu Dania's excitement couldn't be hidden. Ning Kaiwei held Xian Nian, with Zhao Jingmian following behind the mother and daughter. Ming Yi lagged behind a bit, holding Lu Dania's hand. Since Grandma is kind to her daughter, he also wants to be kind to Grandma. Ming Yi's world is simple. Whoever is kind to his mother, he will be kind to them. Grandma's eyes aren't working well. Let Grandma take a look. Until everyone entered the house, Lu Dania looked at Xian Nian and Ming Yi, then said, Good, very good. She was so excited, it seemed she couldn't find other words. The alley wasn't short of children. Lu Xiaowei was already grown. Those people, fearing she would feel lonely, always brought children around her. She knew that, but she didn't like it. It's not that the children are bad. They are good children. It's because she misses the past and can't forget her children who died tragically. Don't be so good. Didn't you say you prepared red envelopes? The children will only arrive in the county town tonight, so I brought them here. Are you reluctant to give red envelopes? Ning Kaiwei teased, her tone playful. Don't speak if you can't talk properly. The children are here. Be serious. The old lady shot her a sidelong glance, with a look of disdain.
All right.
She is just a little pitiful. Just now, she brought her children here, and suddenly she doesn't seem special anymore. Instead, she feels disliked. Who can she argue with? These are Grandma's red envelopes. Grandma packed them for you during the new year. Blame your mother, otherwise I would have given them earlier. Lu Daniel looked at the two children, whether Ming Yi or Xi Nian, their eyes honest and kind. They are good children. Xi Nian, being young, doesn't cause trouble. With big eyes, she looked around, and every time her gaze met Lu Dania's, she immediately smiled, making her seem very charming. Not to mention how adorable she was.
Thank you, Grandma.
Ming-Yi watched his daughter gently nod, then took the red envelope with both hands and thanked her. He also learned from his older brother and stood up from Ning Saiwei's embrace. His soft voice, still not fully trained, said, "Thank you, bite. Is her daughter going to bite someone? Thank you for what? Grandma has nothing else, just more houses. If you like it in the future, you can do it yourself. If not, let your mother take care of it."
Wait.
Ning Kaiwei suddenly widened her eyes. It's just a red envelope. Just a few dollars, a small gesture. Listening to the old lady's words, it didn't seem like the red envelope she thought it was. What do you mean, Mom? What did you give? This time, Ning Kaiwei no longer cared about politeness. She directly opened the red envelope, only to find a house deed inside. It was an old, untouched house deed, one that hadn't been replaced.
This.
She didn't know what to say anymore. Aunt Lu glared at her. What's wrong?
Dislike it?
An old house deed can still be used. Our alley's house deeds are all old. No one dares to claim our house or shop. Look at how inexperienced you are. Is she inexperienced? Yes. She had never seen a gift red envelope with a house inside. She truly was inexperienced. Mom, no, this is too valuable. Children are young, this isn't right. She had just looked at the house deed, located near the train station. It was easy to imagine that Ming Yi's was probably the same. That area was extremely valuable. Why did she have such a big face? Why is it valuable? It's my own house. I'm happy to give it to my grandson and granddaughter.
I want to see who dares to say anything.
Ning Kaiwei, if you dare to return it to me, you won't need to take care of me in the future. Very good. The old lady knew how to handle her. You're really something. Either you don't give anything or you give a big gift. The children are still young. Isn't it good to give them room to grow? Ning Kaiwei pleaded sincerely, still trying to find a way to get it back. Miss, in our alley, the first gift from the family elders to the younger generation is always a house deed. My gift to Hui Hui for her coming-of-age ceremony is also a house deed. Feng Suyun, with a calm smile, dressed in a moon-white cheongsam, entered from outside as old Ba opened the curtain. Mississippi Feng Suyun respectfully called out as she approached Ning Kaiwei, representing the attitude of their old Ba family. Mississippi Old San, standing nearby, also called out in unison. Old Lu was standing on the other side. Mississippi Ning Kaiwei looked at the person speaking. These were people she knew, but the ones behind were strangers to her. Boss, second, fourth, they all died on the battlefield years ago. This is fifth, who has been in Yangqing all along. This is seventh. He has been active in Kyoto these past few years. Fifth was wearing jeans and a floral shirt, with sunglasses, and had a crew-cut hairstyle. But don't get the wrong idea. Fifth is a woman, and her crew-cut hair has started to turn gray. Miss, nice to meet you for the first time. Fifth smiled warmly, giving off a refreshing vibe. As for seventh, he was the opposite of fifth. Seventh wore glasses and a Zhongshan suit. He looked completely unthreatening, more like a scholarly person. I'm a teacher at Kyoto University. Miss, whenever you go to Kyoto, feel free to find me. Seventh nodded to Ning Kaiwei, looking elegant and refined. 9 and 10 have gone to Port City. 12 is working on a project and is now in the final clinical stage, so he can't come out. As for me, 11, although I feel that based on abilities, I could be the third. 11 was a man with a firm voice. Though he was joking, his upright demeanor was genuine. Appointed by the Kyoto Military District. Miss, they send their blessings, but I can only give you a warning. Our mysterious alleyway is where everyone fights bravely, shedding blood to pave the way. My identity as a soldier and my duties do not allow the alley to do anything harmful to the country and the people. When 11 said this, his face was serious. He trusted the lady's character and her judgment. But wealth and power can be tempting. He was more afraid that people's hearts might change. The people who died in the alley had used their blood and flesh to build everything there. They wouldn't allow their blood to be stained or dishonored, and neither would he. Ning Kaiwei raised an eyebrow, a smile in her voice. Honestly, before you said these things, I was a bit suspicious about what kind of organization this is. But after hearing you, I feel reassured. After saying this, her expression also became serious. If I don't take over this alley, if I do, only one voice will be allowed, the sound of my voice. I am a person with a narrow mind and don't like being contradicted. Several people who know her are listening with interest, while those who haven't seen her before are frowning now. She is too arrogant. They respect her because she is the young lady. But being young and ambitious is good, yet being overly arrogant and self-important is just too much. Everyone's expressions are noticed by Ning Kaixian. As for Granny Lu, she seems invisible at this moment, saying nothing. These people in the alley are all tough and have crawled out from dangerous situations. They believe in someone not because they are oppressed, but because they genuinely trust from their hearts. This trust depends on Ning Kaixian herself. Do you think I am arrogant? Do you think I am too young and naive? Or do you regret coming back? Regret taking time to see me? Feeling like it's a waste? Is that right? Ning Saishuan's lips curl into a smile. Even though they are business people, university teachers, military personnel, or protectors of the family hiding in the alley, Ning Kaixian seems unaware of everyone's presence. She stands on the ground, walking up to each person after asking a question. She pauses in front of the 3 strangers. First, I am not interested in doing illegal or evil things, even. If I didn't respect my mother, if I wasn't moved by your stories, if it weren't for the urgent situation where you saved me, I probably wouldn't accept these. I never believe in sudden wealth falling from the sky. I only trust my own hands. Only what I earn with my own hands truly belongs to me. Her gaze directly meets 11's. Finally, she says plainly, and I am a military wife. Zhao Jingmian has been frowning, watching her respectful yet warning tone. She shouldn't have to do this. Military wife? Wait a minute, where's Lao Ba? Why hasn't anyone told me? 11 freezes, realizing that the family members don't recognize each other. Old 8, don't hide behind Sister Suyun. Come out here. Why didn't you tell me when I called that Xiao Miss is a military wife? Lao Ba pulls his wife, and he is. It's been years since they last saw each other. They want to see the young lady scold them. You also didn't ask? Little 11, what's wrong with you? Did you ask? Did you ask me? As they spoke, how did they suddenly become so confident? If you ask me, miss, whether she's a military wife, I would definitely say yes. Little 11 smiled as he watched Lu Laoba argue, but finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and decided to act. He stepped forward directly. Suyun, I'll take Beige out first. My brothers and I want to chat. All right, go ahead. Feng Suyun nodded, looking relaxed as if she didn't mind. Then, Little 11 respectfully looked at the young lady. Miss, we're going out to talk. Old Lady Lu was busy watching the 2 children, ignoring everything else, just playing with them. Wait a moment. At this time, Zhao Jingmian came from behind and stood right in front of 11. Commander, do you want to practice? Bullying his wife was a matter for the alley, but now that the issue there was settled, it was time for them to handle it. My husband. Ning Kaimei raised an eyebrow and simply stated her identity. 11's face twitched. It was really like that. Just practice, then. Seeing Zhao Jingmian's young face, he wondered which military district he was from. He didn't seem to have seen him before. Hopefully, he wouldn't disappoint with his skills. Outside, Zhao Jingmian led the way, walking ahead. 11 pulled Lao Ba along. Beige, after we finish practicing, the two of us will train together. It's been years since I trained, and I'm itching to try. 11 smiled dangerously. This guy was trying to trip him up at this moment, but he didn't bother to ask why. Go outside and start. Old Lady Lu lowered her head, feeding Xian Nian a can of food. She didn't even lift her head, and simply spoke. Don't scare her good kid anymore.
Yes.
11 grabbed Lao Ba's collar and hurried out. Lao Ba looked miserable. He had a dark sense of humor, and with the phone bill so high, how could he say everything? He caused trouble himself and still blamed him? Kyoto University. Ning Kaimei raised an eyebrow, surprised. She didn't expect there to be so many interesting people in the alley. She thought she had seen all there was, but it turned out she was just getting started. Future technology and the economy are starting to develop rapidly. Sharp-minded businessmen are already going into business for themselves. Although the country hasn't issued any official documents yet, it won't be long. The country needs time to recover, and the people need prosperity to escape their backward situation. Ning Kaiwei frowned and sighed as she looked at the two people. That's also why I took over the alleyway. In the future, real fights may happen in hidden places, but economic and cultural infiltration will gradually expand. You defend with force, while I safeguard with the economy. What do you think? Her words, clear reasoning, foresight about the future, and the broader perspective made the two people who had never met before exchange glances. Haha, I knew it. The young lady won't be mistaken. Old Zhao Sen looked at his silent sister and brother and laughed happily, his voice full of joy. Young lady, I am convinced. Young lady, I want to join the economic battle. Don't think that us old folks are too old. We can still go to the battlefield. Yes, when the alley started moving before, everyone pulled out their tools. How could we have missed it? Passionate and excited. Reminds me of the old days. Ning Kaiwei watched them. They were just worried, just scared. Scared that everything in the alley might be destroyed. Scared that she, as the new leader, might misuse her power and betray her conscience. She understood all of it. Are you done talking? Zhao Jingmian entered the room, slowly lowering his rolled-up sleeves. He carried a cold aura and came inside as if he had just stepped out for a moment and hadn't done anything. He simply returned. Yes, we're done. Training finished? Ning Kaiwei raised an eyebrow and asked. Zhao Jingmian nodded. Seeing his worried wife, he spoke softly. I held back. I didn't go too far, so don't worry. Ning Kaiwei fought back a smile, watching him seriously explain. That's good. Outside. Old 8 helped 11 up. Get up. Lao Ba Lu, are you doing this on purpose? Look at me now. Do I look like I can get up? Lao Ba Lu looked at him. You were pretty tough when you cleaned me up, but who knew you'd be so useless now? Young lady said, practice makes perfect. Have you been slacking off these past few years? Forgot the young lady's teachings? 11, already in pain, was annoyed by Lao Ba Lu's noise, his head throbbing. Shut up. Then he rubbed his face, but his movements were too big, pulling at the wound at the corner of his mouth. That kid's using underhanded tricks. With his face like that, how could he face the villagers? Who told you to bully my wife? I didn't kill you because of the young lady's face. Zhao Jingmian, that guy, has dirty hands. For the mission, his comrades had to shoot him in the leg. If they missed even a little, his military career would be over. Can it be more ruthless? 11 covered his face and suddenly stiffened. Wait a moment.
Who do you say that guy is? Lao Ba Lu Ziplit, Zhao Jingmi Man.
I won't forget it. The young lady's man seems to be a company commander. 11 looked at Lu Balu. You old man, you're going to get me killed. The Special Forces team in the Kyoto Military District is trying to get him. They've been communicating with higher-ups for over a year, but he has a big mission and can't transfer districts. So what happened? Who would have thought? In the alley, right at his own door, he offended someone.
Lu Balu.
You've ruined me. The military headquarters values Zhao Jingmian very much. They respect his personal choice to leave the district. He has offended him so badly. Can he still come to the Kyoto Military District?
Then why didn't you ask?
11 in our alley. People don't like to dodge responsibility or make excuses. You can't be so official like that. 11 looked at Lu Balu, wishing he could shut his mouth. Saying what shouldn't be said and not saying what should. All in a blur. Where it hurts, they stab the knife deeper. Lu Balu suddenly thought, honestly, there's still hope.
And
if you treat the young lady better, how could his impression of you be worse? His idea was good. Could he just keep quiet now? He's a man, even though he's over 50. But how does he treat the young lady well? Does he love his own daughter? Wouldn't the young lady fight him to the death? These assets are my personal property, unrelated to the alley. Lu Denyang took out a large wooden box in front of several people, opened it, revealing a bunch of property deeds and land titles. The shops near the train station on one side, besides the ones given to the two kids, all the property deeds are here. Lu Denyang took out the deeds and placed them directly in front of Ning Kaixian. Mom, I can't take this. Ning Kaixian looked at Lu Denyang. She could feel that Lu Denyang was wholeheartedly good to her, but she couldn't be so selfish. These are for the elderly. Having these gives a sense of security. Foolish. I'm already this old, and I plan to rely on you in the future. If all these things are just left unused there, what's the point? These shops have never been open, which makes me think of my parents. As they grow old, I worry more and often involuntarily recall the past. I entrust these to you, please keep them from falling into disrepair. Bring back the bustling scene of the past, the lively crowds, and the prosperity, okay? Ning Kaiwei looked at Aunt Lu, especially noticing her hands trembling slightly. In Aunt Lu's memories, there is too much pain.
Alright, Ning Kaiwei nodded firmly.
She will do it. She will make these shops shine again and restore their former glory. Good. Really good. Aunt Lu looked at the child in front of her. Finally, she found someone to rely on for those shops. These property deeds are for the alley houses. I called you here today not only to let you meet Kaiwei, but also to give these property deeds to you. There are 13 doors in the alley, and she took the deeds for her own courtyard and handed them to Ning Kaiwei. The other courtyards, according to their door numbers, were also divided and given to them one by one. I am old, and you're old too. Children, we are not like we used to be. They can't fully understand our past. When we gather, we are like a fire. When we part, we are like stars in the sky. Our generation hopes that, after we are gone, you'll help Kaiwei a lot. A moment of silence followed as Aunt Lu looked at Ning Kaiwei. You don't have to carry this burden alone. The legend of the alley is just everyone's praise. I don't want this title to become a chain that traps you, nor do I want it to trap Kaiwei. One generation has passed. Let the past stay in the past. They are old, and the young have their own ideas. These are all my personal belongings. Besides the property deeds, I have nothing else to give you. These belong to Kaiwei. Aunt Lu spoke honestly, never hiding anything. Ning Kaiwei held the items, feeling heavy. It was like a big stone pressing down on her chest, making her feel a bit breathless. These are the alley's funds. I never restrict what they do, as long as it's legal and moral. They have absolute freedom. In Aunt Lu's heart, the alley was just a home for the lonely and helpless, not a chain to trap them. These shops and funds are managed by 3 people, old 5, you just met him, and old 9 and old 10. Our neighborhood business is managed by them, with 5th as the main leader. Miss, I have brought back the account books from these years. All our industries report to the young lady every year. 5th looked at Ning Kaixian without showing any fear of losing power. Actually, most people in the neighborhood, except 8th and 3rd, are not married and have no children. a fashionable elderly woman. Don't worry, young lady. I'm not afraid of losing control. I'm just worried. I'll work until I die, but in the neighborhood, there are no successors. She sighed softly. The young lady always said not to let others trap her.
But
This alley is just an ordinary alley on most days. But this is their home. It's the harbor they found during times of chaos when they wandered far and wide, with no support. Even if they die, the home cannot be broken apart. Then you can rest assured. Your worries might last a long time because I am lazy. And I like to delegate power, not do everything myself. This has been her habit. If she did everything herself, she would probably be exhausted long ago. Fifth's smile on her face gradually stiffened. It seems I need to notify 9th and 11th to come back early to help. The smile on Fifth's face was starting to fade. As an elderly woman, she was starting to feel overwhelmed. Ning Kaixian took everyone's phone numbers, and everyone noted her address. Young lady, I will have someone deliver the account books to you. There's no need to rush. Looking at the pile of shops and the unknown 3-year account books in her hand. Alexander. When Ning Saishuan's family returned home, she felt like she was stepping into deep water and shallow water at the same time. Just be yourself.
dear,
Do what you want, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. Ming Yi went back to his room and handed the house deed to Ning Kaixian. His thoughts had already given her the house deed. Now he was fast asleep. Zhao Jingmian looked at his wife's expression and quietly comforted her. His bonus and salary subsidies weren't much, but he wouldn't let his wife and children go hungry. It's not about pressure.
but
Ning Kaixian looked at Zhao Jingmian. Her eyes weren't filled with worry. If Zhao Jingmian described her, it would be as radiant and full of fighting spirit, like the prelude to a battle. I feel an inexplicable excitement. Can you understand? She used to plan step by step and strive forward.
but now,
Whether it was the house deed her mother gave her or the assets in the alley, they all became her foundation. The principle of leverage might just need a fulcrum. Zhao Jingmian looked at her. This was a look he had never seen before, full of love and warmth in his eyes and heart. Okay, no matter what you want to do, both I and the children will support you. Zhao Jingmian didn't stop her, nor did he refuse. He remembered what he had said before. Zhao Jingmian, if one day I stand tall and shine brightly, what will you do?
he
He would quietly protect her, keep her safe, support her from behind, and provide her with a safe harbor. The 5th sibling truly kept her word. The pile of ledgers was placed on the cart, and the 6th sibling simply pulled it over. There was an incident in Yangqing. Sister Wu left last night. Due to the urgency, she didn't get to say goodbye to the young lady. These are all the ledgers of the alley's businesses. Every transaction can be checked. Seeing the cart full of ledgers, the honest-looking 6th sibling twitched his lips and said, Sister Wu said it's not to make things difficult, but because over the past 2 years, the business has grown bigger and involved many industries. There are quite a few ledgers. Any issues can be checked with the young lady at any time. The 6th sibling looked at Ning Kaixian. Although he showed no emotion on his face, he moved the ledgers quickly. Ning Kaixian leaned against the courtyard gate, watching the people come and go with the ledgers. Was she really that scary?
got it.
Her voice was calm, with no ups and downs, and her expression didn't change at all. The 6th sibling felt a bit anxious, unsure if the young lady was angry. Anyway, seeing so many ledgers made his head spin. He couldn't read each one carefully. Miss, the ledgers have been delivered. I'll head back now. He hurried in and hurried out again. Riding far away on his tricycle, the 6th sibling finally let out a sigh of relief. The aura around the young lady was so strong. Just like the young lady from back then. Did it arrive?
So many?
Zhao Jingmian entered the house and saw that the dressing table originally made for her was now covered with ledgers, stacked high, taller than his wife sitting nearby. Yeah, the scope is broad, the types are many, and the ledgers are complete, including raw material storage, output, costs, budgets, taxes, labor costs, and account settlements. Many things are not just about money. Just walked inside from outside,
The room was a bit dim, but when she spoke, her eyes shone brightly. Zhao Jingmian looked at the person in front of him, and his lips softened a little. Okay, what are you drawing? He stepped forward, standing behind Ning Kaiwei, resting his head on her shoulder, and softly asked as he looked at her work. He liked her eyes full of stars when she talked about things she loved, and those stars seemed to sparkle brightly. A chart. Ning Kaiwei put down her ruler and pen, having already organized a few pages. The accounts she was keeping now were too complicated, giving her a headache. So, she decided to make a new set of records, which would be easier for her to check and for later account balancing. A chart? It's the first time I hear about it. Honey, would you mind explaining it to me? When faced with something unknown, Zhao Jingmian didn't impose his understanding. Ning Kaiwei tilted her head and looked at the person resting his head on her shoulder. Their faces were very close, almost sharing breath, feeling like they were blending together. Are you so eager to learn? Next time, whatever you say, even our son should give you a 3 good student certificate. She smiled softly, her eyes gentle and warm. Her voice carried a teasing tone, and she reached out to gently ruffle Zhao Jingmian's short hair, which was still a bit stiff from the cut. Still, I have to thank my wife for teaching me well, being patient with me, and being so tolerant. Because my wife is such a good person, I also want to be a good person. Those greasy words coming from this person's mouth suddenly made Ning Kaiwei feel like she had an automatic oil-removing device. Is this the difference between love and not love?
No.
Looking at this face, everything he says seems to be filtered through a special lens. A tough, cold man, only showing tenderness, who wouldn't love that? So sweet-talking? Feeling the arm around her waist, Ning Kaiwei raised an eyebrow. Let's talk about something else first. Like what a chart is, for example. Zhao Jingmian chuckled silently. Although they had been together for a few months, his wife was very shy. The closest they had been was just kissing. He was willing to adjust his pace to match hers. After all, they had a long time ahead. They had a whole lifetime to get closer. Okay, you explain and I'll listen. Fearing he might disturb her focus, Zhao Jingmian moved a small stool beside the dressing table and sat down, watching his wife draw lines on paper, crossing and lining up in rows. This line contains category information, such as expenses, income, taxes, and other data, all of which have been summarized. This is a vertical list with a time marked at the top. My table can track 6 types of accounts, and these 6 types can be combined into one table.
Let me give you an example.
Ning Kaiwei's voice is soft and calm, giving a peaceful feeling. At first, Zhao Jingmian just wanted to see his wife up close and spend more time with her. But as he listened, he truly understood. Once he understood, he realized this kind of table is very useful. While Ning Kaiwei was drinking water, he thought for a moment and asked, "Wife, can you give me a sample of this table? Can I use this method in the military logistics department?" This method can be used not only for accounting but also for project training, personnel fitness, and other areas. He was surprised. Captain Zhao is a smart person. Ning Kaiwei looked at him with admiration. Zhao Jingmian, you are really clever. You think broadly and make connections easily. Just tell me what area you need, give me a rough idea, and I will help you calculate ratios and create a template. Share this method with anyone you want. It can save time and reduce manual work, which is good for everyone. While working on the account book, Ning Kaiwei was filling out her own table. Her confident tone and her habitual way of doing things made Zhao Jingmian see her new strengths. She is never secretive and seems to stand very high, with a big view of the overall situation. Wife, how are you so wonderful? He didn't say the rest aloud, but felt it deeply in his heart. Ning Kaiwei looked up with a puzzled expression, meeting Zhao Jingmian's deep eyes. What's wrong? Is there any difficulty or problem? Do you need my help? He asked 3 questions at once. Zhao Jingmian smiled softly, gently pinched her little face. He knew her skin was tender, and a light touch would leave a red mark. Especially now that she wasn't out selling things, her skin was even more delicate. Last time, when she bumped her chin, and her forehead swelled for 2 days.
Her sister-in-law's look at her was like she was bullying her. It's okay, you focus on your work. I'll work on the project. Zhao Jing let go of her hand, took a new sheet of white paper, and looked at the stack of paper that was almost used up. He silently noted to himself that he needed to go to the bookstore in the afternoon to buy a few bundles of white paper. His wife has a strong personality, and if the paper runs out, he probably has to buy it himself.
Okay.
Ning Kaiwei didn't know what he was thinking. At this moment, all her attention was on the form. She worked quickly, organizing 15 account books in the morning, and just over 1/5 of the progress was done. It seems that in the future, they should use a unified form template. She would draw it and record the data herself. It was really too tiring. Tired? Just now, my eldest sister-in-law called you for dinner, but seeing you busy, she went back. Zhao Jing first gave her a shoulder massage and then rubbed her temples. He had already finished writing the project list for the forms, but he saw that his wife was still busy. When she was focused, she blocked out all surrounding distractions. What time is it? She raised her arm. But what's going on? Why did her watch stop? Zhao Jing lowered his head and also saw the watch. The hands were still, not moving. He awkwardly rubbed his lips and said, "Wife, wait a moment. I have a gift for you."
Huh?
Having been thinking all morning, Ning Kaiwei was a bit slow to react now. Watching Zhao Jing stride out of the room, she wondered if he had done something fun again. After all, her man was a warrior who wanted to be a good carpenter.
Wife.
I haven't given you many things, and nothing really expensive. The pair of pearl earrings didn't count, because when he was preparing, he was for the previous Ning Kaiwei, not her now. And since they met until now, the only thing he had given her was a wooden bead bracelet. My taste might not be very good. If you don't like it, or if there's something you dislike, just tell me. I'll change it in the future. Wife, this is the first time I've liked someone. We will be together for a lifetime, so don't hold back on me. When he said these words, for some reason, he felt a little nervous. Zhao Jing knelt down on one knee in front of Ning Kaiwei, looking at her slightly dazed and adorable expression. His wife, no matter what she looked like, always had such lively expressions. Is your taste not good? Ning Kaiwei looked at the man in front of her and asked doubtfully, Are you mistaken about your own taste? Someone who likes someone as perfect as me, how could your taste be bad? Man, be confident. Your taste is definitely the best. In a moment of distraction, she reacted quickly. On her round face, she had bright, cheerful eyes, pink lips, and a touch of blush. Yes, my taste is the best. Zhao Jingmian looked at her and couldn't help but smile gently. He placed a wooden box in front of Ning Kaixian. This is my gift to you. Take a look and see if you like it. Receiving a gift always makes people happy. Ning Kaixian looked at the wooden box, which had a faint scent and a relaxing feeling. Forget about the thing inside for now. Just this wooden box alone is perfect. You're saying your taste isn't good? Zhao Jingmian, being overly modest is the start of arrogance. She looked at Zhao Jingmian, only catching his smile. Ning Kaixian raised her eyebrows, then slowly opened the box. Inside was a watch.
Wait.
A watch.
Zhao Jingmian.
Is it expensive? This watch was different from hers. It was a well-known brand from Haishur. Her watch only cost 100 yuan, but she didn't know how much this one was. Because in the town, they didn't have styles like this. Yes, it's expensive. But my wife deserves the best. Zhao Jingmian looked at Ning Kaixian, wishing he could give her the best things in the world. She is such a good person. I really like it. She spoke softly, without criticizing him for spending too much or disliking the simple style. Instead, she smiled happily and told herself she liked it. Just 4 words. I really like it. That was enough to make his heart blossom like fireworks. I'm glad you like it. He didn't say that the watch was shipped from Haishur and how much effort it took him. He also didn't mention how much the watch cost. As long as she said she liked it, it was worth it. Sweetheart, this is my savings account book. This is what my parents asked me to give you, half of my salary before. He took out the passbook from his pocket, then also pulled out a bundle of money wrapped in newspaper. This money was half of Zhao Jingmian's salary over the years. Before, his salary was split into two parts, one sent to Ning Kaixian and the other to his parents. Because when he returned once, Ming Yi was very thin and weak. He wanted his parents to take care of him a little.
But now,
he didn't need to anymore. Why are you like this? Why are you taking back the money you gave to your parents? Zhao Jingmian, your parents raised you with difficulty. They are getting old, and they have money, so they feel more at ease. Ning Saixio was happy earlier, but now she saw the money in the newspaper and directly hit Zhao Jingmian with a stick. Zhao Jingmian just smiled, feeling wrongly accused. His parents insisted he take the money. If he didn't, they would say he was ungrateful and scold him. Now, for his wife. His wife also scolded him. In other families, conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law happen over money. In their family, harmony exists, but they also get angry over money. However, their anger is out of concern for each other. Your parents gave it to you, so take it. All the expenses at home, food, clothes, daily needs, are for you to use. In the future, we will buy more things. The money stays with the elders and they save it, not spend it. Zhao Jingmian gently comforted her, watching her furrowed brow relax, and he finally felt relieved.
All right.
Actually, his in-laws had asked him several times, but he hadn't accepted it. He didn't expect to bring it back himself. Wife, I'll put the watch on you. He first took off the watch Ning Saixio had worn before, then put on the new watch. The fair skin and simple, elegant watch made her skin look even more fair and translucent, like smooth jade. Zhao Jingmian looked at her arm. It looks good. Ning Saixio also looked at herself. Yes, comrade Zhao Jingmian has the best taste. The couple exchanged smiles.
But
Ning Saixio asked suspiciously, why did the watch suddenly break? Yesterday, it was working fine. I didn't bump or drop it. Nowadays, things are very durable. She had worn it for so long without any problems. It kept perfect time without needing adjustment. But suddenly, it broke. Zhao Jingmian nervously fidgeted. If it's broken, it's broken. If you like it, I'll fix it this afternoon. I should be able to repair it. Never mind. Let's go eat. His wife is clever. If she keeps thinking and carefully examines the watch, she'll definitely notice something. He secretly disassembled the watch yesterday while his wife was tired, then stopped it from working. It's not easy to give a gift. Let's eat. Food is the most important thing in the world. Ning Saixio also pushed the watch matter out of her mind. Mostly because she didn't think much about it. Who would have guessed? In her own home, there are always scheming people trying to harm her. Even her watch? Zhao Jingmian gradually relaxed and then took the watch from the cabinet, placing it into his pocket. How it was broken before, that's how it needs to be fixed now. Every day, I am so busy I can't see anyone. No matter how busy, meals and sleep are important. Lu Tsuehua watched the two people walk over, checked her watch. It's already 2 p.m. now. If this keeps up, will her health hold out? All right, my sister-in-law is right. Zhao Jingmian, did you hear that? Listen to my sister-in-law. No matter how busy, you must eat well. Zhao Jingmian looked at his wife. What could he do? He could only softly reply, okay. His tone wasn't full of helplessness, but showed affection. Lu Tsuehua looked at her, mischievous, but in a good way when it came to Kaiwei, no doubt about it. Just wait, the second child will finish his holiday someday. Watch how I supervise your time. She said it a bit annoyed, but still brought the food over. Hurry and eat while it's hot. Despite the teasing, she cared deeply for her own child. She could scold, but her child must eat hot food first. Where's Pingping? Every day at this time, Pingping would be at the shop, but today she wasn't seen. Kaiwei, I told you, don't be upset. Lu Tsuehua looked at Ning Kaiwei, and Ning Kaiwei, who was wiping the table nearby, looked stiff. Did something happen? Probably not. Ning Kaiwei put down her chopsticks and looked at her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, you tell me. She must be a very reasonable person, right? Lu Tsuehua wiped her hands and sat opposite Ning Kaiwei. A few days ago, I saw Pingping learning to write numbers. When Manhwa came, I asked him to bring all the first-grade books. I thought girls should learn some knowledge. Mingrue also teaches her to write and do math after school. That girl studies very diligently. There's not much work at the shop, so the adults can handle it. I told Pingping to go inside and read. Lu Tsuehua looked at Ning Tsaiwei's expression. After all, Ning Kaiwei was the one who saved her, and she probably has plans. She didn't know what Ning Kaiwei was thinking. But seeing how hard that child was working, she felt pity. Kaiwei, don't be angry.
I'll call Pingping out right now.
Ning Tsai heard Ning Kaiwei not speak and, worried she might be upset, quickly put down her broom. Before Ning Kaiwei could say anything, she hurried to the new courtyard to call her. Zhao Jingmian knew his wife's thoughts. The whole house was quiet except for him, eating quickly. Sweetheart, eat a bit more. I spent the whole morning thinking, if I don't eat more, how can my body handle it? All those numbers and accounts, so many details. Just a glance gives me a headache. But my wife has been working on this all morning. Ning Tsaishue shook her head, watching her sister-in-law's expression, but she didn't say anything. Instead, let's just talk about it openly in front of everyone. Auntie. Chao Pingping came over, her face a bit pale and her eyes a little evasive. On her way here, she had already decided she would never read books again. From now on, she would only do chores for her auntie. Whatever her auntie said, she would do. Ning Tsaishue reached out her hand. Come here, let me see if your wound is okay now. Chao Pingping walked over nervously. Out of respect and seriousness, she was scared. It's fine. Her voice was soft and a little anxious. Why are you afraid? Are you worried I won't let you read? That I won't let you learn? Ning Tsaishue held her hand and first checked her arm's wound. Over the past few months, she had carefully applied ointment, and now the scar was less noticeable. Besides the old scar that couldn't be removed, the new wounds had mostly healed. Auntie, I won't read books anymore. She knew she shouldn't have such fantasies. Learning and becoming educated, that's a privilege for other children. Her father was terrible, and her mother still needed her care. Her auntie gave her a second chance at life, yet she still dreamed of studying. Ning Tsaishue gently tidied her hair, feeling a bit sad inside. Are you being silly? Is my auntie unreasonable? I already signed you up for elementary school. It starts on September 1st. In the meantime, I want to send you back to the village. You can attend the village school first. Mingle with the kids there, and Mingy can teach you more. Mingrue can explain things too, but he's too busy with his studies, so he has little time for you. If she hadn't taken over the alley, she could still spend some time with her.
But now,
her schedule was full. Auntie. Chao Pingping's eyes widened in disbelief. School? Elementary school? Starting September 1st? Is this a dream? Or did her auntie say the wrong thing? She was just an unwanted orphan girl. Her parents never wanted her to go to school. But, are you being foolish? Learning is good. It gives you knowledge, perspective, and the ability to tell right from wrong. My girl Pingping is brave. She won't be afraid of those rumors and gossip, right? Your older age might make other children criticize you. Are you mentally prepared to face this? Usually, children in first grade are 7 or 8 years old, especially in the city where families focus more on education. Children start school at a relatively young age. But Pingping is already 12, 4 years older than other children in school, and might face strange looks. She is aware of this and is warning herself. I'm not afraid. Besides the teacher's voice, I can't hear anything else. Auntie, I'm not afraid of anything. The only thing that could scare her is if her auntie doesn't want her anymore. Other than that, she isn't afraid of what others say or do. Seeing Pingping's determined face, Ning Kaiwei gently ruffled her hair. I was planning to tell you after Mingy came over next time, but now it's earlier. Tomorrow, Aunt Hui will take you shopping for clothes. Her clothes are very pretty. Aunt Hui is good at embroidery. When Ning Tsaiwei's clothes tore, she embroidered something that completely hid the tear. Even better than before. Ning Kaiwei had tested her a few times and found that Aunt Hui's embroidery was detailed and her ideas for making clothes were unique. When she had free time, she made Ning Kaiwei 2 outfits, which looked better than those bought in stores. Paid with my own money. Ning Kaiwei had been listening quietly, wiping away tears secretly. I will work hard, work more, and pay for Pingping's school fees first. If it's not enough, I will borrow. Later, I will pay you back. Ning Kaiwei was a bit surprised by Ning Xilei's words. Her simple-minded second sister finally understood something. Could she not understand? Whether it was Hui Hui or Feng Qianyan, even if they weren't in good shape, both were educated people. Every time they handled purchases and accounts, it used to be Ming Rui, but now Feng Qianyan took over directly. Her handwriting was very beautiful, but she still had communication difficulties. Forget it. I'll pay for Pingping's school fees. Ning Kaiwei never thought about making Ning Xilie use her money. Having one more child in school was no burden for her. Moreover, it wasn't just Chao Pingping. Auntie, Pingping will borrow money now, and I will work for you for the rest of my life, Chao Pingping said seriously and firmly. She knew who pulled her out of trouble. But this kindness, she could never repay in her lifetime. You're so naive. You have a bright future ahead. Xiao Yi has given you the path. From now on, where you go depends on yourself. Zhao Pingping, the power is always in your own hands. Ning Kaiwei truly cares for Chao Pingping. She has never seen herself as a savior, but only as someone who offers a helping hand when Pingping needs it. It is Pingping who has grasped that hand and walked herself toward the light. She did not save Pingping. Pingping saved herself. All right, help Xiao Yi this afternoon. As Ning Kaiwei finished speaking, Chao Pingping immediately nodded. Okay. Lu Tsuehua looked at Ning Kaiwei. Every time she saw her actions or how she handled things, she felt a deep respect. I need to go handle the accounts in that room first. After reviewing the accounts, she could understand most of the business in the alley. This gave her more say in matters. Ning Kaiwei taught Chao Pingping how to draw tables, with just a few rows and columns, each cell with a corresponding ratio. Pingping was very smart and learned quickly. Ning Kaiwei looked at the notes Zhao Jingmian had written and soon drew a table. Look, is this correct? After finishing, she handed the table to Zhao Jingmian. He carefully checked and nodded yes. Having this table will make future statistics much easier. I'll take this table to the army. Ning Kaiwei waved her hand. Take it wherever you want. She was still busy with her work. Chao Pingping was drawing a table nearby. With her help, Ning Kaiwei only needed to fill in the numbers. Zhao Jingmian watched the two busy people. As he pushed his bicycle out of the yard, he saw his older brother go to the shop. Where are you going? Zhao Jingyan looked at his younger brother. These days, he hadn't been working on furniture and just kept hovering around his wife. Now, he was reluctant to leave. There's no white paper at home. I'm going to the bookstore to buy a few bundles. Zhao Jingyan looked at him with disdain, waved his hand, and hurried away. Seeing his younger brother's serious face made his teeth hurt. Go ahead, go ahead. Zhao Jingmian rode straight to the bookstore, bought 5 bundles of white paper, which should last his wife for a while. When Ning Kaiwei ran out of white paper, she suddenly noticed a large pile stacked high in the corner. Sweetheart. Ning Kaiwei rubbed her forehead. She had been matching the accounts for 3 days and finally finished. Her head felt swollen. Today, I received orders from the army. I have to return to the team. The previous fatigue suddenly disappeared. A person who has been with her day and night is suddenly leaving. Ning Kaixian doesn't know why. Although she was prepared, she still feels reluctant to part. When are you leaving? She tightly grips the quilt. The room is very dark. Only the silver moonlight shines through the thin curtains, casting a faint silver glow. Zhao Jingmian sighs. Tomorrow. He is returning to his unit. A new mission begins, and he must leave tomorrow. Ning Kaixian suddenly feels her nose sting with emotion, but she thinks she might be overreacting. Okay. She responds softly. But a figure slowly approaches in the darkness, staring directly at her eyes. Honey. He wants to comfort her, but his heart is also full of sadness. Ning Kaixian turns over, hiding her face, so he can't see her tears. Take good care of yourself. Be safe. When you're in danger, remember you have 2 children, your parents, and...
Cut me.
Always take care, take care, take care. She doesn't dare face him when he speaks, afraid she might cry and worry him. Zhao Jingmian, who is usually quiet, hides all his sadness deep inside. What's wrong? Did you two go on a mission last night? Your eyes look like a rabbit, red and bright. Lu Tsuehua looks at them with concern. Were they arguing? That shouldn't be. But if they weren't arguing, why is Kaixian crying? Sister-in-law, I have to leave. Please take care of yourself, sister-in-law. Zhao Jingmian's voice is firm. He feels reluctant tonight, but at dawn he is a soldier. He must go to his duty. Leaving? So suddenly? They were fine yesterday, and now he's leaving so early? Second brother is a soldier. When duty calls, he must go. Don't worry, big brother is here at home. Zhao Jingyan patted Zhao Jingmian on the shoulder. His younger brother is a hero of the people, protecting the country and its people. His older brother may not be successful, but he will protect his distant family. Brother, thank you. The brothers exchanged a look, everything unsaid.
So,
when are we leaving today? My wife made extra food for you. Eat it on the way. And bring something for your comrades. Before Lu Tsuehua finished speaking, Zhao Jingmian quickly interrupted, Sister-in-law, come pick up my car. It's almost here. We won't eat breakfast at home. Also, my wife made plenty of food for me, enough for the trip. Ning Kaiwei got up at 2 o'clock and had been busy in the kitchen, making pancakes, braised chicken and eggs, boiling eggs. Thinking it over, there really isn't much to take on the trip. If not finished, it might spoil. You're in such a hurry. Lu Tsuehua's eyes turned red when she heard this. Be careful outside. If you get hurt, we're not afraid. My sister-in-law is earning money now. She can support you. You must stay safe no matter what. Stay alive. As long as you are alive, there is hope. Sister-in-law, listen to what you're saying. Second brother will definitely be safe. Zhao Jingyun supported his wife. Usually, she didn't seem to like their second brother much. Just annoyed with him, not really caring. But in fact, she loved him very much. Don't worry, sister-in-law. His gaze turned to Ning Kaiwei. Zhao Jingyun took Lu Tsuehua back to the shop.
Give them some time.
Kaiwei must be feeling upset. Lu Tsuehua wanted to say more but swallowed her words, then let others into the house. Take good care of yourself. Eat well. Don't stay up late. Business is what you like, but you also need to take care of your health. Rest when you need to.
Don't worry about me.
I'll take care of myself. When I have a holiday, I'll come back. Ning Kaiwei was a little sad at first, but when she heard Zhao Jingmian's words, she suddenly burst out laughing. Are you going back to the army, or am I going back? There are so many people at home. I'm not in any danger. I can definitely take care of myself. And you're still here telling me this. Zhao Jingyun gently tousled her hair. Under the sunlight, her hair looked golden. Sweetheart, I really want to leave everything behind and go with you to the army.
But
he knew she wouldn't agree. Since you're not going with the army, then wherever I go, your shop will open there. When you go to that city, stay with me and keep me company. He always understood. She has never been a subordinate. For other military wives, accompanying their husbands might mean living together peacefully and feeling secure. But she is different. She has her own dreams and pursuits. He will not give up on protecting the country for her. And she, for her dreams, will not give up on him either. They are both the same kind of person. They understand what matters to each other and are committed to supporting one another. Okay. Where you are, my branch is there. Zhao Jingmian, nice to meet you. My name is Ning Kaiwei, from Huaxia Ning Kaiwei. Ning Kaiwei steps back, extends her hand, her porcelain white face smiling, with gentle eyes that hide her broad horizons. Hello, I am Zhao Jingmian, a soldier of Huaxia. Standing between heaven and earth, loyal to the country, loyal to the people, loyal to Ning Kaiwei. The two shake hands. Ning Kaiwei's lips curl into a smile. Zhao Jingmian, turn around. Yes. Zhao Jingmian shouts loudly, obeys the command, and turns around. Target the military vehicle, march in step. Zhao Jingmian calls out 121, takes a step forward, and walks away without looking back. Ning Kaiwei watches his back. Nice to meet you, Zhao Jingmian. I am Ning Kaiwei of the 21st century. He has left. His departure was sudden, just like that snowy night when he suddenly returned. For a moment, everyone in the yard and shop, who knew the situation, stayed silent, afraid to disturb her feelings.
No.
Ning Kaiwei looks at everyone sneaking around.
You don't need to worry about me.
Do what you need to do. He's not coming back. She laughs and cries at the same time. It was just a moment of sadness, but she quickly adjusted herself that day. They all have dreams, so let each fight their own battles. One day, they will meet at the top. Isn't it just to avoid triggering your emotions? It's okay as long as you're fine. Not only Lu Tsuehua, but everyone else also breathes a sigh of relief. Huinyang and Feng Qianyun exchange glances and smile. People who have gone through the same disaster are more likely to resonate. Qianyun, tomorrow you and I will go to the provincial capital. Ning Kaiwei suddenly turns to Feng Qianyun. Feng Qianyun's body stiffens instinctively, then nods. Okay. She is already trying to express herself. Yan Shire has written back. She has finally come out of the project department and needs to see the patient to assess the situation. Ning Kaiwei plans to take Feng Qianyun with her. Her physical issues can be treated. But her psychological problems are like a hidden bomb that could explode at any moment. During the day, her emotions seem to stabilize more and more, but at night, she cannot control herself. Over at Yan Shire's side, her clinical treatment was almost finished, but she got injured and was called back directly by Aunt Lu, which delayed the progress. This time, she locked herself in the lab. She just came out of the lab yesterday and immediately called her to set a time to meet. It's okay. Everything will be fine. Ning Kaiwei didn't touch her. If she touched her, she wouldn't resist, only suppress herself. Feng Qianyun always believed she was getting better, but she just couldn't control herself. Sister-in-law, the shop has always been under your watch. I won't give any more instructions. Probably won't return tomorrow. When I come back, I'll bring gifts for everyone. Ning Kaiwei bought tickets, and Feng Qianyun's household registration was at the police station, so she got a certificate directly from there to buy train tickets. To the provincial city by train takes over 8 hours. Lu Tsuehua prepared food in advance and even bought pastries, milk candies, and sunflower seeds. Eat something when you're hungry. Don't let yourselves go hungry. Keep the money separate. Leave some change outside. Wear worn-out clothes. Don't reveal wealth. Only then can you stay safe and secure in the long run. Lu Tsuehua kept giving instructions, and after Ning Kaiwei refused to put money in her small pocket, Lu Tsuehua, feeling helpless, sewed her a small cloth bag, very tiny, to hang around her neck and hide inside her clothes. If the string gets cut, the money won't be safe either. Why are you so stubborn? While working, she kept feeling helpless. Does she care about the money? She's afraid of losing it, and they might not return safely when outside. Qianyun, I'll sew a pocket in your undershirt to hold some money. If you're in a bind, at least you'll have enough for the return fare. Is that okay? Feng Qianyun smiled and nodded. Lu Tsuehua, happy and smiling, looked at Ning Kaiwei with some disdain. I feel wronged, but I won't say anything. It's really hard. Take it slow on the way, call home every day. Don't be afraid to spend money. Sister-in-law has money. I'll cover all your phone costs.
Got it?
Zhao Jingyun's face twitched. She knew she was sending her sister-in-law off. But she didn't know. It's like sending her daughter away. Her own wife was pre-preparing, sending a few children far away. Sister-in-law, let's go back. We'll be back in at most 3 days. Ning Kaiwei watched her sister-in-law closely, following her step by step, with worry in her eyes. She waved her hand to signal her to go ahead. Until their figures disappeared from sight, Lu Tsuehua finally lowered her hand and stood for a moment.
Let's go home, she said.
Brother Zhao didn't dare say a word now, afraid that any wrong comment might anger his wife. Ning Kaiwei bought a hard seat ticket. She took Feng Qianyun and tried to use her body to keep her separated from others. Feng Qianyun is very afraid of being touched by anyone, whether man or woman. She feels a natural fear. Don't be afraid. We'll arrive at our seat soon. It's okay. I'm here. Ning Kaiwei gently comforted her, holding Feng Qianyun in her arms. At least, her embrace was within her comfort zone. Feng Qianyun's face turned pale. She clenched her fists tightly and only responded with a trembling voice. We're at our seat now, Ning Kaiwei said, helping Feng Qianyun sit inside, where she wouldn't have to contact many people.
Sit down.
It's okay. I've been here all along. I won't leave, Ning Kaiwei whispered softly, watching Feng Qianyun. Hold my hand. Will that make you feel better? Or maybe if you calm yourself gradually, you'll feel better? She didn't know what else to do to help or comfort her. Feng Qianyun turned her head and looked at Ning Kaiwei. Then she reached out her hand. Can
I?
Ning Kaiwei nodded firmly. Of course. She held Feng Qianyun's hand, feeling her body tremble. But since they were isolated and no one else was around, her trembling gradually lessened. Across from them was a man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with half-black, half-white hair, holding a newspaper and reading carefully. Tang Zhengcheng sensed something was off with the man opposite him. He tried to shrink his legs and feet as much as possible. Although curling up was uncomfortable, he did it to consider others. Ning Kaiwei saw this and nodded at Tang Zhengcheng. He simply smiled and continued reading his newspaper. With no other contact, she was working hard to overcome her psychological barriers, and her emotions finally eased a little.
Sorry.
Seeing Saiwei's hand turn red, Feng Qianyun frowned with apology. My skin is like this, red when touched. Sister is so fair. You can't envy her. Ning Kaiwei gently smiled to comfort Feng Qianyun. She kept an eye on her emotions. On this train, she had nowhere to find a blade. Feng Qianyun wanted to say more, but her words got stuck in her throat. It's okay, it won't affect anything. Don't be afraid. You just got sick, that's why you're like this. Ning Kaixian softly comforted her. Tang Zhengcheng glanced at Ning Kaixian from the side of the newspaper. This girl is quite a nice person. The train headed to the provincial city, clattering along, passing through tunnels and entering another dark tunnel. The train plunged into darkness. At this moment, Feng Qianyun would hold her tightly. The train was moving very slowly, so they could see the villages outside the window and even see children running around. 8 hours of sitting like this was very hard. Ning Kaixian felt her waist almost breaking. Just as she was about to stand up, Feng Qianyun instinctively grabbed her. It was as if she was afraid she would run away. I just move a little, my back hurts from sitting. I'm not leaving. If I do, I will take you with me. Feng Qianyun nodded, then slowly loosened her grip, but her eyes still showed fear. Ning Kaixian stood up straight, swayed her body left and right, then sat down again. She took out 2 books from her backpack. Wanna read? Qianyun loved reading. She was originally a rural youth with a high school diploma, but later, due to some issues, she couldn't contact people and couldn't take the college entrance exam. When Ning Kaixian left home, she brought 2 books to help Qianyun distract herself and pass the time. Otherwise, just sitting here, they hadn't even reached the provincial city, and everyone was going crazy. The man opposite looked at her and noticed the books in Ning Saishuan's hands, showing some interest, but still not speaking. He was holding a pen, constantly calculating something. It was a math problem from the newspaper. Sure enough. With the books, Feng Qianyun carefully studied. As long as Ning Kaixian didn't stand up or move, Feng Qianyun would forget her surroundings. That's wrong. Ning Kaixian only glanced and pointed out the mistake. It should be like this. She still had a good impression of this man. Perhaps sensing Qianyun's problem, the train had been running for over 4 hours without much movement, always curled up. Ning Kaixian didn't know how to thank him. Seeing that he had solved a problem 3 times but kept making the same mistake, she couldn't help but speak up.
Can you do it?
Tang Zhengcheng looked at Ning Kaixian with interest. This was the first time they spoke.
Yes.
Can I borrow your pen? I can write it down for you. Tang Zhengcheng handed her his pen and also offered his notebook. Ning Kaiwei looked at the question carefully again, then quickly started writing. Throughout the process, she never looked at the question again. Her calculation speed was very fast, For such a complex problem, she took only 8 minutes. She completed 3 full pages of calculations.
Done.
I've marked the necessary knowledge points. You can take a look. She capped her pen, placed it on her notebook, then pushed the notebook back. Tang Zicheng was increasingly surprised. This problem involved basic high school knowledge, but also a lot of college-level concepts. There were more than 20 key points. If even one was unfamiliar, the problem couldn't be solved. Are you a college student? Tang Zicheng's gaze shifted from the notebook. He knew she was right about the answer. Ning Kaiwei shook her head. I didn't go to college. I am just a small business owner. She didn't care about others' opinions. What's wrong with being a small business owner? Not stealing, cheating, or harming others. No matter how much others look down on her now, they will envy her someday. A small business owner? Tang Zicheng was stunned. He didn't expect that the girl in front of him wasn't a college student, yet her knowledge was so broad. He had no idea that in the 21st century, Ning Kaiwei held dual bachelor's degrees and a doctorate. Even while running her business, she never stopped learning. She had solved many of these problems before. She even approached past exam questions as if they were games.
Yes.
Ning Kaiwei used chopsticks to poke a marinated egg from her backpack. My sister-in-law made this marinated egg. Thank you for your kindness. She hinted at something but didn't explain directly. Tang Zicheng waved his hand. When you're outside, helping others also helps yourself. Everyone has their difficulties. It's nothing. Ning Kaiwei extended her chopsticks again. It's been 4 hours. Everyone's hungry. Looking at you with just a briefcase, I guess you didn't bring any food. This train from the county to the provincial city doesn't have a dining car.
Don't be polite.
It's just family food. It's not worth much. Tang Zicheng looked at Ning Kaiwei carefully again.
Well.
Thank you. You're too polite. We should be the ones thanking you. After handing over her chopsticks, Ning Kaiwei also peeled another marinated egg and handed it to Feng Qianyun.
Qianyun, eat something.
Her sister-in-law had made pancakes, but they were too greasy and needed to be handled carefully. The train wasn't very clean, so she didn't want to take them out. Instead, she simply ate all the marinated eggs from a lunchbox. Feng Qianyun ate 2, Ning Kaiwei ate 2, and the remaining 3 eggs were directly placed in front of Tang Zicheng.
Please have some.
I just ate 1, but it's not enough. I'm still hungry. I'll just have this one.
You guys eat.
The flavor of the marinated egg has a strong meaty aroma, probably cooked in a meat pot. Whether it's the egg or the meat flavor, both are valuable. I mentioned before, I'm a small business owner, and these marinated eggs are homemade. His legs and feet have been curled up for nearly 5 hours. What's wrong with him eating a few eggs? Tang Zhengcheng no longer refused. After finishing the 3 marinated eggs in the lunchbox, he bypassed the people outside, cleaned the lunchbox and chopsticks, and then handed them to Ning Saixia. Thank you so much. Going so far to the provincial city, do you have something to do? Especially since he was still carrying that girl. Since getting on the bus, her mood had been tense, and it was obvious she was frightened. Visiting relatives. Ning Saixia didn't say more about the details. Although she was grateful, she kept her privacy in mind and was cautious.
Okay.
Tang Zhengcheng didn't say anything more. The already quiet carriage became even calmer as night fell. Ning Saixia glanced at her watch. She was wearing her old watch. Zhao Jingmian had repaired her watch, but she changed to her old, cheaper watch to avoid attracting unwanted attention. The provincial city was the final stop. On the way, many people had already gotten off. As fewer people remained, Feng Qianyun's nervousness gradually eased. I'll go ahead. I'm at the 4th Research Institute on Research Institute Road. My surname is Tang. If you encounter any trouble in the provincial city, you can come to me. When getting off, Tang Zhengcheng carefully packed his briefcase, put away his pen and notebook, and said to Ning Saixia. After eating 4 of their marinated eggs and traveling with someone who was sick, this girl wasn't having an easy time. Ning Saixia could feel Tang Zhengcheng's kindness. Uncle Tang, thank you. If we face any difficulties, we'll definitely come to you. Once everyone in the carriage had gotten off, Ning Saixia told Feng Qianyun to leave. With fewer people, Qianyun felt less nervous. But once they left the train station, the lively shops and busy streets remained crowded, even though it was already 6 in the evening. Hold my hand, and don't let go. Let's leave the station first, and find a taxi outside. The provincial city was still lively, and the streets were wide. Ning Kaiwei is taking care of Feng Qianyun's emotions, helping her avoid the people around them. Just as they step out of the station, a voice calls out.
Ning Kaiwei.
Mississippi Ning Kaiwei, over here. Hearing the voice, Ning Kaiwei turns around and immediately recognizes a familiar face. Even on the busy street, her fingers are still covered in a silvery white substance.
Shire.
Aren't you resting?
We can find a car ourselves.
Pulling Feng Qianyun along, the two squeeze through the crowd and walk to Yenshire. Yenshire looks at Ning Kaiwei. Miss, get in the car first. Behind Yenshire, there is a military jeep. Ning Kaiwei and Feng Qianyun walk to the back seat. Yenshire drives while chatting with Ning Kaiwei and observing Feng Qianyun's condition. She notices her avoiding eye contact, dodging, and her unconscious dependence, even her reactions to the surroundings. It seems more serious than she expected. Did anything happen on the way here? Yenshire casually asks, not mentioning the alleyway incident to outsiders. She has been stuck in the project for 2.5 months and hasn't spoken much, feeling like she's becoming isolated and almost unable to speak. I met someone nice named Tang.
How are you?
The experiment is over now. Can you rest for a while? Age-wise, I am here. I need to take care of my health. Yenshire is 50 years old, and although she always has a lively attitude, her age is here. After such long-term intense testing, how can her body handle it? I will rest. But it's not exactly resting. I still need to analyze and summarize the clinical data and plan the second clinical trial. Medicine is complicated. If this experiment succeeds, it will save many people. When she talks about medicine, Yenshire's expression becomes serious. The car falls into a brief silence. Research Institute Road? It seems that Uncle Tang also mentioned Research Institute Road. What a coincidence. Yes, this road includes all the provincial research institutes. Number 1 is mine. During the competition among all the provinces, she chose this place because it's closer to home.
Come in.
This is your temporary pass. There are many areas you cannot go to. Your activity zones are only here, the dormitory building, the cafeteria, and the training ground behind. These are living areas. You can move around freely. There is a special metal door at the back for separation, with security personnel and military staff coming to check the area. All the projects and various documents inside are classified. You are not allowed to go in. Yenshire explained this briefly, then looked at the person beside him. Let Wang Zheng come over. Yes, Director. Next to Yenshire, there are 2 military personnel assigned to protect the national academicians.
Director.
You called me? Wang Zheng looks young, with messy hair and his shirt buttons mismatched, crossing over each other. Even. Ning Kaiwei's obsessive-compulsive tendencies are triggered. She wants to help wipe the eye discharge from his eyes.
Come with me.
Besides the 2 soldiers protecting him, Ning Kaiwei takes Feng Qianyun and Wang Zheng, walking while yawning, looking dazed, as if their minds are not very clear. Miss, you calm her down and have her sit on the bench first, Yenshire says seriously, knowing her professional field. It's not convenient to talk about those past events in the letter. On the phone, it's also hard to explain clearly. She only knows that this girl must have suffered great trauma. Wang Zheng.
Director.
Wang Zheng is almost closing his eyes, but now he opens them wide, though his tiredness still shows. You might need to help her with hypnosis. Her condition is too serious. Simple counseling won't work. First, understand her situation, then I will set up the hypnosis content. Hearing the director's words, Wang Zheng almost lost his sleep.
Hypnosis?
Director, have you forgotten? I have a ban on hypnosis. I'm not done living yet. Yenshire looks at him with disdain. Follow the order to hypnotize. I hope your skills haven't declined. Yes. Wang Zheng's eyes brighten. He hasn't done hypnosis in 3 years. He's eager to try. Qianyun, sit here for a while. I'll go outside and talk about the situation, okay? Seeing Yen Shire's hand gesture, Ning Kaiwei softly calms Feng Qianyun's emotions. The room is simply decorated, with nothing that could hurt her. Feng Qianyun looks uneasy, dependent on her, but still nods. As Ning Kaiwei leaves the room, her anxiety and restlessness become more obvious over time. What's going on? Yen Shire points to Feng Qianyun. This is a one-way glass, a place where their research institute conducts psychological counseling. After all, their work pressure is very high. Sometimes, they work on projects for 2 or 3 years before finishing. That is quite common. Cut off contact with everyone for a long time and face pressure and data constantly, which can cause a person to break down inside. Every now and then, someone from the Research Institute provides psychological counseling. Her name is Feng Qianyun. She was a young person sent to the countryside during the Cultural Revolution. A year before starting college, she went to the countryside with her friends, and one of them was harmed by a man from the village. That girl couldn't handle it and wrote a farewell letter. She jumped into the river and took her own life. Yen Shire's eyebrows furrowed, and the surgical knife in his hand spun faster. After seeing her friend's farewell letter, she felt she couldn't let the bad person go free. But at the youth commune, someone reported the man. On the way, he dragged her into a cornfield and harmed her. That beast, such a person should be punished severely, even split into 5 parts. Yen Shire's surgical knife spun so quickly that only a white light was visible. The person cursing was not someone else but Wang Zheng, who was just half asleep and half awake. His face, which was rarely exposed to sunlight, was now flushed with anger. Later, he threatened her many times with this incident. Now, she is in a state of self-protection. Her speech is unclear. Sometimes she wants to express her thoughts, but she can only say one word at a time. The rest seems stuck in her throat. No matter how hard she tries, she can't speak it out. She has wounds on both arms. Between 7 and 9 o'clock, she falls into an emotional state where only hurting herself makes her feel like she wants to live. Looking at Feng Qianyun in the room, crouched in the corner, hugging her knees tightly, this is a sign of extreme insecurity and self-protection. How did you control her self-harm before? Ning Kaiwei explained her method. I think I read similar books before. Sometimes, blocking isn't the best way. It's better to ease her. But I didn't have a way to guide her, so I could only take care of her as safely as possible. Yen Shire looked up at Ning Kaiwei. Miss, you did very well. If you had chosen to stop or control her back then, she might not be alive now. Her condition is very serious. The initial diagnosis suggests she has severe post-traumatic stress disorder and major depression. Her voice was serious, and her brows were tightly furrowed. During her volunteer medical work, she had seen many people with mental health issues. But Feng Qianyun's situation still makes things difficult for her. And Yen Shire looked at Ning Kaiwei with a serious and hesitant tone. What's wrong? Between us, there's no need to hide. Just say it openly. Ning Kaiwei smiled slightly and looked at the girl inside. She was crouched in the corner, burying her face in her knees. Through the loudspeaker, her anxious and fearful murmurs could be heard. No. Afraid. No. Afraid. Even though her body trembled and her heart was full of fear, she kept speaking, telling herself over and over again that she was not afraid. Yen Shire frowned and sighed softly. Young lady, this patient has very strong trauma-related stress. During observation, she reacts strongly to anyone's touch. Even you. Her trust in you makes her suppress her reactions and not act out. This also means that even after psychological therapy, her mental health might improve, but certain triggers or similar events could cause her to relapse. Her mental illness is like a seed, like roots of a tree, deeply planted and hard to completely remove. Yen Shire has seen many mental health issues, but most people don't believe they are sick and even doubt her, thinking she is the one with the problem. And their mental illnesses are not even 1/10 as severe as Feng Qianyun's. To be frank, she is like a bomb that could go off at any time, capable of hurting herself or others. Even. She might never get better, living like this forever, becoming a burden to others, unable to control herself. Yen Shire spoke while observing the young lady's expression.
If
the young lady gave up on her, it would be understandable. Who wants to always carry around a ticking bomb? Especially since they are all strangers with no family ties. Why disturb her peace?
But
she understood, yet felt a little sad inside. Ning Saiwei's face turned serious. She knew how serious Qianyun's condition was. She had always known. It's okay. She is never a ticking bomb. She can sense kindness around her. Though she is afraid, she still controls her emotions. Even if she can't be cured, it's fine. I'll keep her by my side. Why should a young woman in her 20s bear the mistakes of others? This society must be very sad, right? Yen Shire looked at Ning Saixio with some worry, but mostly with relief. She didn't quite understand why she felt this way. When the young lady made her choice, she worried, but suddenly felt calm inside. Only people with blood, flesh, and human warmth can bear the burden of the alley. Fortunately, the young lady has always been like this. Do you need me to do anything? Or, how should I cooperate? Ning Saixio looked at Yen Shire. She always follows her heart when she acts. Now go inside and comfort her. I want to see how your influence affects her, and also consider what kind of dream you should weave. Her condition is serious. It requires step-by-step dream guidance even. The events of that year relived. If she is to overcome her stress disorder, she must accept it and face it directly. Only through slow hypnosis and guidance. But Ning Saixio's importance in Feng Qianyun's heart is a key factor in weaving the dream. Because when Feng Qianyun is desperate, she needs a savior, someone who can help her escape and see hope. Ning Saixio nodded. Okay, should I go in now? Yen Shire softly responded, then opened the door. As the door creaked open, Feng Qianyun seemed not to hear anything. She hugged her knees and kept shouting, not afraid, not afraid. Unable to say 2 words in a row, she spoke each word separately. Qianyun. Feng Qianyun flinched and dodged. The confident not afraid voice finally stopped. But she didn't lift her head, and her emotions seemed even more terrified. Ning Saixio didn't step forward but spoke softly, gently, with a calming tone. Qianyun, do you remember me? Not afraid. I won't move forward. Just listen to my voice, okay? Do you still recognize my voice? There was no urgency or attack in her tone. Feng Qianyun clenched her teeth tightly. Her trembling body and shrinking movements gradually stopped. But she remained silent and still. Qianyun, my name is Ning Saixio. Ning Saixio? Saixio's sister.
Suddenly,
Feng Qianyun, who had been unresponsive, suddenly raised her head. Tears filled her eyes as she looked toward Ning Saixio. Bright lights shone on Ning Saixio's face. In just one glance, Feng Qianyun saw clearly.
Pick.
Big sister. The person who was just trembling and helpless at the moment she saw her, her eyes filled with something unspoken. Her emotions gradually calmed down without her realizing. Ning Kaiwei didn't dare move, afraid that if she relaxed too much and made a move, her own nerves would become tense again. She stood still, watching Feng Qianyun slowly get up and then walk step by step to her side. Every step was cautious, every move a test. But each step she took was also firm and determined. Listen.
2.
She pointed at herself, then at the corner.
Wait.
Ning Kaiwei didn't dare cry, didn't dare shed tears, afraid of frightening Feng Qianyun. But inside, her heart was storming. Yes, Qianyun is so brave. Waiting for sister, right? Feng Qianyun nodded and repeated, waiting. Ning Kaiwei really wanted to hug her, to tell her everything was okay now, nothing to worry about anymore, and that she would protect her in the future.
But
even just hugging her now might make her condition worse. Unless she took the initiative to hug herself, she wouldn't dare. She was like a small animal, shrinking back into her safe zone at the slightest sign of trouble, never coming out again. Chao Wenji, him. The biased beliefs should be eliminated, but only this girl in front of her was flawless. Qianyun, can Sister Kaiwei hold your hand? Ning Kaiwei slowly extended her hand. Under the light, her delicate, pale hand was simply placed in front of Feng Qianyun. Feng Qianyun frowned, hesitated for a long time, even seeming to struggle. The action of holding hands was part of Yen 12's task in her earphones. After struggling, Feng Qianyun tentatively reached out her hand. The previous movement revealed her half-arm, showing scars and wounds.
But dirty.
Just as Feng Qianyun was about to place her hand on Ning Kaiwei's, she suddenly withdrew it and said, "Not dirty. I just washed my hands." Ning Kaiwei explained, her hand still extended, simply reaching out without trying to push forward again. Feng Qianyun shook her head, looked at her hands, and rubbed them back and forth forcefully.
I'm dirty.
She really wanted to hug her, to tell her she wasn't dirty at all, that she was clean. But she couldn't do it. She just looked at her across the way, like a trapped beast caught in her own mental chains, creating a prison for herself. "Not dirty. I washed your hands. Did you forget? After getting off the train and arriving at the research institute, I washed your hands. Do you remember? Mental illness can cause a person to forget things when their mind is tense, and the things that hurt them can seem bigger. Wash your hands. I also use soap. Qianyun, smell this. Your hands still have the scent of soap. The flower scent you like, right?" Ning Kaiwei looked at Feng Qianyun with a soothing voice, speaking very slowly, trying hard to control her emotions. She couldn't get excited, angry, or impatient. Any small sign of these feelings might cause Qianyun to resist mentally. Feng Qianyun gently raised her hand and sniffed, smelling a floral scent.
Is it?
"It smells nice. When you washed your hands, you said you liked this scent. When we go back, I'll find some flower seeds, and we can plant flowers together. I know how to make soap. Let's make soap together, okay?" Ning Kaiwei softly said to her, her voice gentle. But her hand stayed raised the whole time. Her arm was tired, but she didn't put it down. Never mind. Yen Shire watched everything in the room, listening to their conversation. Feng Qianyun's resistance and opposition were worse than she expected. "No need." Before Yen Shire finished speaking, Feng Qianyun lowered her hand, then tentatively, slowly and gently, placed her fingertips on Ning Kaiwei's palm. She looked at Ning Kaiwei's expression, and if there was any sign of discomfort, she would immediately pull back.
But
Ning Kaiwei didn't speak. Her lips were slightly curved in a smile, and her eyes showed encouragement. Only then did Feng Qianyun slowly place her whole hand on hers. And then, their hands clasped tightly. People with mental health issues are often very sensitive inside. They pick up on external signals and emotions through various channels. "It's okay." Yen Shire looked at the trust in Feng Qianyun's eyes, and the tense feeling finally eased. Remember, even a cage needs a key. It takes someone she can trust, someone willing to open the cage and step out of the confined space. If her heart has no warmth, no trust, and no key, then that person is truly trapped. "Qianyun," Ning Kaiwei softly said, encouraging her. "You did great." Feng Qianyun just smiled without replying. "All right, let's go out first. You've been on the train all day. Let's rest tonight. Tomorrow morning, we'll meet and discuss." In the headphones, Yen 12's voice came through. Ning Kaiwei held Feng Qianyun's hand tightly, never letting go. In this unfamiliar environment, Feng Qianyun didn't even realize her dependence. Her hand clenched Ning Kaiwei's as if she were a drowning person clutching her last hope. "I'll take you to eat, then to your accommodation. We originally planned 2 rooms, but now it seems you'll have to stay together." The unfamiliar surroundings caused Feng Qianyun to feel very anxious. Only staying with the young lady could help her relax. Ning Kaiwei nodded understandingly. "It's okay. Staying together, I trust that." Yen 12 first took the two to eat, and throughout the meal, Feng Qianyun avoided others but kept holding Ning Kaiwei's hand. The moment she let go while eating, her face showed panic. Although it was brief, Yen 12 quickly noticed. Yen 12 always carried a notebook, recording all of Feng Qianyun's emotional changes and reactions to different situations. "This is the resting room. If you need anything, just find me." I'll arrange everything. Yen 12 spoke with a smile, then remembered something and worried Ning Kaiwei might feel embarrassed. She quietly whispered in Ning Tsaiwei's ear, "Young lady, there's no need to feel shy." 60% of the research funds for the first research institute come from the provincial government and special project groups, and 40% are donations from our ally. This research institute is 40% ours. If you're uncomfortable with the food or accommodation, just tell me. Ning Kaiwei looked at her. Despite being over 50 and having half her hair white, she was lively and spirited. She had seen the account books and knew all this naturally.
And
what she admired was that the Alley's industry was diverse, funding not only the first research institute but also disaster relief efforts, impoverished families, and students. The Alley's industry allocates 60% of its annual funds to scientific research, education, poverty alleviation, and more in China. The Alley's great kindness was something she was determined to uphold, and it served as a deep lesson through real actions. Ning Kaiwei looked at Yen Shire and sighed. "Don't worry, I won't be polite with you. You just finished your project, go back and rest.
And
Although your mood is good, be sure to rest well." Yen Shire gave a thumbs up. "Understood. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., we will meet in the same room to discuss the treatment plan and analyze the results. Get some rest early." After Yen Shire finished speaking, he left with the guards and Wang Zheng. Back in the small room, Ning Kaiwei was alone. Only then did Feng Qianyun's tense nerves slowly relax.
how are you?
"Are you scared?" Seeing her expression and sensing her emotions, it was much calmer than in that room. Ning Kaiwei finally let out a breath of relief.
No.
Feng Qianyun shook her head. After she finished, she knew that Kaiwei understood. Then she walked over to Ning Kaiwei. "Worried? I'm not worried. If we accept the treatment well, can we communicate normally with others?" Feng Qianyun smiled bitterly. Will that day come? It felt like she was living two lives. When she was awake, she knew everything that was happening, but she couldn't control her resistance. Any touch from anyone made her want to go crazy. When she was emotional, she would forget many things she was supposed to remember when she was clear-headed. But when she was emotional, she was even harder to control. At such times, she would hurt herself and long for relief. Feng Qianyun took a notebook and a pen. Her handwriting was beautiful, with a delicate, feminine touch. She wrote a line. "Senior Kaiwei, when I have an episode, stay far away from me." She looked at Ning Kaiwei, then continued writing below, "I can't control myself and might hurt you." She might hurt herself, but she wasn't afraid. It was her fate. Living this long and feeling so much care and warmth from others was already enough.
But
she didn't want to hurt Kaiwei or anyone else. Such a kind and warm person. She deserved the best treatment. How could she be hurt? "Will you hurt me?" Ning Kaiwei chuckled softly, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Taking care of Feng Qianyun all day had worn her out. "I won't." Feng Qianyun wrote confidently on the paper, then hesitated and added, "But I can't control myself." Hee in the room, the dim yellow light glowed, and the gentle laughter was so pleasant, like clear chimes ringing softly in the breeze, creating a tinkling sound. It also resembled the sound of water hitting rocks, flowing steadily, with the gentle splash of a stream.
no irritation, no dislike.
"You're emotionally upset today, but you didn't hurt me. Even though you tried hard to reach out and hold my hand. Qianyun, your heart is also calling for help. It wants to break free from its cage, stand in the sunlight, grow freely, and long for freedom. Isn't that right?" Ning Tsaiwei's voice already carried a hint of tiredness. The room only had one bed. Originally, Ning Kaiwei planned to sleep on the floor, but Feng Qianyun insisted on sleeping there. Ning Kaiwei leaned against the headboard, her gaze on the light, already somewhat dreamy. You can." Feng Qianyun only said one word, and Ning Kaiwei immediately understood what she wanted to say, giving a firm reply. "She can."
She has always believed in that.
"Qianyun, lie down, let's talk." Ning Kaiwei watched her sit, but her eyes kept fixed on herself. "Okay." Feng Qianyun immediately lay down, and as she did, she saw the dim light.
Qianyun.
What do you like to do? Business? Medicine? Or something else? Anything is fine. Now that you're in college, age and restrictions make things difficult, but we can go to night classes, learn what we want, and strive to become who we wish to be. By this point, Ning Saiwei's voice was already becoming faint. She was too tired. Looking at the ledger, rushing around, and testing Feng Qianyun's reactions all required her mental focus. Now that she lay down, she was starting to feel sleepiness take over. If I can't forget the past, then don't forget it. Maybe we're lucky, meeting kind people, opening our hearts to others. Her voice seemed to be held in her mouth at this moment. Feng Qianyun, already lying down, slowly sat up, watching the person lying there and listening to her words. Her voice was soft, very quiet, but she listened hard, trying to remember. If you can't forget, then save more people. Save those with similar experiences, those with shared pasts. To save others is also to save oneself. Her breathing had become steady. Feng Qianyun looked at her and didn't move for a long time.
Saving.
She thought of Sister Tsaiwei's words. She had lived aimlessly before, but now it seemed she had found a way. She wants to become someone like Sister Kaiwei. Just as Sister Kaiwei saved her, she also wants to save others. Feng Qianyun lies down, looking at the dim yellow light, listening to Sister Tsaiwei's slow breathing. She thought she wouldn't be able to sleep in this unfamiliar environment, but it seems she hasn't had trouble sleeping. Her eyelids grow heavier, and unconsciously, she drifts off to sleep. You are the key to unlocking her cage, but creating dreams requires recreating the scenes. Her mental state was more stable during the first 2 sessions, but it will become very difficult later.
And
whether she is emerging from a dream or falling into one is even more serious. Honestly, I don't know. For Feng Qianyun's psychological problems, if dreams aren't used, there are no other options. Unless she avoids everyone forever, unless she hurts herself every day. Otherwise, there are no other solutions. In today's world, very few people pay attention to mental health issues. Even places more specialized than Yanshire probably can't help her. Suddenly, Feng Qianyun, who has been sitting behind Ning Saixia, speaks. She is now awake, but she still fears people. She is just sitting behind Ning Saixia, listening to a few people discussing her condition. If it were before, even before she knew Sister Kaiwei, she wouldn't care about life or death.
She was so dirty, she thought she should die.
Dying early would save the world from her filth.
But now,
she doesn't want to die. Sister Kaiwei said that she wasn't the only one hurt. In places she doesn't know, people she doesn't know are also suffering. She wants to keep fighting to live. Such a good Sister Kaiwei, she cannot let her down.
Qianyun.
Ning Saixia didn't expect Feng Qianyun to suddenly speak. Unless she asked Qianyun, Qianyun usually wouldn't talk.
Today.
If she wasn't afraid of scaring Qianyun, she wouldn't have brought her along to hear her treatment plan. Sister Kaiwei, I can. Feng Qianyun took out a small notebook from her pocket and wrote a sentence with a pencil. Ning Saixia looked at the notebook. Isn't it from the Research Institute? Honestly, she had never seen this notebook before, and she had completely overlooked that Feng Qianyun could read and write, even if she couldn't speak clearly. Your notebook and pen? Although her focus was elsewhere, she couldn't help but feel curious and asked. Feng Qianyun smiled. The notebook was given to me by Ming Yi. The pen belongs to Ming Rui, Manhwa, given to me by my heart. Feng Qianyun opened her pocket, seemingly for easy access, revealing half-used pens of 3 different colors. Very good. Seeing the red one, Ning Kaiwei recognized it immediately. It was her little girl's. She thought, yesterday the room was dark and she was tired, so she didn't look carefully. Her mind didn't react. Today, when she saw it again, she felt a strange familiarity. Isn't it normal for her own son to carry a notebook and pen everywhere? The way it's bound and its size match her son's. Ning Kaiwei smiled and looked at Feng Qianyun. You see, the little ones all like you very much. All 4 of her children are good kids. Although each has a different personality, their hearts are all kind and good. Feng Qianyun nodded firmly, looking at the 3 pencils and the notebook with 2 pages written in it, her lips curling up slightly. Now that they can communicate, Yen Shire feels a bit more at ease. Qianyun, hypnotic dreaming can be very cruel. Everything you couldn't accept before might have to be rethought. Maybe you'll never come out of the dream again. If your mind is completely destroyed, can you stand up again? That's what she's worried about. If Feng Qianyun's mental state is like a person, it's as if she's kneeling. When she's awake, her mind is clear, but her body is sick. When she's not awake, both her mind and body are unwell. If she has to go through it again, who knows whether she will stand up or completely fall down.
Yes.
Feng Qianyun spoke without looking at Yen Shire, but at Ning Kaiwei. This was the first time after her illness that she spoke so firmly. Yen Shire looked into her eyes, which held a certain determination, almost contagious, making her more confident in her treatment plan. At her age, she doesn't care about her reputation, whether she might fail, or if failure could harm her reputation. She only hopes the patient will recover. That's all she cares about. Okay. Yen Shire agreed. The first hypnotic treatment will be in the afternoon. The treatment plan includes 5 sessions of hypnosis, with 1 month between each session. Hypnosis can cause great emotional trauma for patients with this mental illness. They need a long time to recover, to wake up from hypnosis, and to come back from intense memories. Okay. Feng Qianyun nodded, knowing that this time she could stand up. She was sure she could. Ning Kaiwei called the police station, not to escape responsibility or seek rewards, but simply to inform them about Feng Qianyun's situation. Feng Qianyun's household registration was still with the police station. Recently, the police station had been paying attention to Feng Qianyun and Huinyang. She needed to communicate with them. Comrade Ning Kaiwei, thank you. Xia Yunhe's voice came from the receiver.
Ning Kaiwei site.
This call is just to discuss Feng Qianyun's treatment plan and condition, and there's another reason. I want to know what Feng Qianyun was like before she went to the countryside. Her daughter had an accident, but no one from the Feng family appeared. That was very strange. If her thoughts, she must not think about it. Just thinking about it made Ning Kaiwei want to scream. So, she couldn't understand what was really going on with Feng Qianyun's family. Xia Yunhe paused, knowing he shouldn't say these things. But after hearing Ning Kaiwei's question, which related to Feng Qianyun's treatment, he finally spoke. Feng Qianyun was not sick when the accident happened. Sure enough, Ning Kaiwei's eyes narrowed. If she had been sick at the time, she would only react to a man's touch. She had seen such cases before.
But
Feng Qianyun's instinctive resistance was against everyone. This situation didn't make sense logically. After escaping Chao Anji's surveillance, she called her family from the county town. She told them what happened. Feng Qianyun has an older brother. They've been married for over 3 years. Her sister-in-law was finally pregnant.
Ning Kaiwei's pro furovetikli.
Xia Yunhe opened the file in front of him. He hadn't sealed this file and had left it in the archive room. Because he had been waiting for a conclusion. He didn't expect to open it today. When Feng Qianyun called, she didn't receive support, comfort, or a visit.
But
she was cursed. She was belittled, afraid she would tarnish the family's reputation, and was sent a letter breaking off the relationship, forcing her out of the house. It is unimaginable for Xia Yunhe that a girl who replaced her brother to go to the countryside was harmed and then looked down upon by her family. Sucha is often more cruel than from strangers. Where is the letter of disownment? Ning Kaiwei's usually gentle voice was now cold and firm, like ice. It is stored at the police station as part of the case files. I have been the one keeping it. Xia Yunhe looked at the disownment letter. A letter of disownment, directly cutting ties, is fine.
But
Feng Qianyun's parents are truly ruthless. Because of her bad behavior, her messy relationships, her lack of chastity? Are they really her parents? They must be monsters. They are afraid of her living a normal life, afraid she will survive. How much hatred and anger does it take to cut off the last hope of an innocent girl who was harmed? Wait until I go back. I will take the disownment letter away.
I will also transfer Feng Qianyun and Hui Nian's household registration. Ning Saiwei's voice carried a firm resolve. Xia Yunhe was silent for a long time. He had seen many life and death situations, but when he saw that disownment letter, he still felt a cold shiver all over. Okay. Comrade Ning Kaiwei, this disownment letter isn't so clean. Be prepared mentally, Xia Yunhe warned. Even he felt angry just thinking about it. Moreover, what kind of anger would someone who cares about Feng Qianyun feel after seeing it? It's just about those things. How can they smear her with their dirt when Qianyun is so pure? It's fine. The revenge she deserves will come sooner or later. The debts owed will be paid. The future is long. Her calm voice made Xia Yunhe's breathing pause for a moment.
Okay.
He hung up, and neither side moved. One was calming their inner anger, afraid to scare Qianyun, the girl surrounded by malice who couldn't bear even a hint of anger from her. Xia Yunhe looked at the disownment letter, sharp and observant, wanting to investigate something. He dialed a number. Help me find someone. Ning Kaiwei found Yan 12, who was eating fried oil cakes. Wanna try? This is my favorite food. When the young lady found me, the first thing she gave me to eat was fried oil cakes. Whenever I felt stressed or lacked confidence in my plans, I would eat a piece of fried oil cake. Let me understand how I have come this far. Her unease, her lack of confidence, her restlessness. Without hiding anything, she confided directly to Ning Saixio. I'm afraid the situation has changed. Ning Saixio looked at Yan Shire. Qianyun's trauma, I thought it was because of Chao Anji. But the truth is, part of it is because of Chao Anji, and more from her family. She explained the situation at the police station and the matter of the broken family letter one by one. Yan Shire suddenly felt that the oil cake in her hand no longer smelled good. What kind of beast is that? Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. Are they even human? What kind of thing is this? Her daughter being bullied, and they do nothing, even writing such disgusting family separation letters? Are you sure she's her biological daughter? I think she's probably better off being adopted. Although Yan Shire's parents died early, it was because of small life's invasion. But her parents loved her very much and left her the last chance to survive. Is it just because they favored boys over girls? I don't know. The situation is suspicious. Her anger had already been digested. Her fury might be temporary, but it wouldn't last long and would affect her thinking. Only when calm can a person make the right judgment. Forget whether she's biological or not, the treatment needs to be adjusted. Or maybe, the first time doesn't need adjustment, just gradual progress? This was why she sought out Yan Shire.
But
Yan Shire looked at her deeply. Miss, someone who has been betrayed by the whole world finds it hard to trust anyone. But she trusted someone anyway. That dependent expression, that trusting gaze. She saw it all.
But
if she is betrayed again, she will be beyond hope. This time, because she was willing to trust, she might be able to stand up again. But there won't be a next time. There will never be one. Ning Saixio raised her eyebrows. Coincidentally, that's the least of my worries. Because it will never happen. My people are naturally protected by me. Yan Shire looked deeply at Ning Saixio, finally picking up the oil cake she had just thrown away. Want to try some? That would. On the street stalls, no one doesn't know the young lady. The young lady brought us up, struggled through tough times, and even paid for our oil cakes. Although those days were really hard, wandering and hiding everywhere. But thinking back now, those days are what I miss the most. Young lady, we are getting old. Now I can help you a little, and in the future it will be your turn. Although she was lively and cheerful, she always knew that at 50 years old, she was an old lady. Facing the respectful looks from her students, she was aware of her age. But she didn't like living a life of frustration, and the people in her alley didn't like it either. So, what if she was 50? She could still work for at least 30 more years. Your era, our era? Ning Kaiwei pinched a piece of fried dough, took a bite. It was crispy outside and sticky inside. It tastes good. When I return to Banyan County, I'll make it for you. My cooking skills are better than that chef's. And so,
The previous topic was dropped. Yen Shire smiled. The more she interacted with the young lady, the more surprises she found. Honestly, the young lady had a kind of magnetic charm that made people want to follow her. Her words always convinced others. Sure. Next month, when you come for hypnosis, why not do it here with me? Returning to Banyan County. It seemed a bit difficult. She thought about her experimental procedures and her medical outreach plans for the next half year. In a short time, she probably couldn't go back. That's fine. I'll go now. She held the fried dough, raised it slightly, and finished her words. Then she stepped toward the door. Just before reaching the door, she looked back at her and said, "My mother said you shouldn't eat greasy foods. Older people have trouble digesting, right? That's correct, isn't it?" Yes, probably. After all, our generation is just emerging. I'm going back now. Before Yen Shire could reply, she seemed to talk to herself, opened the door, and left. Yen Shire looked at the plate of fried dough. It was so fragrant just now. Why did it suddenly lose its smell? Young lady, are you a devil? Ning Kaiwei didn't care about these thoughts. She watched Yen Shire eat 3 pieces of fried dough. Could she still digest more? And she hadn't even said she could, right? In the afternoon, Feng Qianyun was a little nervous, tugging at Ning Kaiwei's sleeve. Are you afraid? We can come again next month. There's no need to rush. We just brought you here to look around. We didn't mean for you to start treatment right away. Ning Kaiwei felt her sleeve tighten and looked at Feng Qianyun softly. Feng Qianyun let go of her sleeve, stopped in place, took out a small notebook, and quickly wrote a few words. I can do it. She was ready. She had prepared mentally. She was nervous, but she didn't want to back down. Do not force it. Yen 12 has an alternative plan. If you can't go on, we can choose a different path. Ning Kaiwei tried to comfort her, knowing that when Qianyun's emotions were intense, she was aware she was sick and was trying to control her feelings. But often, for people with mental health issues, they can't control themselves. What's wrong? Are you nervous? Yen 12 looked at Feng Qianyun's face turning pale and worriedly looked at Ning Kaiwei. Ning Kaiwei nodded silently. Otherwise, Yen 12's words hadn't finished when Feng Qianyun showed her written message to Yen 12, pointing at the words with a firm look. Zhong Wang, are you ready? The main person doing the hypnosis was Zhong Wang. Their meeting was very unusual. Zhong Wang's family knew about hypnosis. After returning home, he spent all his money and was close to starving. He saw Yen 12, thinking of using hypnosis to borrow a little money, just a little, so he wouldn't starve. But Yen 12, who had survived many battles and was very determined, directly broke the hypnosis. Zhong Wang was caught. In the end, he wanted to hypnotize others, but ended up signing unfair terms himself. He worked at the Research Institute for 30 years. 30 years. Such a long youth. But people have to bow under pressure, and finally, working at the Research Institute was pretty good: food, shelter, and salary. Most importantly, he could argue with the old lady every day and practice his hypnosis on her, though he never succeeded once. Back to the main point. Zhong Wang nodded seriously. Usually talkative, he was unusually quiet now. Let's begin. Yen 12 nodded. But Feng Qianyun suddenly stood up. Wait. When everyone looked at her, Feng Qianyun felt nervous, but still wrote a line on her notebook. Sister Kaiwei, can I hug you? This was the first time after her illness that she took the initiative to ask for physical contact. The messy handwriting showed her inner unease. Ning Kaiwei took a few steps forward and spread her arms. Anytime. Feng Qianyun smiled. Her smile was so beautiful. She also took a few steps forward and hugged Ning Kaiwei. In this hug, she felt no resistance in her heart. After she released her, Ning Kaiwei slowly let go of her arms as well. Will you stay with me? She looked at Yen Shire. Yen Shire frowned and looked at Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng spoke, it's possible, but it might affect me a little. Still, I can handle it. Feng Qianyun took out a notebook and wrote another sentence. Sister Kaiwei, I will walk this path alone. After she left, only then could she have the power to save others. Only then could she stand up and face her life. She knew where her ending was. She just didn't want to face it before.
Okay.
I believe in you. This time, Ning Kaiwei no longer hesitated. She turned around and left. In this room, there was only hypnotist Wang Zheng and Feng Qianyun, tense and stiff. Relax. I won't move or hurt you. I'll just sit here quietly. Don't be nervous. Because Wang Zheng knew Feng Qianyun's past, he was more patient with her. She was a kind person in need.
Okay.
Feng Qianyun closed her eyes, took deep breaths, thinking about the hug just now, thinking about the 4 adorable children, thinking about Hui Nyang's caring eyes, and thinking about her sister-in-law and others taking care of her. The cold home before didn't want her anymore. But now, in this warm big family, no one would give up on her. Ning Kaiwei watched nervously from outside the glass. Unconsciously, her hands clenched tightly. Relax. Look at me. Just listen to me talk. My name is Wang Zheng. You have a key in Ning Kaiwei's hand. As long as you find that key, you can escape. Look at the clock.
What time is it now?
3. Feng Qianyun frowned and looked up at the clock. But for some reason, her eyelids grew heavier. Heavier. Wang Zheng controlled the sounds in the room, using his voice as a medium to connect with her dreams. He stood up, speaking softly, saying key words one by one. At first, Feng Qianyun resisted. Her face turned red, her forehead was sweaty, her hands clenched tightly, and her veins bulged.
But
she still didn't wake up. As Wang Zheng's voice, at first, Feng Qianyun resisted. Her face turned red, her forehead was sweaty, her hands clenched tightly, and her veins bulged.
But
she still didn't wake up. As Wang Zheng's voice continued, Feng Qianyun relaxed more and more. His special tone, with a hint of dreamlike notes. In the youth academy, everyone is busy, but your good friend is missing. One sentence after another. Wang Zheng's face also looked due to her language barrier. The hypnosis was not very smooth. But I made the scent myself, so it doesn't affect her health. No need to worry. Ning Kaiwei gently responded, her eyes always watching the room and observing Feng Qianyun's condition. In the dream, Feng Qianyun is in a rural courtyard, looking for friends but can't find them. Scenes like that seem familiar. Have they really happened before? She feels momentarily confused, but then she hears something faint, and the confusion disappears. I need to find her. Where did she go? They went to the countryside together, worked together, picked mountain goods together, and promised to support each other. Where is she now? She searched the entire courtyard but couldn't find her. Suddenly, she returns to her room and sees a letter in her bag. As she opens it, a shadow flashes past the window.
Who is that?
The person lying in the chair has a furrowed brow, sometimes anxious, sometimes confused, with changing expressions.
Ding. Key.
Feng Qianyun, find the key. At that moment, Wang Zheng suddenly knocked, his voice guiding her. The key? What key?
Who is speaking?
Just as Feng Qianyun sees the farewell letter and is about to go to the county town, she hears an unfamiliar voice. The key? Think about it. Who has the key? Feng Qianyun, find the key. Wang Zheng's voice sounds ordinary to Ning Kaiwei, but through a strange tone, it enters Feng Qianyun's hypnotic world. Sister Kaiwei. Sister Kaiwei. Feng Qianyun suddenly remembers something. Her eyes widen, and she wakes up suddenly. That call for Sister Kaiwei felt so real. Wang Zheng exhales, glad that the impression of the key is deep enough. Otherwise, she might have gotten lost in the hypnotic dream and become unresponsive.
How are you?
The door opens and Feng Qianyun blinks, looking at the stranger, her memory gradually returning.
Sister.
That earlier cry and her current way of speaking, one word at a time, are starkly different. It's okay, no rush.
Write down what you want to say.
Ning Kaiwei comforts her, watching the exhaustion in her eyes. The first hypnosis is to revisit some conditions she might avoid. It also helps her get used to the rhythm of hypnosis. The next session will be the key event. Yan Shire looked at Ning Kaiwei. Let her rest well and eat properly. Don't worry too much about other things. She can continue to hurt herself if she wants to. Don't interfere too much. What you did before was right. This kind of mindset shouldn't be suppressed. From our perspective, she is hurting herself, but in her emotions, this hurt is a form of self-help. Ning Kaiwei listened to Yen Shire and said, I understand. Feng Qianyun's face was pale, and she was sweating all over. Her body was adjusting to the dream, as if the recent search for someone in her village was real. That was the start of her nightmare. Rest now. I need to report to Wang Zheng about the situation. Tomorrow you can go for a walk. Just a little exercise to help burn some energy. It won't do much, but it can help ease her mind a little. I originally wanted to buy train tickets for you. Our research institute has sleeper car privileges. But Brother Zhao came to the provincial city today. He called me last night and asked me to tell you that he will return to the county the day after tomorrow, taking his truck back. Actually, Brother Zhao visits the provincial city once a month. It's not even that time yet. He probably came specifically to pick up the young lady. However, if Brother Zhao didn't say anything, she wouldn't either. Okay, I understand. If anything happens, I will call you. When we leave, we won't say goodbye to you alone. Ning Kaiwei knew how busy Yen Shire was, almost every day either in the lab or in the data analysis room. She hadn't seen her free in these days. She was always busy, even eating while reviewing cases. A 50-year-old woman was working harder than young people. Good. Next month, I'll come again in a few days. I'll arrange my free time in advance. Recently, I can't spend much time with you because of project issues. Yen Shire looked a bit apologetic. She was busy. She had already gotten used to it. But whenever the young lady came to the provincial city, she couldn't find time to accompany her.
Just sleep well.
I can find places to go shopping myself, Ning Kaiwei said, then added, eat less oily food and sleep more. Otherwise, should I tell my mom to call you? Very well. Indeed, a double-edged sword. Using Miss Xiao to let the young lady rest well.
But now,
she is using the young lady to rest herself. What can she do? I understand. Once this project is finished, I promise to rest well. Yen Shire raised his hand. Wang Zhen watched the director's actions, and a flicker crossed his face. No matter how many words they said, it was not enough. This person's single sentence was more effective. All right, I won't waste your time anymore. Ning Saixio extended her hand to Feng Qianyun. Feng Qianyun, still somewhat distracted, was momentarily unsure whether she was dreaming or awake. Out of instinct, she simply held Ning Saixio's hand. Let's go now. The two headed to the accommodation building. Ning Saixio watched Feng Qianyun's condition. She was always lost in thought, her expression vacant. Fortunately, her movements were gentle, allowing her to gradually adapt. Older sister Saixio. Just as Ning Saixio finished washing up and was about to lie down, Feng Qianyun wrote her name on her notebook. Can you tell the difference now? What is a dream and what is reality? Hypnosis is like weaving a dream. In that dream, a person's hearing, smell, sight, taste, and touch are indistinguishable from real life. Under the hypnotist's deliberate guidance, she wouldn't notice anything unusual. For Feng Qianyun, those things were parts of her inner fears, but they had truly appeared before.
Yes.
Feng Qianyun nodded. The Youth Academy is fake, a dream. You, the Research Institute, are real. Feng Qianyun wrote 2 lines in her notebook. Because writing was easier, her words became more extensive. In the past, she was eager to speak, but just one sentence drained her energy. Now she could write slowly, expressing whatever she wanted to say. If she lacked the courage to speak, she could express herself in another way.
Good.
Do you feel it's real now? Ning Saixio chuckled softly, her expression gentle. Especially when she looked at Feng Qianyun, she kept her emotions in check, trying to stay calm and composed. No excitement, but also no anger.
Yes.
Feng Qianyun immediately responded, her hand instinctively stroking her pencil. Sleep early. Tomorrow, we'll go for a walk. I want to see the shops. Check the economic situation in the province to help decide our future direction. Now Feng Qianyun was determined to get through her first hypnosis session. Although it was the lightest one, it was still a beginner step. This time, her emotions didn't have much effect on her, but it helped her get used to reality and dreams. Before hypnosis, she tried to immerse herself in the dream. After hypnosis, she needed to quickly break free from the dream. Otherwise, switching back and forth between the two worlds would make her doubt what is real and what is virtual. Feng Qianyun carefully put away her small notebook and pencil. That night, surprisingly, both of them slept peacefully. The streets of the provincial capital were very lively. Shops on both sides of the road were open to welcome customers. There were places to eat, shops selling clothes, stores for daily necessities, hardware stores, and grain and oil shops. As they walked along, although there were no hawkers shouting, pedestrians kept passing by. "Can we walk inside?" Ning Kaiwei looked at Feng Qianyun, feeling uneasy about leaving her alone. She was worried that if she brought her along, the busy crowd might make her nervous. Feng Qianyun held her hand. Though nervous, she nodded with a smile. "Oh, okay. We're buying some gifts for our family. After shopping, we'll go back. Tomorrow we can go home." Ning Kaiwei softly comforted her with gentle words. Feng Qianyun followed Ning Kaiwei closely, constantly watching her mood. Yen Shire said she needed to take her out more, probably to help her gradually get used to being around people. These clothes, and this one, please help me pack them. Please get me a set in sizes 160, 130, and 100. Ning Kaiwei took Feng Qianyun into the mall. Seeing all those outfits, she just wanted to buy quickly and go back. Although she wanted Feng Qianyun to get used to the crowd, she knew it was better to do it gradually. But the clothes in this store were really beautiful. She especially liked the children's clothes inside. There were 2 little dresses she immediately liked. One was perfect for her daughter, and the other was a matching set she could give to Pingping. As for the other 3 outfits, they belonged to the 3 brothers, all in matching camouflage colors. The first thing she saw when she entered was a set she had already shown her son. "Please wait a moment." The staff member smiled and nodded at Ning Kaiwei. "Jie, the customer over there wants to buy 6 sets of clothes." There were clothes for 5 children and 1 formal outfit, a proper Zhongshan suit in dark gray. They also planned to buy a wool coat for her grandfather. The elderly person had suffered so much that even during the new year, he wouldn't buy himself a new outfit. Will you buy if someone asks you to? Do you really think everyone can afford it? If she asked you to buy, but she can't afford it, would you buy? That woman named Sister He frowned and pointed at Ning Kaixian with a sharp voice, attracting many people's attention. Ning Kaixian was momentarily stunned, a look of confusion in her eyes. After all, she had never been looked down upon like this before. She didn't expect to encounter it now. Ning Kaixian smiled softly. The sharp voice made Feng Qianyun, who had just relaxed, feel a little tense. She then tightly grabbed Ning Saishuan's sleeve.
"What are you looking at?"
"I'm scolding the people in my shop. What are you looking at?" The woman named Sister He looked at Ning Kaixian with disdain, sneering coldly. "No money to enter a shop. Go to Shiqiao at night. There are plenty of street stalls. Why bother with such big talk?" Her sharp voice, full of superiority, made Ning Kaixian smile angrily. She took a step forward, one hand pulled by Feng Qianyun and the other. She directly grabbed Sister He's finger and forcefully bent it back, causing her to scream in pain. Ning Kaixian didn't use much strength, just smiled coldly. "Why are you looking at me with those titanium alloy dog eyes while I point at my finger?" Being pointed at, she truly hadn't experienced this in a long time. You're so poor and pretending. You can't even afford a piece of clothing here. Why is your face so big? With your look, you'd make more money selling yourself outside." She just disliked Ning Kaixian, thinking she looked strange and alluring coming to the shop to someone. But that was really unfair. Ning Saishuan's appearance carried a hint of Jiangnan charm: slim waist, flowing eyebrows, delicate features, a small cherry mouth, calm and graceful. Haha, Ning Kaixian hadn't been truly angry in a long time. Her cold, clear laughter echoed especially clearly in the shop. Many customers gathered around, watching everything unfold, frowning at Sister He's words. Thought only eyes could look down on people? Turns out, her mouth can spit out filth too. If you're going to spit, don't dirty others' ears. Ning Kaixian casually grabbed a cloth used to wipe the counter and unceremoniously shoved it into Sister He's mouth. Honestly, she was in a very good mood today. If it weren't for her foul mouth, she wouldn't mind shopping elsewhere. In the provincial city, there are clothing stores everywhere. Where can't you buy clothes? But unfortunately, that pointed finger, she couldn't help but react. That foul-mouthed mouth, she couldn't ignore it either. Sniff, sniff. Sister, he was almost furious. She had just finished wiping the cabinet with a cloth, and it was covered in dirt. Now she could smell a strong earthy odor, which made her feel sick. Call your boss. Ning Kaixian gently nodded to the girl earlier, with a kind smile on her face, looking completely different from before. Okay. The girl was terrified. She was a newcomer and didn't have the authority to help customers with clothes alone. She needed to ask her supervisor first. Sister, he was her supervisor. But she didn't expect such a thing to happen. Sister, he had previously scolded a few people away. Those who were angry and loud just left. She didn't expect. Thinking of this, the girl secretly looked back at Ning Kaixian. Ning Kaixian seemed to sense it. She turned her head, made eye contact, smiled, nodded, an entire set of actions done smoothly. I'll hit. Go ahead. Sister, please don't laugh. Every time you smile, I feel like I might be the next to get scolded. Boss, something's wrong. Come and see the clothing store. Sister, he. Taking a call? Probably can't answer it. You should come yourself, said the girl, looking at Ning Kaixian with suspicion. Ning Kaixian raised an eyebrow, smiling so kindly. Why is the girl so scared? Is it because she doesn't look obedient? Or because her smile isn't gentle enough? I shouldn't be scary. You trash. While Ning Kaixian was watching the girl, Sister, he finally took the cloth out of her mouth. Her anger was obvious. Looking at Ning Saishuan's face, though her clothes were tattered, her face was very beautiful. Since she dared to provoke her, she would ruin her face. Ning Kaixian was about to dodge, but suddenly, her arm was pulled. Her body lost balance, and she moved away from the pull. Then, smack. The crisp sound echoed in the store. Ning Kaixian looked at the scene, feeling a bit surprised. The person who pulled her was Feng Qianyun. At this moment, Sister He's head tilted to one side, and she was about to fall over. Feng Qianyun stared with wide eyes, fists clenched, face flushed red, full of anger. This person actually wanted to hit Sister Kaixian. Ning Kaiwei quickly stepped forward, gently patting Feng Qianyun on the back. Relax, I'm fine. I'm not hurt. Qianyun, relax. Yes, take a deep breath. Inhale. Exhale. Good. Again. Inhale. Exhale. She felt Qianyun's emotional outburst, no longer just a wave, but something more intense. The usually timid girl had just acted out directly. Her hand was still trembling slightly. What's going on? At this moment, a young man entered, dressed in a suit, looking at the crowd gathered in the store. Tang Feng felt a bit helpless. He was just dealing with his father when he was called over by a phone call from the store. He didn't know how he would explain himself when he returned. Boss. Some people who knew Tang Feng made way for him. He strode into the circle of people. He heard. He's Sister He's exaggerated voice. It's making my teeth hurt. What's going on? This was the second time he asked, with a hint of anger in his voice. Someone causing trouble in his store. Impressive. Boss. It's them. They can't afford the clothes and are causing trouble. Boss, look at my hand. Boss. Look at my face. Boss, you have to stand up for me. Ning Kaiwei raised an eyebrow, finding it interesting, very interesting. This Sister, he is quite a character. Shut up. Tang Feng coldly snapped, then looked at the young girl beside him. What's going on? Tell us. The girl immediately felt Sister He's threatening gaze, sharp and fierce, as if she wanted to cut her down. But she was even more afraid of the gentle look. The young lady won't stand for it anymore. Suddenly, the girl shouted angrily. Not just Tang Feng. Even Ning Kaiwei was stunned. What's happening? Here's what happened. This young man wanted to buy clothes. He chose 2 girls' dresses, 3 boys' outfits, and 1 outfit for a young man. I just started working here and don't have the authority to directly select clothes. I have to go through Sister He. Sister He said, if I want to keep working here, I must listen to her. Whatever I sell, it must be recorded on her order with her name. The girl spoke more angrily, her chubby face turning red with frustration. Her eyes were also red, not from crying, but from anger. That's not all. But she sells clothes and also judges others by their dress. If the clothes are not good, she criticizes their nose and eyes, not directly insulting but sneering and mocking. People are unwilling to argue just to buy clothes. Not everyone is willing to give her face. Earlier, a shy young girl stood up, speaking quickly and confidently. Over the past 3 days, she knew all the details of each incident. The conversation drifted off topic. Seeing Ning Saishuan smile, she suddenly remembered something. Just now, Sister He scolded someone and pointed at them. There were many people in the shop who could testify. If she doesn't get her wages for these 3 days, she's willing to give up. With such a careless boss and a poorly run shop, it's better if it closes soon. Ning Saishuan's smile was starting to fade. This made her think of Wen Yuan. She believed that girl would definitely do such things. Wait a moment. Tang Feng pinched his nose, feeling a headache coming on. Sister, he was introduced by his mother. He thought she was reliable, but she turned out to be so untrustworthy. Sorry. Tang Feng stood in front of Ning Kaixian without hesitation, bowing 90 degrees and sincerely apologizing. Because I didn't manage well, the shop has some problems. The main responsibility is mine. All customers today will get an 80% discount. This colleague, I am willing to cooperate and compensate for our staff's issues. Ning Kaixian raised an eyebrow. Since her attitude was so good, she didn't want to cause trouble anymore. Can you pack up those 6 pieces of clothing just now? Oh, and please write the name of the salesgirl, or I might feel uncomfortable. Although she was dressed plainly in rough cloth, her eyes were honest and her smile appropriate. She wouldn't complain or cause trouble. Seeing her swollen hand, Tang Feng sighed. Sister He, settle the wages and go home. Boss, they're working together. Can't you see that? They're in cahoots with that troublemaker girl. How can you believe them and not me? Tang Feng turned to Sister He. If you weren't introduced by my mom, you'd be in the police station right now, cursing my customers and damaging the shop's reputation. Take your money and leave quickly. Don't make me do anything.
Got it?
He wasn't giving her face because she was important, but because it was his mother's reputation. However, he needed to ask his mother why she had betrayed her own son. He-jia looked angry but dared not say anything more. She took the money and quickly ran out. That small gun wasn't very good. She needed to soothe the old gun. She worked in the shop mainly to be close to the water source. Who knew that Tang Feng wouldn't come to the shop once every 10 or 15 days? Everyone, don't laugh at us. Feel free to browse. Everything is 20% off. Tang Feng, facing everyone, hid his anger behind a calm face. He saw everyone smiling happily. Have you all written down the orders? Today, all the clothes sold will be recorded under your name, and you will get your usual commission. Tang Feng looked at He Xiaohua, who was stunned, feeling both annoyed and amused. This girl's head really couldn't think around corners.
But
having someone watch the shop made him feel at ease. Am I not allowed to move around? After He-jia was scolded and left, she was already prepared to move around. Mainly because her water cup was still in the changing room at the back. She bought it for $1. She hadn't made any money, so she couldn't just leave it in the shop. Anyway, she didn't want to work there anymore. Who was she afraid of? Unexpectedly, they didn't let her leave? Did I say anything? He-jia has already left. You will take over her work. Do you know the prices of the clothes in the shop? Tang Feng's face also carried a slight smile. Ning Kaiwei raised an eyebrow, feeling relieved. She was thinking that if this girl got fired, she could recommend her to a shop in the alley. In the provincial city, there are several shops in the alley that deal with clothing, food, housing, and transportation. She had just walked past a few shops, not intentionally causing trouble, but the problems there were a bit tricky. However, those people always kept smiling. It has to be said that Lao Wu has a unique talent for choosing people. I know. Ning Kaiwei had already walked far away and reached out to pull Feng Qianyun's hand.
I'm fine.
Next time, if you need to hit someone, use some clever tricks. Why hit so hard and hurt your hand? Look, it's all red. Let's go back and see if we have ice or something to cool it down. Tang Feng had just finished talking to He Xiaohua and was coming over with some clothes when he overheard these words. Cough, cough. He felt a bit awkward, unsure whether to stay or leave, because that pretty lady's eyes were already looking over. Is the boss busy? Ning Kaiwei raised an eyebrow. I can show you what clothes you like. I can cover the cost. Tang Feng stood beside Ning Kaiwei, towering at about 1.80 meters. In this era, she always thought she wouldn't be very tall, since her nutrition wasn't great, but everyone she knows seems to be taller than her. Ning Kaiwei repeated her previous request. Tang Feng packed the clothes according to size, as he had just mentioned. Is there a matching wool coat for this color? She's over 60, so the style should be conservative. It doesn't have to be stain-resistant, just easy to match with a Zhongshan suit. She looked around but didn't see anything suitable. Since the boss was here, communication was easy. If there was nothing, she could check other stores or ask Lao Wu. There really is. Since it's changing seasons, I have very few new wool coats in stock. Most were bought by my friends, so I didn't display them. Should I bring them out from the back storage, or do you want to look there? Tang Feng immediately knew this woman understood fashion. Both the style and color matching were not common knowledge. Is it far? It was too dangerous for the two women to follow him into the storage room. But Tang Feng pointed to a room. Just wait at that door. It's easy to get in and out since the shop is busy. I'll bring out the wool coats. You can see if any suit you. Ning Kaiwei nodded. Okay. The three of them went to the storage room. Tang Feng took the key and opened the door. There was a shelf dedicated to clothes he brought for his friends. Only 4 pieces. Take a look and see if any catch your eye. Tang Feng took out 4 coats, 1 short and 3 long. Ning Kaiwei opened the coats, examining the style, fabric, and color, comparing them to the Zhongshan suit. This one she chose immediately. Tang Feng's mouth twitched. It was the coat he kept for his father. He had to admit, this woman's eyes were really sharp. Good. If you need anything else, just say. Tang Feng packed the coat she chose along with the others, placing them together. Aren't you worried I can't pay? Ning Kaiwei smilet. The other clothes weren't because they were bad, but because they weren't suitable for her family. She didn't expect an answer to her own question. Let's settle the bill. No need to apologize. I'll just pay 80% of the price. Before Tang Feng could speak, she interrupted him. He could only honestly calculate the total. After the discount, it was just over 300. When Ning Kaiwei gave the money, she didn't feel any pain or regret. Money earned is meant to be spent, right? It's not for others. It's for her own family. She went from shop to shop, bought a set of clothes for Grandma Zhao, and bought 2 beautiful fabrics for Tingyun. She also liked a neat Zhongshan suit at first glance, and she immediately thought it would suit Zhao Jingmian. She bought a lot. Feng Qianyun had already forgotten her nervousness. Her eyes looked a bit blank, and she felt completely exhausted. What was she afraid of? Her legs were sore, and she was holding things in both hands. All she wanted now was to lie down for a while. Sister Tsaiwei's shopping was too overwhelming, almost like she was spending money without caring. Money was flowing out like water. What's wrong? Are you upset? Ning Kaiwei was actually happy. Shopping really relieves stress. Isn't the purpose of working hard to spend money without worrying about the price? Otherwise, why would she work so hard every day? Is it to suffer? Does she like suffering? Don't be silly. Who likes that? No. Feng Qianyun shook her head, walking a bit unsteadily. Seeing her walk beside her, Ning Kaiwei thought that the after effects of shopping seemed even stronger than post-hypnosis. Comrade Ning, what were you two doing? Nothing happened, right? Why are they back? Their mental states seem off. Comrade Ning looked very excited, but Feng Qianyun seemed downcast. She used to be afraid when she saw him, but now she didn't seem scared anymore. Strange, really strange. Nothing, we're going back first. Ning Kaiwei also sensed Feng Qianyun's change and thought that shopping could really help with mental health. Feng Qianyun didn't know that her sister Kaiwei had started a beautiful misunderstanding. A nightmare that happened once a month had just begun. Zhao Laosan was driving a truck and parked at the Research Institute's gate. Ning Kaiwei and Feng Qianyun had already been waiting. "Miss, we can go back to Banyan this afternoon. If you didn't get enough walking, you can walk around in the morning too." "No problem." Zhao Laosan's words startled Feng Qianyun, but hearing him, she became even more frightened. No more wandering. Wandering was too scary. "Brother Zhao-san, let's go back. We wandered all day yesterday and didn't buy much anymore."
Ning Kaiwei smiled softly.
Yesterday, she carried many bags, and the people at the Research Institute watched her with admiration. She left 2 bottles of snow cream for yen 12. Not only for yen 12, but she bought snow cream for all the women at home. Women love beauty. It is natural. Women dress up to please themselves, which I have always thought was wrong. Women are not to impress others, but to make themselves happy. It's not about looks, but about confidence shining through. Inner beauty and good manners are more important than appearance. All right, let's go home. Next month I'll still be hauling goods these days. Don't take the train. I'll deliver it to you. You're a young lady from the alley. Don't see yourself as an outsider. Old Zhao learned to say, "Third brother, I'm going to the provincial city. Will you send me?" "Young lady, I'm happy to hear you talk like that." He made time for her. He was supposed to take another half-month to go to the provincial city, but he could adjust his schedule. Even if he didn't haul goods, just delivering her alone made him happy. Ning Saishue found that around these people, she didn't have to think too much, because they would help her think for herself. The journey was smooth. Zhao Old 3 drove steadily. First, they arrived at Sibao's spicy hot pot. It takes 8 hours by train, but returning by truck only took a little over 4 hours. Saishue is back. She's back? Ning Saishue carried her things into the house. Not only Sister Wang Xiuji, but also all the guests who knew her spoke up as soon as she entered. "She's back. We'll go to the backyard first. You're all sweaty. Wash up before coming out." As she said that, Ning Saishue pulled Feng Qianyun to the backyard. Feng Qianyun rarely came to the shop. She worked and kept accounts, but she only did so after closing time because she was afraid of crowded situations. Now it was lunchtime, busy and lively, with some people still waiting for seats. "Serve a bowl of the mung bean soup we made to those waiting. Spring is easy to get heat stroke, so everyone should drink some mung bean soup." "Okay, I'll go right now." Lu Hua immediately responded and served the soup, handing out bowls one by one. Lu Tsuehua was cleaning the breakfast cart when she saw Ning Saishue come in from outside. "Why didn't you call your older brother to pick you up from the train station?" "No," he asked. "The train from the provincial city arrived in the morning. How did you come back?" Ning Saishue looked at her caring sister-in-law and smiled. "Third brother Zhao went to the provincial city. I came back by truck. Sister-in-law, I brought you a gift.
Come inside with me."
Just then, Qianyun and Ning Saishue went into the house together and put their things inside. Qianyun was very considerate and went back to the new yard.